We will get started. I declare open this public hearing of the Senate Environment, Communications and the Arts Legislation Committee. The committee has set Friday, 30th of July 2010 as the date by which answers to questions on notice are to be returned. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. Officers and senators are familiar with the rules of the Senate governing estimates hearings. If you need assistance, the Secretariat has copies of the rules. I draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised and which I now incorporate in Hansard. I also draw senators' attention to Standing Order 13, which says a committee shall take care not to inquire into any matters which are being examined by a select committee of the Senate appointed to inquire into such matters, and any question arising in this connection may be referred to the Senate for determination. Obviously, senators, this is a matter of great public interest, but I do remind the senators that we do have a select committee on the National Broadband Network that continues to have public hearings. Officers called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and position for the Hansard record, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones. Mobile phones should be silenced or switched off. I welcome Senator the Honourable Stephen Conroy, Minister for Broadband Communications and the Digital Economy, and Portfolio Officers. Minister, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you. I now call officers from the NBN Co, and I understand we have the Department Program 1.1 available at the same time. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just while they're coming, can you repeat what you said about the Select Committee?
I'm just pointing you to a standing order.
Can you repeat that? I wasn't closely listening.
Standing Order 13 of the Senate Standing Orders says a committee shall take care not to inquire into any matters which are being examined by a select committee of the Senate appointed to inquire into such matters, and any question arising in this connection may be referred to the Senate for determination.
Well, Madam Chair, what are we doing here this morning? The whole day is set out for NBN. There is, as you've rightly averted to, a Senate Select Committee into all aspects of the NBN. So if we can't ask any questions about the NBN, what are we doing here this morning?
Oh, well, I would just...
This morning.
I was raised this morning because it was brought to my attention by the Secretariat and the Clerk. I just thought it was worthwhile mentioning it for senators, and perhaps I'd point you in, Minister, perhaps I would point you in the direction of asking questions along the line of what budget estimates are supposed to be, and that is about budgetary matters. I intend to proceed as we normally do, Senator McDonald. I merely brought it to your attention.
Let's see how we go.
Okay.
Let's see.
I think as the very officious operating of the Secretariat/Clerk. Macca, I think if you just fire away, we'll be fine.
Minister, did you wish to make an opening statement?
No, I think Mr Quigley.
Mr Quigley, would you like to make an opening statement?
I would, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, good morning, and I look forward to the opportunity to brief you this morning on NBN Co. I'll start up with a quick update of where we're up to, perhaps highlighting some of the changes since last time I was here. We now have 230 people as of last week in the company. We expect to have about 300 by the end of June. We have offices in Sydney, Melbourne, Hobart and Canberra, and we've had some significant appointments since I was last here. That's we have a new chairman, non-executive chairman, Harrison Young, and we will have later this month, later in June, a new company secretary joining us, Deborah Connor. We're continuing to work on our wholesale product. We're developing a special access undertaking which we'll be submitting to the ACCC within a few months' time, and that is based on the work we're doing internally in the company on product development, but also increasingly on what we call deep dives with retail service providers, that is potentially the customers of our wholesale services, the retail service providers, to make sure we understand in depth the needs of that they have. We're getting, in those deep dives, in talking to retail service providers, a good level of support for our product offerings and also for the technology platforms we've chosen. We understand there's some impatience with what our pricing will be, but we are still working that through with the ACCC, and it will be announced in due course. But we do understand that we are working in a marketplace, and hence we will have to price at market rates. And in Tasmania, we've set some interim prices. That was done initially on an in-confidence basis with service providers iiNet, Internode and Primus. But that is, as I said, only interim prices. Those prices are for this first stage in Tasmania only and will be rolled into the national pricing as of July of next year once we have those through the ACCC. We've been doing a lot of consulting externally, and I'd like to just spend a moment detailing the consulting that we have been doing. It's largely been in 4 areas, into the industry, community, consumer and to the general business community. Into the industry consultation, we've had over 1,000 attendees have participated in our industry consultation forums. We've had 3 product forums held in Sydney, Melbourne and Perth, and then 10 network and operations forums, which were held in 4 in Sydney, 3 in Melbourne, 1 in Adelaide, 1 in Perth and 1 in Brisbane. And as I said, almost 1,000 attendees at those. We've released a product consultation paper in December of last year. We had over 50 submissions received from industry and industry stakeholders, and we released a response paper in March to those inputs that we got back. Overall, there was a strong agreement on us delivering a Layer 2 Ethernet service via a passive optical network. We also have committed to release a point of interconnect paper, options paper, very soon. So we've also, as I mentioned, had a number of deep dives with and product and operations workshop. We've completed over 90 hours of direct deep dives in those workshops, so it's a lot of work's gone into those. We've had extensive engagement also with the Comms Alliance, which is the main industry association for telcos, including their NBN working group and forum program. We've had community consultations in Tasmania, where, as you know, the rollout of the network is underway. We've conducted a number of public forums. We've had community information sessions, where approximately 300 people across 4 sessions turned up. That's at Midway Point, Scottsdale and Smithton. And we've met with councils, businesses and other local stakeholders, and we are undertaking a community engagement program involving letters to property owners and advertising. We've also had community consultations on our first release sites. These first release sites designs are almost complete, and we've had detailed and ongoing discussions with councils and planners in each of these first release sites. We've launched an extensive community consultation program. We had our first public information sessions in Armidale and Wollonga just last weekend. There was a strong positive reaction in both locations. In fact, in Wollonga, over 110 people attended on the day and some 64 signed registration forms expressing an interest in getting more information and an interest in the service. In Armidale, there were over 130 people who attended on the day and 117 signed the registration forms. We've also had contact with the Local Government Association of Queensland and also some meetings with the Municipal Association of Victoria. That was at the CEO's conference. We did a presentation there. On the consumer side of things, we've have ongoing consultations with ATUG, which, as you know, represents business users of telecom. There was one keynote address presented in 12th of March, and then we've had 3 presentations, Sydney, Melbourne and Canberra, in April. We've had initial discussions have been held with ACAN also, and we've participated with the Internet Industry Association in the ATUG forums. We've also had some meetings with a new group, which is called Tasmania NBN for Business. That was announced late last week, and we made sure we contacted them and had meetings with them. On the general side of briefing industry, we've obviously had a lot of interest in the NBN from industry in general, and just in the past 5 weeks or so, I've personally done 5 major addresses. The Comms Day event in Sydney on the 20th of April, where we had more than 500 people, to infrastructure partnerships In late April, there was more than 300 people at the Australian Institute of Company Directors in Brisbane, where we had more than 400 people, and the American Chamber of Commerce on the 14th of May, where there were 300 plus people, and just yesterday at CBIT, where there were more than 200 people. So we're doing everything we can to get the message out and inform people as best we can and be available to answer questions. And that is, of course, as well as trying to continue to improve the information that's on our website. Now turning to our network design, it's fairly advanced in the fibre design. We've looked at quite a number of scenarios, and we've had obviously quite in-depth discussions and consultations with the Department and the Minister's Office on that. And as I said, we'll soon release our consultation paper on points of interconnect. On wireless, we're not quite as far advanced on that. It's a complex task, and as you would understand, the engineering in that is there's a number of options which we're looking at in quite some detail now. We have, when it comes to the wireless network, I have often to answer the question, why don't we build the whole NBN on wireless? I think I've answered that numerous times now as to why that simply isn't practicable. But it's a question that continues to be asked. On the satellite... Sorry?
It does.
Yes. On the satellite design, we released a request for capability study earlier in the year. That was released and then it closed, and we're working hard now to evaluate that and look at the satellite plot. We are putting a lot of effort into trying to make sure we get the best possible service we can on both wireless and satellite to bring it as close to the functionality that is available on fibre, given the limitations of physics and technology. But I can say that what we will be able to deliver, for example, on the satellite, if we move forward with the plan we anticipate, will be an order of magnitude improvement over what those folks get today, and will be comparable to what people get on ADSL2+ in the city today. On the procurement side, as I mentioned, we've done a request for capability study for the satellite network and services, which was issued in January of this year. We've also issued an RFP for active equipment and services for the fibre access network, and we're going through that evaluation, and that's a selection for GPON equipment and related services. We're also will be looking now at aggregation and transmission equipment. That forms a separate but important part of the overall fibre network. We have an RCS, a request for capability study, out for providers of OSS and BSS. That closed in mid-March, and we're evaluating the responses and preparing to issue an RFP in June. The RFP for passive network hardware and services, that's primarily the optical cable, closed some weeks ago, and we're evaluating the responses to that. And the RCS for design and construction contractors to build the fibre access network closed at the end of April, and we are evaluating those responses also. We received the network designs from the 7 companies for the 5 first release sites. Each one of those is an aerial plan and an underground plan for each site, and we're about to issue the construction RSP for those sites, enabled so that we can shortlist capable organisations. So on the overall construction of the fibre access network, it's a very large task. We will put probably close to 250,000 kilometres of fibre cable into the network, and almost all of that is fibre where there is not fibre today, so it's in the access network. It'll be between 10 and 11 million premises we will pass by the time that's finished, and likely employ 25,000 people at least directly in that job. We expect during the peak construction years to be rolling out past 4,000 premises per day. That's obviously a big logistical task, and there'll be a large amount of equipment will be moving around the country. We expect to engage major contracting companies to take the lead in designing and building the fibre access network, and they in turn will of course be employing subcontractors and other suppliers. We will be attempting to encourage engagement of local contractors in all the regions and towns around Australia. In Tasmania, we've been making good progress. On the 15th of March, the first retail service providers were announced. That was IONET, Internode and Primus, and the Stage 1 Proof of Concept Centre was opened by the Minister. As you might know, Aurora Energy is the project manager for the construction of the network and John Holland the main contractor. We now have a point of interconnect housed at Aurora's Cambridge data centre, and NOC will soon be open to Derwent Park, which is a suburb of Hobart. There are 3 towns in this pre-release. That's Midway Point, Smithton and Scottdale, and we are on schedule for the first commercial service to be available in July of this year. We intend then to move into Stage 2 and Stage 3 to cover the remaining parts of Tasmania as was announced. The implementation study, since I was last here, has been released, and as you know, we worked in close cooperation with the lead advisor. We're currently working on the basis of the original directives that were given to us by the government, but we are conscious that the implementation study makes some alternate recommendations in some areas, for example, recommending to only 3% coverage of fibre. We accept that the government, we in NBN Co accept that the government will respond to the IS recommendations, and this may have implications for what we are doing. As a GBE, we will make our views known and have make our views known on the recommendations to the government as the government considers its response to the implementation study. Overall, we agree with the implementation study conclusions that the project is financially viable. This was in fact the conclusion we reached in our own business case, which, as you know, will be submitted in due course to the government. So we're conscious in NBN Co that we are spending public money, and as I've said before, we take our obligation to be accountable very seriously, so we welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr Quigley. Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your opening statement, Mr Quigley. I do note that Mr Quigley's very informative opening statement arguably went directly to matters the subject of the Senate Select Committee, which is quite helpful. Mr Quigley.
To be open and transparent, we're allowed to ask as many questions as broadly as you wanted.
As long as that goes both ways, yeah.
Yeehaw.
Did I not say suck it and see?
Mr Quigley, how long are you with us today?
Until lunch break, till 1 p.m, I believe.
And how is that so, Mr Quigley? Because I had believed you would be with us for the duration, which,
No, that's not correct at all, Senator Fisher. I think Mr Quigley is a busy man. He has agreed to be here as requested. He's never failed to turn up before any of the committees that you've chaired or the Senate estimates.
So far as I'm aware,
and it
Minister,
is entirely
we
reasonable. It's entirely reasonable for Mr Quigley to put 4 hours aside for the committee, and I'm sure you'll be able to fill all of that time.
Mr Quigley, the Minister has said you are available as requested. What was requested of you and by whom?
As far as I'm aware, Senator, I was requested to be available this morning. That's the plans on which I made. I got a request very late, and just a couple of days ago, could I be available last night? I was looking at possibly moving things around, but that proved to be not possible. And I have something committed this afternoon, which I need to get back up to Sydney for.
Leaving aside the request as to whether or not you could appear last night, which did unfold late in the day, but leaving that request aside, prior to that, when had you been asked to attend until and by whom?
Let's get something very clear, Ms Fisher. Mr Quigley treats this committee and all of the committees of the Parliament with due respect.
Is that correct, Mr Quigley?
With due respect.
Then
and it's
Mr.
about time
Quigley,
you started treating Mr Quigley with due respect as well. He has an enormous responsibility.
I'm trying to ask him
willingly
questions to give him justification for his time, Minister.
The norm. He's not missed a single request from you, from this committee or the other committee, and he is very, very busy in a implementation stage. So he is available for the next 4 hours. If you want to waste half an hour arguing about how long he's available for, it's your time, you're wasting it. Otherwise, I'd suggest if you've got a question, Mr Quigley, about Senate estimates or his opening statements, please fire away.
Mr Quigley, will you consider changing your arrangements for today?
I'm afraid that's not possible, Senator.
Minister, are you answering for Mr Quigley?
I'm saying that Mr Quigley has appointments and you are now treating Mr Quigley with a great degree of disrespect. Now, if you have questions about the Senate estimates or his opening statement or matters that are relevant, fire away.
Mr Quigley, can you please give me more details as to the time at which you were asked to attend the hearing today?
I honestly can't remember, Senator. I had it in my diary for a long time to be here in the morning, so I have to take that one on notice, I'm afraid.
So you did have it in your diary to be here for a long time?
From 9
a.m.
a.m.
From 9 a.m.
I anticipated it would be the hour and a half, most 2 hours, as I have appeared in last time. So that's what I anticipated.
And your anticipation, whilst well-intentioned, may well have been misinformed.
I think your expectation is now bordering on the unreasonable, Senator Fisher.
Given that,
if you have any questions of relevance, would you like to begin the questions?
Given that, my understanding is the Secretariat was indicating that the expectation of Mr Quigley's attendance would be at least until 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Let's be very clear, Ms Fisher.
At least
interstate
until
agencies
4 o'clock
are not dragged,
this afternoon.
Interstate agencies are not dragged willy-nilly to Senate estimates or other committees for an unlimited period. It is common for departmental staff to be on call and available for lengthy periods involving 1 to 2 days. But with interstate agencies, certain courtesies are normally followed, and now I'm asking you to follow them.
Mr Quigley, I understand that we do try to manage with your arrangements. Yeah, we do try to manage your arrangements, but my understanding is that you indicated to the Senate Select Committee, which held a hearing last week, that you weren't available for that hearing, and I also understand that you've indicated you're not available for the next day of hearing of that committee, which is the 4th of what month are we in? June. For the 4th of June.
Do you have any questions relevant to Senate estimates?
I am reflecting on the Minister's answering my question of you by the Minister saying that Mr Quigley has always been available for this committee and other committees. So I'm putting that back to you, Mr Quigley.
You're wasting your own valuable time, Senator Fisher. Mr Quigley has a business to run. He's got a very small staff which is growing, and continually thinking he's there at your beck and call to come and answer your questions whenever you want him. You are wasting your time. Mackerel, would you like to ask some questions?
He is running a business with taxpayers' money.
And he is available, and he has turned up.
And there is a finite time indicated from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. today. I mean, it's not going to go on for days. It is a fraction disappointing. More disappointing that he's not going to be available
under certain courtesies.
Available on the 4th of June.
Mr Quigley, what are your commitments this afternoon?
I'm sorry, but he's not going to reveal to you his diary.
Mr Quigley,
could I answer, Senator, your question about the Senate Select Committees? The one that I was asked to, I think, that I couldn't attend last time, I think was on rather short notice, and I had a board meeting that day, which had been scheduled at least 6 months ahead. The one that's taking place in early June, I will be overseas.
Thank you. Mr Quigley, why has it taken until yesterday for NBN Co to answer 12 questions on notice?
I believe we had some 21 questions in total, of which we finalised our answers and submitted them to the Department on the 11th of March.
11th of March?
Mm-hmm. Really?
Well, Mr Harris, what's happened to them since the 11th of March? And
if I can also ask Senator McDonald as part of that question, Mr Harris, the department left until yesterday to answer an additional 17 questions on notice. So we have 12 from NBN Co and 17 from the department.
We're happy to debate at length responding to your questions. You have Mr Quigley till 1 o'clock. I'm not suggesting you don't want to ask these questions, but you might want to take the opportunity to ask Mr Quigley some questions.
Why has it taken until yesterday?
Because it begins to become very transparent when you complain he's not here, when you waste the first hour of the morning arguing about procedures.
Mr Harris, if NBN Co provided all of their answers to the department, when was that, Mr Quigley? The 1st of March?
13th of March.
13th of March. What's transpired between the 13th of March and yesterday in respect of NBN Co's questions on notice, some 12 of them, and why so with the department, some 17 questions on notice?
Well, I think the department had 140 questions, and a substantial number, but not the complete number of them, were provided by the relevant deadlines. In terms of NBN's questions, I actually don't have the right piece of paper here with me to tell you what happened with NBN's questions, but the standard process is, as you know, Senator, that we do as many as we possibly can, and the more complex they are, the more that you have to go back for clearance between individual agencies and with the Minister's office means sometimes you don't meet the deadlines. We regret not meeting the deadlines, but we think for 140 questions we did reasonably well in these circumstances.
So does that mean that in respect of the 12 answers
my understanding is they were submitted to the committee on Friday. Is that correct?
I'm informed they were answered the 24th
I think the secretary
of May,
sitting next to you is nodding.
Which was Monday, I'm told. Well,
They
Monday
were submitted on Friday.
In any case, the 13 NBN questions which were supplied on the 13th of March, Mr Harris, it doesn't take you 2.5 months to distribute them to the committee, bearing in mind that this committee, the NBN Co is a sort of a government corporation. One would think even the Minister couldn't interfere with the answers given by this business corporation.
Senator, we
don't interfere with the answers.
Well, what's
so
why has it taken 2.5 months?
Where were the answers, Mr Harris? Buried in your department or buried in the Minister's office for the weeks that transpired in between?
As I said, in relation to the NBN specifics, I don't have that piece of paper with me because I've got the wrong briefing pack left here from here last night. I can find out in the course of today where they went.
All right.
But I would point out to Senator McDonald, it's not just a question, Senator, that the NBN will write an answer and that will be a perfect answer. There is actually a process of clearance, particularly when we're involved in a major policy shift. So a question asked in February, answered in March, has been overtaken by a government decision or by some better information. That's got to be put back to NBN Co back to us back to the Minister's office. I'm explaining this elaborate process because there is a process.
Mr Quigley didn't mention they'd come back to him for revision.
I'm not saying they have. I'm just saying I don't have the piece of paper with me, but that is the tradition here.
I'm sure they didn't, Mr Harris, otherwise Mr Quigley would have answered them, and I've had enough to do with Mr Quigley to know he is a very competent, a very able, very direct and very honest person. So
I wasn't suggesting otherwise, Senator.
But then why give us this, with respect, bureaucratese about things having to go back, when new things come forward and have to be reconsidered? I mean,
it does happen.
It hasn't happened in this 13 cases.
I can't tell you that it hasn't happened.
I did. Okay, sorry, Mr Quigley.
We submitted the answers on March the 11th to the department, and there were some amendments that went back and forth for clarification. And as Mr Harris has said, there was in fact some more up-to-date information available.
Tell us how many questions were reviewed and when your final answer to those was actually sent to the department.
That I can't tell you just right now. I have to take that one on notice.
Perhaps
if you take it on notice, will you try and get it back to us before the day of the next Senate Estimates hearing? Otherwise, you see, these answers that come in the day before are of no use to the Senate. And, of course, that's why the government holds them up until then, because they don't want them to be made available to the Senate. And all this spin about accountability is anything but. And it's a deliberate ploy of the relevant minister to make sure that your information to the committee, Mr Quigley, doesn't reach us. And I invite either Mr Harris or the minister to contradict that.
I'm happy to provide the further advice that Senator Fisher asked for.
Thank you.
As soon as I can.
By later today. Mr Quigley, if NBN Co were to cease operations tomorrow, what would the exposure of the taxpayer be?
That's not a question I've contemplated, Senator.
All right, well, let's unpack it. You've told earlier you've indicated to this committee in the past that NBN Co is reliant on equity injections from the government.
That's correct.
So, how many equity injections have you had thus far, and how many have been promised?
Okay. There's a total of 260 million in equity injections that have taken place so far. I think that was probably 5. I can check on that, but I think it was 5. Five
Sorry.
separate occurrences for a total of 260 million.
Mm-hmm. So you've received those equity injections of 260 million thus far?
That's correct.
All right. Has the government indicated to you that there will be any further equity injections, and if so, how much?
There is one that is we expect to be paid within the next week or so of another 52 million, which would take us to 312, and after that we haven't had any detailed discussions on particular equity injections after that point.
So as of 15 April we were at 212 million, and as of
260.
Today we're at 260.
No, as of 15 April we were at 212 million, and you're saying by next week you will be at 312 million,
That's correct.
Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, now beyond that, have you been promised any further equity injections by the government?
No, I believe there is an appropriation in the government's documents for a much larger amount of money, but in terms of details of dates or particular amounts, the answer is no.
If I can just ask, I assume that you're referring to the $2.06 billion in the Australia Fund, Building Australia Fund? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm not sure that Mr Quigley would know where the government's appropriations are coming from off the top of his head.
No, but Mr Quigley just mentioned that there's a much larger allocation.
I'm referring to the 7th of April 2009 government announcement.
Well, okay, well that's interesting because, of course, on 7th of April the Minister announced that the government would make an initial investment in the network of $4.7 billion. All we've been able to find in the budget papers, and perhaps maybe the Minister can clarify, is in the portfolio special account, and this is in the finance portfolio budget statements, an allocation of $2.062 billion for mothers relate to eligible national broadband network mothers. Now, Minister, is that to be used for straight equity injections to the NBN, or will it be used, for example, to pay interest on future NBN borrowings?
Yeah, look, I think the Treasurer indicated in his budget speech this year that the government has funded the NBN.
I hope so.
We're making allocations. We haven't, at this stage, finalised all of our considerations following the McKinsey's report. So there is information that isn't available yet because it's not finalised by the government's
So you haven't made a
considerations.
decision yet as to how you're going to use the $2.062
No, Mr.
billion?
The way it works is that the NBN Co request or indicate that they have a purchase project cost that they need, and we then inject the equity. But $4.7 billion is the initial investment in last year's budget papers.
Which you haven't made yet.
Well, as I said, we supply the money on
As a needs
request,
basis.
on a needs
Okay.
basis.
Well, Mr. Quigley, okay, well, hence my question. Like you've answered to Senator Fisher, how by next week you expect to have received from the government $312 million in equity injections. How much of that money have you spent to date, and how much have you committed to moving forward? And finally, have you made commitments beyond the $312 million in equity injections that you've
Some of that goes to some quite sensitive commercial issues. Mr. Quigley may want to detail some further information, but he may be constrained by some commercial issues. So
I think it's a reasonable question how much has been spent, given the government is not forthcoming in telling us how much in equity injections they're prepared to make
there is an
available
annual report
this financial year.
There is an annual report.
Maybe we can
like
let
all
maybe we can
governments-
let Mr.
like
Quigley
all,
have a
no,
crack
I'm
at
not going to let
giving
you
an
get away
answer.
with making wildly erratic assertions.
I'm not
Senator
making any
Cormann.
assertions. I've asked a question.
And there is an
Senator.
annual report which is tabled, which will be tabled in accordance with all the relevant
We're asking
regulations.
No, let's just ask a very... I mean, I've asked a specific
So-
question. Why don't we let Mr Quigley answer? How much has been spent today?
Then
How
ask
much
a
is
question and
committed?
don't make wildly erratic and erroneous assertions as part of your question.
That's
And,
not
I'm-
assertion at
and then
all.
I won't need to.
It's a very simple
Then I
question.
won't need to correct you,
It's
and
a
Mr
very
Quigley
simple-
will be able to answer your question.
He's received $312 million in equity injections. How much has been spent? Can you share that with us?
If I perhaps, Senator, can answer the latter part of your question first. You asked, do we ever spend above the commitment we have? The answer to that is no.
Okay, so
we will not
the
commit.
maximum exposure then is $312 million. At this
Absolutely.
point.
We won't commit the company above the amount that we have equity injections into the company for. But of that, we have, up to date, we have spent certainly not a huge amount of that, in a region of around $50 million up to as of the end of April.
And how much is committed in over the next 12 months? Beyond the 50 million?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but
Will you be able to provide that or
we
not?
keep each month. In fact, we bring to the board a futures commitment. So, in other words, we look very hard at not just what we spent in terms of what has hit the P&L of the company, the expenses of the company, but also what we are forward committing to. So, at no time do we ever get to a position where we're committing more than we have equity available to us.
So you've spent 50 so far, roughly.
Yes.
What on, Mr Quigley?
The running costs of the company.
Can you detail those, please?
We have this goes on salaries, on work we do.
Can you
contracted
break
work.
that up for us?
We can. I'm sure we can provide that information from the company. I'd need to get our chief financial officer to do that.
Now,
You've spent that $50 million on running the company. You've spent it on salaries,
Yes.
on what? Leasing offices?
As you would expect, yes, leasing.
What
office. On work we place with contractors to get buildings done. We've spent it on standing
so constructing your premises?
constructing the work that's going on, for example, in Tasmania.
How much have you dedicated to rolling out the NBN in Tasmania?
It's not a question of we dedicated any particular amount to it. We have an equity injection, as you know, from the government for $100 million for Tasmania.
How much of the $50 million have you spent on rolling out the NBN in Tasmania?
I couldn't tell you that number off the top of my head.
You have the Chief Financial Officer with you today. Perhaps he can come to the table and assist us.
Do not.
It is estimates, after all.
So just let me understand this, Mr Quigley. You're here by yourself, are you, from NBN Co?
Oh, no, I have Mr Macaulay with me.
And Mr Macaulay is...
Cheers, Mr Macaulay, but you're not Chief
Yes, I know
Financial
who.
Officer.
I can see him. What's his role?
He is here dealing with all of the issues around liaison with government. He's based here in Canberra, which is why
I
he's
thought
here with
Mr
me.
Kaiser would be
He
here
does.
for the amount you're paying him, liaison with
Mr
government.
Macaulay
You'd
works
have
for
him
Mr
here.
Kaiser.
Sorry?
Mr Macaulay works for Mr Kaiser.
So, on notice, Mr Quigley, you will inform the committee of the amount of the $50 million equity spent thus far, how much was spent on rolling out the NBN in Tasmania, correct? You'll provide that on notice?
We should be able to do that, yes.
I would hope you would be able to itemise what you've spent the money on thus far. What else have you spent the $50 million on thus far?
If I could just add to Mr Quigley's answer, as you're probably aware, Senator Fisher, the Tasmanian rollout of the national broadband is moving ahead on time and on budget, as far as I'm aware.
We'd like to ask lots of questions about that a little later.
No, you will, but
Minister.
I'm just going to add to the answer. Given you've asked the question, that...
of Mr Quigley.
No, well,
My question
ministers...
and his
have
time
the,
is limited.
Ministers have the discretion to add information to the answers. As we said, stage 1 contracts in Tasmania, which include backhaul around the state, cost, I believe, $38 million. And I think that is I'm not sure that that's within...
So does that mean that 38 million of the
Yes,
50
well,
million
that's what-
has been spent on
that's-
backhaul in Tasmania? You're
No,
not helping,
I
Minister,
said-
you're confusing.
No, I'm seeking to ensure that
Confucius
you're not
Conroy.
confused. The figures that Mr Quigley are quoting may not include the separate, because Tasmania NBN Co is a separate entity.
Precisely. So you're not assisting, Minister, you're simply clouding the issue. Can I continue
No,
to ask
I'm
Mr
I'm
Quigley
actually
my questions,
seeking to
please?
clarify for the committee's assistance.
You're not doing very well.
Oh, I can't help it if the answers aren't understood. But the Tasmanian project is on track, on schedule, and will deliver the first live services in a few weeks' time in July. And I see it was indicated in one of the newspapers today, and I've been aware of for a couple of days, that the first customers for Tasmanian NBN have been signed by one of the companies that are providing services in Tasmania. A very exciting development, I'm sure you would agree.
Mr Quigley.
Yes, ma'am.
So the 50 million that NBN Co has spent up to the end of April of the 312 equity injection from the federal government or the federal taxpayer, you spent it on running salaries, leasing officers, contractors, rolling out the NBN Co to Tasmania, which may or may not equate to some 38 of the 50 million. What else have you spent it on?
Things such as getting the IT system working, recruitment costs.
Now, you've signed a supply contract with some software people, haven't you?
That's correct.
And how much was that contract?
I believe the total, if I'm going off memory here, was around $20 million.
Yeah, so that's 20 million of the 312. Okay, what else?
There is obviously I talked about salaries, we got contractors, we got facilities, we got travel expenses, recruitment, other employment costs, there's telecommunications costs, we're using some external consultants in places such as HR and program management. There's legal and negotiation support. As you will be aware, we're in some large and complex negotiations, so there's some investment bankers involved. So then there's all the usual things associated with the company, such as insurances and the like.
Do any, if you could, so you're going to provide on notice a breakdown of what
Yes.
NBN Co has spent the 50
so far,
million
yes.
on thus far. Thank you. Do any of the contracts to which you've referred bind NBN Co to expenditure beyond arguably the $312 million? I know you've said in the general context they don't, but how do you know that?
Because we very carefully make sure they don't, Senator.
What happens when staff running costs keep on going?
That's what our financial system does. We
your
make forward
contracts are-
projections.
Do your salary contracts say that if we sort of run out of equity because, like, you no longer have a job?
You run out of a job?
Yes, we look at a forward projection of what the costs are of the company, all commitments that we make. Now, have we done an analysis of the wind-up costs of a company? No, we have not. What we've done is made sure any commitments we've made, whether they're purchase contracts or contracts with subcontractors or contracts for equipment, none of those take us above, in total, none of that takes us above the 260 million equity that has been injected to date.
How can you say that? How can you reassure us as to that, Mr Quigley, when you've just said you haven't done a calculation of what the wind-up cost
Because
would
I'm
be,
making
for
a distinction
example?
there, Senator, between the question you asked, for example, we haven't analysed payout costs for every employee as distinct from amounts of money we have committed to in purchase contracts or supply contracts or any of those types of things.
Just in here, if there's a change of government and the future government discontinues equity injections into NBN,
Yeah.
what is your situation as NBN Co? Do you have exit clauses in your contracts?
Yes, we have this.
Including with your staff?
Yes.
And is there a provision as to what any penalty payments to staff or other contractors would be?
Yes, we can calculate that. I don't have
If
those
you
numbers
could
off the top of my
calculate that
head.
for us and provide that information notice, that would be great. Thank
Yes.
you.
Okay.
You keep going.
That was what I was going to ask. So now it's back to your headline question, really. Sorry, we're just sorting things out.
Okay. Well, so out of what would be interesting for us to know is what your projection is. You've spent 50 million so far out of 312 million in equity.
If I can be, make sure I'm quite precise about it, make sure there's no misunderstandings. You run two accounts. You run an OPEX account and a CAPEX account. And so what I gave you was roughly the 50 million is the OPEX account. There's the costs of the company which we book against the P&L, if you can, which at this stage is no revenue, so of course it's all loss at this point. So it's expenses which we're accruing. We then have a CAPEX account for things such as in building in Tasmania, which you need to pay cash. So we look at both the cash, we look at the balance sheet, we look at the P&L.
Yep.
And things obviously balance, but what I can absolutely assure you is, with the exception of the kind of, if you like, wind-up activities of paying out salaries, we make absolutely sure we commit nothing in the company above the equity injections we've got. In fact, we already have a reasonable headroom between the total commitments of the companies and the equity injections we have so far.
Out of the 50 million, how much of it is capital expenditure and how much of it is recurrent expenditure?
Okay, there is about 50 million of OPEX, and there is, I think, about 17, perhaps 20 or so of CAPEX.
So that's 70 million?
No, but what we're talking about, well, that's the total, if you like, commitments, but not all of, in some cases, some of that OPEX is obviously being accrued into the balance sheet. So it's not, we've got to look both at the cash and the P&L and what's sitting on the balance sheet. But what I can assure you is the company has not committed more than we have in equity injection.
Sure, but at this point in time, as you've just said, you're not generating any revenue. That's right.
That's correct.
So your recurrent liabilities are essentially a straight-out loss against your
That's correct.
on your balance sheet. You've made some capital expenditure commitments. I guess what we're trying to ascertain, you've had $312 million in.
260.
Well, 260 so far, but there's a commitment that by next week or whatever, you will have received $312 million in equity injections. You are really dependent on either this government or future governments continuing on with those equity injections, aren't you, until such time as you are actually able to generate a revenue. That's self-evident, isn't it?
To get the network built, absolutely. We're dependent on the government making equity injections.
So then the question becomes, we've obviously got an election, by the end of the year. Presumably that is something that is on your risk management register as a company, I assume, isn't it? What would happen in the context of a change of government?
It's really not up to us to speculate on changes in government, Senator. We just make absolutely sure we don't get ahead of the commitments we have from the government for equity.
But and the important bit there is, and you've already confirmed, all of your contracts have got exit clauses in them. That if government policy towards equity injections were to change at any time in the future, then you would be able to get out of the contracts that you've entered into. You've confirmed that, haven't you?
What I've confirmed is that we've made no commitment that's gone above the equity that we've injected.
So are you going back on what you've said there? Are there exit clauses or not?
I actually just think you've either misheard or misrepresented, and I suspect it was more misheard.
Let's clarify it,
Senator
because
Corn,
I heard him say yes to exit clauses.
Yeah, I think he was talking about staff.
Yeah, well,
Contracts.
that's staff contracts. Okay, which contracts have got exit clauses in them?
The amount of money in which we've committed in contracts aren't so large that we need to have exit clauses in, but in almost every contract we will write there will be obviously exit clauses, but the fact is we don't need to exit, we don't need to invoke those because we haven't committed.
If there's no further equity injection, how much longer can you go the way you're going? Like having staff
If there's no further.
If this is it, change of government, no more equity injections, Like, how much longer can you go the way you're going until all the money
that
is
is
gone?
a hypothetical that
Well, it's
is not within the purview of you to ask an opinion based on a hypothetical
It's not an opinion at all.
circumstance. It is. You are asking for a hypothetical set of circumstances. I understand why you're doing it, and it's perfectly reasonable. But
It's
Mr.
called risk
Quigley,
in business, Minister.
It's called risk management.
No, I think
for
Mr.
any
Quigley's-
company.
I think he's indicating he's being particularly risk averse. I think is what Mr.
Well,
Quigley
yeah,
has
okay, but
demonstrated
Mr. Quigley
today.
made the assertion
ignoring
that they've not
risk.
committed beyond a certain level of funding available. So I think it's an entirely legitimate question to ask on how he can make that assertion, i.e., if he's not committed a company beyond the equity injection that's available to him at present, then he has to be able to demonstrate how that is so, I would have thought. And, in the scenario where there's no additional equity injections, how will he make sure, Mr. Quigley, and that's a question to you,
Well,
that everything...
Quite straightforward, Senator. If I was to know there was no further equity injections, then I would be taking, and I, together with the board, would be taking some actions now to conserve cash, as any company would.
And how much would it, how much more would you have to spend in order to take that action before you actually...
Well, it's not a matter of spending, it's a matter of we wouldn't be spending. In
So
other
you'd
words,
stop. So 50 plus 20, and then that's...
Well, we just simply couldn't make any more commitments.
If he knew there were no more equity injections.
That's right, and that is the scenario that we're talking about.
Well, a
So-
scenario is a hypothetical,
Well,
just to
it's-
go back to the very obvious, Senator Cormann.
It is not...
But we're happy to entertain
You know
your
that it's not
scenarios.
hypothetical at all.
It is very hypothetical.
That is your wishful thinking, Minister.
Mr. Quigley, how can you know that you have not committed NBN Co beyond the $312 million equity injections if you don't know the costs of winding up NBN Co?
Because, as I said, Senator, with the exception of those, if you like, payout of the salaries, we have very carefully plotted, charted, and we report to the board every month the total commitments that the company has made. Now, what I'm saying is, off the top of my head, I am fairly confident, even if I included those potential payouts, we still wouldn't have an issue. But I wouldn't take that, wouldn't say that categorically, because I simply haven't looked at the scenario of winding up the company. I haven't looked at that scenario.
So how can you say, if you haven't looked at it and you don't know what costs are... Do you know what costs are involved in winding up the company? You've talked about
I think
exit
Mr. Quigley's
clauses
answered
for
that when he
staff.
said he hasn't considered it. So by definition, he doesn't know
So
those costs.
therefore, how can you say that if NBN Co were to wind up, there would not be commitments beyond the government's equity injections of
Because it's my opinion,
$312 million?
We can look at it as an opinion because I know what commitments we've made and I know what this average, I know what the salary bill
But
is on
you
a monthly
said you
basis.
don't, because you don't know what the wind-up costs are.
Well, I haven't looked in detail at that scenario.
He's giving you an opinion, and he said he'll take on notice.
So have a look at it in detail if you...
You're providing us a wind down cost in
no.
notice?
Wind up.
That's
Wind up.
not
Wind
what
up.
he said.
Wind up.
That's a nice try, Matthias, but it's not what he said.
Well,
No, it was a
might be a
question
good
I'm
idea to
asking.
have that one in the back of your pocket, Mr. Quigley, just in case.
So, Mr. Quigley, would you care to say one more time how you think you can say, on the one hand, that NBN Co is not committed beyond the 312 equity injection from the government, and on the other hand, you don't know what would comprise the wind-up costs of NBN Co if it were to wind up? You don't know the nature of those costs, and you don't know the amount of those costs.
Yes. Because what we have logged very carefully is every commitment that the company is making in terms of, as I said, in terms of purchases, in terms of contracts.
Are wind-up cost commitments in your language?
No, in the language I've just used there, in terms of the commitments the company is making, the wind-up cost per se, no, I don't include in that. But I'm only giving you an opinion that if I looked at the largest costs associated with such an event would be paying out salaries, in my view, and probably
How do you
paying
know
out
that?
subleases. So I can only tell you that I think we'd be well covered, but I haven't done that analysis in detail. I have not contemplated winding up the company, the costs associated with winding up the company.
Mr. Quigley, just as an aside, how long is your contract?
I'm not sure I can answer. I don't think it has a fixed duration, Senator.
What about
an exit clause?
What about Mr. Kaiser? Do you know?
I can't.
You're living for the day you get a chance to press that button, aren't you?
I'm not.
You've got to move on in life.
I'm not sure we have a fixed duration contracts. We have a notice period generally for the employee to give the company notice and for the company to give the employee notice.
So what's that? Just as a
In my case, I believe it's 12. I believe I'm once again going from memory here. I believe I need to give the company 6 months' notice, and I believe the company needs to give me 12 months' notice.
okay.
So, Mr. Quigley, you think that the wind-up costs would comprise paying up staff, and you mentioned something about leases.
Clearly, we've entered into leases for property, which, of course, you can always sublease property.
And what else?
But we haven't looked at that in detail, Senator.
What else would comprise wind-up costs in your view?
If, for example, we had ordered some material, if I'm projecting forward in the future, that material was in the pipeline on its way to us, we would probably have to pay for that material. We'd have to pay out all of the receivables that we have, so it's just the usual, and then there'd be legal expenses with winding a company up.
The contracts that you have that NBN Co has entered into, are you able to provide the committee with what would be, we can call them exit costs or pre-termination costs if NBN Co were to terminate those contracts early?
I'm not sure I can, Senator, because in some cases you're entering into commercial arrangements with a company, and they're under contract and under. Just wouldn't be sensible business sense for us to make that publicly.
All right then. So
knowledge.
So can you give us an example of what might be an early termination payout for one of those contracts without naming it?
In terms of that, they're talking about if we had ordered an amount of material.
I'm being more general than that. I'm being, for example, the contracts to roll out the NBN Co in Tasmania. For example, your software supply contract that you talked about, that one costing $20 million.
Yes.
What if some of those sorts of contracts were to be terminated by NBN Co early? What would be the payout consequences?
That would be a function of what we'd already paid, what work was to be done, and what was in the potential termination clause. I'd need to look at those contracts individually to make that determination. They will vary from contract to contract, depending on how far you are along in the provision of goods or services that you've contracted for.
Mr. Quigley, rightly or wrongly, and whether you agree with this or not, the opposition's announced that they won't be going ahead with the NBN. Now, in the event, and Senator Conroy would think it's a long event, but never mind. As a business manager, you must be conscious of if the thing does come to an end. Do you have enough money to pay out the contracts that Senator Fisher's talking about? Do you have enough money to pay out staff contracts and that sort of thing? That would seem to be part of your normal commercial risk management obligations.
We are making sure, Senator, that, as I said, we're making no commitments that are above the equity injection we got. And my judgment at this point, sitting at this table without doing a detailed analysis of it, is that the company would have enough cash in order to execute that. But I guess I had also assumed if such an eventuality would take place, this being a GBE, that the government would make sure the company could be wound up if that was the government of the day's choice to do so. It's not something I've spent a lot of time being too concerned about.
Well, it's in the context of the commitments that are being made. Can they be paid out if you're starved of money?
Well, I'd say largely yes, but being a GBE, I assumed the government would do whatever it needed to do under those circumstances.
But just, Minister, Mr Quigley has said that he expects further equity injections, and of course, and he referred to your press release of 7 April 2009, where you stated the government would make an initial investment in a network of $4.7 billion. Can you point us to where in the budget we can find that $4.7 billion committed?
I think the Treasurer's budget speech.
We can't find it in the budget papers. So if you can assist us, it might be mentioned in the speech as a commitment, but we can't find it in the budget papers, the actual balance sheet. So if you can assist us, that would be really good.
I think certainly the 2.4, I think, is...
that's the money that came out of the communications fund.
Yeah.
Okay.
4.7 billion was the initial investment, and that was in last year's budget papers.
4.7. Well,
was in last year's.
Well,
budget
if it was
papers.
in last, given that there's been an injection of 312 by the end of next week, or there will be one, the money must still be on the books somewhere. Can you point us to where in the budget papers this year? So what we've got last year, 250 million was allocated, and that's page 410 of last year's budget papers. 250 million. For the regional backbone black spots program, and then you've got the 2.45 billion which you've just mentioned, which came out of the communications fund. There's still $2.25 billion which we can't find. Is that to be funded through borrowings, or is that going to be cash at hand from government?
Well, as I think you're aware, in fact, you're even claiming a saving on our borrowings.
Sorry?
I think you're aware that you're even claiming a saving on our borrowings. So you've obviously found some information, or you've made some calculation. You've claimed a $2.4 billion saving.
No, I've not claimed
on
$2.4
government
billion.
borrowings. Mr. It wasn't Mr. Abbott. No, sorry, it wasn't Mr. Hockey. It was Mr. Roll.
You can throw as many red herrings as you want, Minister. I want to know
You've claimed
where in the budget can I find the $4.7 billion, which you've said in your 7 April press release would be the initial investment by government into the NBN. Where can I find it in the budget papers? Because
we asked Mr. Harris that. He's obviously well skilled with these things.
The government has made provision in the budget papers for funding of the NBN.
How much?
It appears in the department's PBS statements.
Okay.
What page? Can you just give us the page? And the line, perhaps we're a bit slow over here, so...
You'll find it on page 47, Schedule 3.2.8.
Page 47.
So, where can I see...
Page 47, Schedule 3.2.8, investments accounted for using the equity method. You'll see multiple billion-dollar allocations across those lines there. They include other investments that are made, but it doesn't...
Sorry, give me the specific number you're looking at.
You'll see a line, the second line down, starts out estimated actual 2009-10.
Yes.
It includes a figure of $3.9 billion.
Yeah.
Included within that, equity accounted for, is the investment.
How much? In that 3.9, how much of...
We'll take that a notice and break that down for you.
But it's quite consistent with the Minister's advice. So equity accounted within the department's accounts, and it goes on. But that includes, I might note, includes preceding year investments, obviously, because we haven't paid $3.9 billion this year. And it includes the future allocations that are where the government has made provision in those accounts for investments in the NBN.
Does this relate just to NBN, or is
No,
this...
no,
as I said,
includes...
what other... Just give us an example
Hang on,
of what
yesterday you were
other...
able to give us a breakdown on the spot. Why would you be so unhelpful, Minister, as to not provide that breakdown now?
It's a matter that the Department of Finance puts together, not us.
So you don't know in that 3.9 how
No,
much...
we do. We have...
We'll get the accurate information for you.
I'm asking Mr Harris. He's just referred us to...
And I can add to any answer at the table. I said we'll take it on notice and give you an accurate breakdown, because there is more involved than simply an NBN calculation.
So, Minister, so we've got... so we don't actually know what that 3.9 billion here is made up of. And then, of course, we also...
You've now asked, and we've said we'll get you the information.
So, and we also have... of course, the $2 billion which is in the portfolio special account for the communications portfolio in the Building Australia Fund. So what's that for? What is the $2 billion? I mean, given that you're pointing me to $3.9 billion here.
No, we said that included in that are NBN-related issues, and we'll get you a breakdown. And we've told you that
not included.
The $2
in
billion.
It doesn't not included. Like, and I'm quoting here. Transfers to the BAF Communications Portfolio Special Account relate. I was
talking about the figure we were just discussing a moment ago.
Well, I mean, so is it 100,000 that's included, or 2 billion, 5? You know, I mean, 5 million. I mean, we really haven't got a clue here.
And the 2 billion or 2.4 billion is detailed there on page 49.
No, I think we're going across purposes now.
I think we might be. That's why I was trying to clarify.
You're not clarifying at all, Minister. You're not clarifying at all.
Well, you will see, Senator Cormann, on page 49 in table 3.2.9. You run your eye down the text. You'll see BAF Communications Portfolio,
Indeed.
the Building Australia Fund. So that the numbers that the Minister referred to earlier in terms of the government's allocation within the Building Australia Fund are listed there.
Yep, I know.
And you'll see them consistent with the numbers that the Minister
that's right.
earlier advised the committee.
So that $2 billion, what is that to be spent on? Is that going to be an equity injection, or is that going to be to cover
this money?
Borrowing, cost of borrowing?
The Building Australia Fund includes both the Black Spots program that the government is committed to, which is the $250 million rollout for Black Spots, and the NBN. And that's the total Building Australia Fund allocation. The numbers I referred to you earlier are the complete investment in NBN. So the BAF doesn't have the full amount of money. There's remaining funds allocated by the government separately, but as I advised you, we will have to consult in detail with the Department of Finance to provide you with that breakup. It cannot be...
Okay, but let's... Okay, so you say that $2.062 billion is not all NBN money.
It includes the $250 million for part of that,
which is
spread over
a component of the
years.
NBN.
And will be contributed, that's right, that asset will move once constructed into the hands of the NBN.
Okay, well, because in the finance portfolio statements, it makes a specific mention that transfers to the BAF Communications Portfolio Special Account relate to eligible national broadband network mothers. So you're saying they also relate to other mothers, is that?
No, I'm saying that's quite correct, what's in the finance portfolio.
The BAF fund is all for the NBN-related matters, of which inside that there is $250 million for the regional black spots. As you know, we were in Perth just last Friday turning the first sod on the Perth to Geraldton link, and we welcomed the support of the Western Australian Liberal government.
Which means we still can't identify the $4.7 billion anywhere then. Because, I mean, you're pointing me to two different areas in the budget. And
No, I think no, I don't. I'm not. I'm pointing to two different references because you asked where the amount of money that the Minister referred to earlier in the Building Australia Fund was, and I pointed out to you where the amount of money allocated to the Building Australia Fund was. But if you want to ask, as you asked earlier, about the complete allocation for the NBN, I referred you to table 3.2.8 and described that we have equity accounted for the investments in the NBN in there. It includes both past investments and future investments, and to provide a breakdown of that will require us to consult in detail with the Department of Finance.
But if
it's quite traditional.
In future, 3.9 isn't 4.7.
Sorry, Senator. No, 3.9 is what we've invested to date. That's an equity accounted asset. That's a lot of assets that have been previously invested by
and it includes other things
previous
other
governments
than the NBN.
That are held within the portfolio.
So it includes things other than the NBN, many other things than the NBN.
Yes, that's correct.
So you're going to get us details of that.
That's what we said 10
minutes
ago.
I understand, but we're still in the same problem situation because you're pointing us to 3.95 billion in 09-10 doesn't tell us anything about where in the budget the $4.7 billion investment.
But in 9-10, as Mr Quigley and the Minister have advised you, in 9-10 the allocation is actually in that 3.2.9, $335 million in the Building Australia portfolio, which will be the amount of money that Mr Quigley has referred to, $300 million, and the amount of money spent to date on the Black Spots program in 9-10. So I can fully give you a 9-10 number, but in the out years, as we go beyond the amount of money in the Building Australia Fund, which is effectively closed at a particular point in time, which is shown in 3.2.9, in 11-12 it doesn't have any more money after that. It does have a small amount in the forward estimates for 12-13, but The NBN remaining money, the further money for the NBN, the many billions of dollars that will be spent in that period, is reflected in the investments accounted for in the equity method on 3.2.8.
Let me ask you a very specific question then. Out of that $3.950 billion,
Yes.
is any of that borrowed money?
Borrowed money.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Is that all? Is that is any of you're talking
the
about?
government funds its entire
happy-
budget with a borrowing program, so I can't. The Treasury can tell you that, but I couldn't tell you that.
I'm happy to
It's money provided
say
to us.
we'll seek to get to double check this, but and sometimes when you're sitting on that side of the table and you're asking a string of questions, you have an agenda of where you're trying to go to. So
I'm trying to understand where the $4.7 billion is. How much of it comes from?
So I'm just trying
cash,
to.
How much of it comes
One of the
from
reasons
borrowings?
it's confused is we're trying to understand what it is you're asking. There is a $2 billion that came across from the Comms Fund, and that is cash. It's not borrowings. And so if I sound confused when you keep saying is there any borrowings involved in the $2 billion? I don't believe so.
I'm not
happy.
talking about $2 billion. I'm talking
I'm
about
happy.
$3.9 billion.
I'm happy to seek, as Mr. Harris has said, some further information to assist the committee. But you keep actually asking about the money in the Comms Fund and saying, is there any borrowings in that? And that's what I think is causing some confusion on this side of the table.
It's not that,
Senator
it's not that confusing.
Cormann.
It's not that confusing. You made a commitment to invest. You made a commitment on behalf of the government to invest $4.7 billion in the NBN. Where is that money allocated in the budget? Now, what we're being told is that it's sort of included in all the other financial asset information. And as I understand it, in 0910, out of the 3
places.
If I can explain myself, Minister, so maybe you can get on with the program. The $3.9 billion in 0910, as I understand it, includes the $300 million odd committed to the NBN so far. So less than, well and truly less than 10% of this year's, of the 0910 allocation relates to the NBN. So what I'm asking, are you saying to me that over the forward estimates, $4.7 billion is allocated across the forward estimates?
I'm saying I don't think I can answer that, Senator. I think
that is the question.
It's an answer for the Treasury or the finance portfolio at that point.
You're actually now.
I can tell you what's in my PBS.
The finance department.
I can tell you what's in my PBS, which is what's agreed with the finance department.
That's what I want to know. What is in your PBS?
Well, I've told you what's in my PBS. Those two lines reflect the investments. The two I referred to
in your portfolio overall.
In our portfolio. Further questions around the budget
financing
allocation are decisions that are effectively taken by the finance portfolio in consultation with the Treasury in constructing a budget.
Okay,
we don't
let me ask the
them.
question another way. How much of the $4.7 billion which was announced by the government has been provided to your department in your portfolio budget statements?
It's reflected in those two
lines.
places I've described to you.
Yeah, but I know. But like we've agreed. You've agreed with me, and so I don't think I'm verbaling you that in 0910, out of $3.9 billion. All that is related to the NBN is $300 million.
That's right.
That's right. So
that's
$300 million out of $3.9 billion.
And that's fully taken from the BAF, which is reflected in 3.2.9.
Which, that's exact. So that comes out of the BAF. So we agreed with that. What I want to know, and in the BAF, there's only $2 billion left. So you're not going to be able to take $4.7 billion out of the BAF moving forward. You're nodding, so I assume that you agree with me.
We can't take 4.7 out of 2 point something. No.
Well, that is exactly. So that's a statement of fact. The question then is, how much is your department short for you to get to the $4.7 billion investment into the NBN that the government has flagged?
We're not short. We're not short a single dollar. The government has assured us in the Treasurer's budget speech and in the budget papers that it has fully made provision for the NBN investment. We're quite confident it's fully made provision in the NBN investment, but I can only answer at this committee. I can only answer for what is in my PBS, and my CFO will advise me what's in the PBS.
Mr. Harris, we're getting somewhere now. So what you're saying is you're confident that the government has got the money.
That's right.
But your department at this point in time hasn't got the money yet. Is that not all of it?
I wouldn't say my department does or does not have the money. I would say I have to consult with the Department of Finance and explain in order to come back and provide you on notice and answer for that equity accounted method. I'm saying somewhere in that line on 3.2.8, there is provision for both the NBN, for black spots, for past investments, for the ABC, for I don't know what. And that's a matter effectively decided by the Department of Finance in constructing a budget, and we would have to consult with them in terms of giving you a detailed answer about where the NBN money is. But answering your specific question, where can this portfolio direct you in this estimates committee with our papers on the table, the answer is I can direct you to there.
Yep.
But if you want a disaggregation, I have to consult the Department of Finance. It is their policy area.
Sure. No. I totally understand. But if I can just summarise, so 300 million out of the 3.9 in 09-10 relates to the NBN, which is a very small proportion, and it comes out of the Buff Communications Portfolio Fund, which at present has got $2 billion into it. So we're still quite a bit of money short to get ourselves to the 4.7 billion. And if on notice you can provide us with information as to how much of that has been allocated to your department so far in your portfolio budget statements, wherever it is included, and how much you are confident or you're expecting to get from government at a future time, that would be great. Now, Minister, in that same press release on 7 April, you also announced that the government's investment in NBN would be partly funded through the issuance of Aussie infrastructure bonds to both households and institutional investors. And in the 2010-11 budget, there's an indication that $300 million of this investment will be financed by...
I know this may seem odd, but it's something you come across when you get to sit on this side of the table, but the financing questions are actually questions for finance and or treasury, and it's even split into two bits between finance and treasury. We do not make those decisions.
So you just put press releases out on it, but you don't answer questions about it.
I think if you look at all the people who attended the press release, the press conference, you'll see that Treasurer Swan was there, Finance Minister Tanner was there, and the Prime Minister. And if you look at the transcript of the conference, when it came to questions around Aussie bonds and financing, they were questions taken by the Treasurer and the Finance Minister. We're not trying to be tricky, Senator Cormann. It's just that's the way
so you don't know.
It's structured. No, what I'm saying to you is the detailed questions you're asking, we're happy to take on notice and seek the information from the Department of Finance. But you throwing up your hands and saying you can't answer these questions is because you're not asking them to the right department.
So
we're
Minister,
happy to get
you're
information
responsible
for
managing the rollout of the NBN, and part of it is to be financed by Aussie infrastructure funds, including $300 million this coming financial year. But you can't explain to us how the Aussie infrastructure bonds will work, can you?
We can give you the answers to your questions, but they are questions of detail that we will seek from the Department of Finance. They're not transactions that are handled by this department.
So you can't explain how they will work?
No, I'm saying to you we'll get you this information, but the transactions, as was demonstrated at the press conference you keep referring to, were questions that were taken by the Treasurer. Financing government expenditure is a finance and, in some cases, Treasury portfolio responsibility,
sure.
Senator Cormann.
So,
I'm sorry if you're not even confused, because that's not the right word. That's just the process by which governments work.
So you're not going to be able to tell us either when there will be further allocations of Aussie infrastructure bonds for the NBN?
No, bond issuance is handled by AOFM and the Department of Treasury.
So you're not part of discussing how your NBN rollout is going to be funded?
No, you're asking a detailed question about when the government intends to issue bonds. The process is, at the moment, there is cash that is available for Mr Quigley to draw down upon his request. You're then asking a separate question, which is a matter for Treasury and Finance, which is what's the bond issuance program? AOFM and Treasury, and to a lesser degree Finance, handle those questions, not us. We can get you that information, but they're not information that is actually managed by this department. So you're actually asking a detailed question.
Thank you for your
and I invite you to go
helpful...
to Treasury estimates,
yeah, sure.
speak to AOFM,
Minister,
and to
you're
finance
the responsible minister,
estimates.
but like that sort of doesn't seem to occur to you.
No,
But
I guess then Treasurer Swan and Finance Minister Tanner shouldn't have come to the press conference from the press release that you keep quoting. These are detailed information about managing government finances. The Department of Communications doesn't issue bonds.
Minister, your department officials at other hearings we've had haven't had any difficulty in talking about these things.
You're now asking about what we might do in the future. And we're
conscious of your government statement that this was going to be a commercial enterprise. There was going to be 49% private equity, and we're interested in this commitment made by your government. Now, the implementation study raises some of those issues, but it was possible for the department to have a conversation with us in other hearings we've had.
Now, Senator Cormann's questions are a little different to the ones you've just posed, Senator McDonald. He's asking about bond issuance, and I'm saying to you, this department doesn't issue bonds. Well, and you're asking about a profile of bond issuance, and that is a matter for AOFM, which is in a separate portfolio. I'm sorry, Senator Cormann.
Well, I mean, this does go.
I can't help you if you don't.
Viability of your NBN proposal and how you propose to fund it. And
it doesn't go to the viability of anything of the sort. If you would like to ask these questions to the appropriate official, you'll get the answers. But they're in a different portfolio.
Well, I think that questions on how you propose to fund your NBN proposal they're quite legitimate questions.
Well, they are legitimate questions, but we are considering the McKinsey's report. We're considering the recommendations within McKinsey's. We'll be discussing with NBN their business case, and we'll be making final decisions on those issues. But you're asking me to answer questions of which we haven't made final decisions.
Mr Quigley, you once said that NBN Co wouldn't make money for 30 years, and then I think...
No, he didn't say that at all. That is an outrageous verballing of Mr Quigley. Outrageous.
And then, Mr Quigley, you indicated that, in fact, NBN would generate a positive return on its costs before the end of the construction period. You were quoted in the Australian Financial Review, where have we got an article by Dominic White and Brian Corrigan on the 21st of April, as saying, our business case, and we have built up a business case, shows three things. For those financial folks, it means we will be EBITDA positive, which is revenue less operating costs, before the end of the 8-year construction period. Now, is that an accurate quote?
Yes.
Okay. Can you provide the figures upon which your comments were based? And in particular, let's start with the revenue. How much and where will you be getting that from?
Those detailed numbers, Senator, are part of the business case that NBN Co has built up, which we will submit in due course to the government. It's not up to us to release those figures.
Is that by the 31st of May?
The government is looking now, obviously, at the implementation study, and we have shared draft information with the government, but we will submit it when the government...
Weren't you supposed to present the business case by the 31st of May?
The 31st of May is the day that the GBE guidelines suggest you do, but if the government would like us to have further discussions, we will do that.
So it's not going to be by the 31st of May?
I can't tell you at this point in time.
Well, are you presenting it by the 31st of May?
We have had a number of discussions with the government on draft business cases as we've been going along. We've kept the government informed of the development of the business case.
So the business case will not be presented by the 31st of May as originally promised?
No, that's not what Mr Quigley has said.
Well, will it be then, Minister?
That's a matter of some discussions, but don't verbal Mr Quigley.
Well, either it is or it isn't. Is it going to be by the 31st of May as you promised?
We are in discussions with Mr Quigley about that at the moment.
All right, well, I won't take that further. But while we're at it, The implementation study was
Senator,
always...
can I finish on the business case? Thank you. Mr Quigley, you've said it was a correct quote of you in the Financial Review, and the quote in the Financial Review says, "Our business case, and we have built up a business case, shows three things." Now, you haven't called it a draft business case. You've told the populace that NBN's, you've said our business case, and we have built up a business case, shows three things. You then went on to say you'll be EBITDA positive, revenue less operating costs before the end of the 8-year construction period. I'm asking you, what will your revenue be? Where will you be getting it from? And then I want to ask you, what will your operating costs be?
And as I've said, Senator, I'm not at liberty to make that information public. I was giving a...
But you told the world, according to the Financial Review, and I'm not verballing you because you've said, yes, that was a proper and accurate reflection of your comments. You told the populace, as reported in the Financial Review, our business case. Why can't you tell this committee?
Well, I can repeat exactly the same words, Senator, but I wasn't asked, and nor would I have answered on that particular event, if somebody had asked me for the details of the revenue breakdown and the details of the cost breakdown.
That's pretty clever. You're talking about our business case. We have built up a business case, giving the impression that your business case is done and dusted, and now you're telling this committee your business case is in draft, and so you can't tell us about it.
No, I'm saying we have a business case, and we have a draft overall 3-year business plan, of which the business case forms part. That draft we have shared with the government. We are in discussions, and as you would know, Senator, there's some issues that the government has yet to decide on.
So is there a difference between a business case and a business plan?
Yes, we have an overall, as part of the GB guidelines, to provide a 3-year corporate plan. And embedded in that 3-year
And is that what
plan,
you refer to as your business case?
No, we then have a business case, which is it's a financial model of all of the financial outcomes you would expect, with various assumptions in them. And business cases, as usual, for all entities, undergo constant revision and refinement, year by year. In fact, in some cases, quarter by quarter. In the commercial world I used to be in, we refined the business cases quarter by quarter. So there's nothing unusual about this, and what I was giving...
So why is it secret?
Look, if I could just to save maybe another hour of questions, the government will not be releasing the business plan.
Mr Quigley has told us about a business case and a business plan.
3-year corporate plan, Senator.
He's given some headline indications.
Mr Quigley.
I repeat, the government will not be releasing the business plan. It does not release the business plan of Australia Post. It never released the business plan of Telstra, and it is absurd to suggest or even think it's going to happen that the business plan of NBN Co will be released publicly by the government.
The business case that Mr Quigley was happy to tell the world about, as reported in the Fin Review on the 21st of April. I'd be happy to know about the business case.
I'm happy to repeat those same words at the same level of detail, Senator, that I gave publicly. What I'm not happy to do, I wouldn't have been at that event, and I can't here now give the details behind that, to quote all of the figures that build up that conclusion. What I was
Can you provide them on notice?
No, I can't.
Why not?
Because that's a matter for the company to provide to the shareholder, and the shareholder to decide what it does with it.
So...
It's not happening.
When will you provide that data to the government?
As I've said, we have provided draft business cases and overall plans, but there are still some issues that are under discussion with the government, as you would know, as the government considers the implementation study, and they have an effect on the overall plan.
So you've said accurately quoted that NBN Co will be EBITDA positive before the end of the construction period. When exactly?
I've said it's before the end of the construction period. We haven't released the dates.
He's not been more specific.
Exactly, according to your sums, to which we can't be privy because they're in draft and you're kind of talking to the government, the shareholder about them.
You're not going to be privy to them today, tomorrow or next week or after we receive the business plan, Senator Fisher. I don't think I can be more
exactly?
direct than that.
When exactly what, Senator?
When exactly will NBN Co be EBITDA positive?
I'm not prepared to answer that question, Senator. And I didn't
So you
answer
don't
it.
know?
No, it's a different
That's a matter that he will provide the information to the government, as he's already said, and it's up to the government to decide whether it wants to release that.
Okay, Mr. Quigley,
Senator Fisher.
you're quoted as going on in the Financial Review article. Second, we will recover our yearly costs, including capital costs, within a few years after the end of the construction period. This means we will be net income positive for that period. What are your estimated yearly and capital costs?
I can't release that to you.
That would be information for the shareholder, Senator Fisher.
And I guess I'll
it's
get
up to
the same
shareholder.
answer, Mr. Quigley, to the question of how many years after the end of the construction period will those costs be recovered by NBN?
You're correct. They're all details of the business case, which we will be providing to the shareholder, and the shareholder will decide what it wants to do with that.
All right. You're quoted as continuing. Thirdly, we will be building the project so that we can repay all the government's equity contribution within the normal life of a telecommunications project, which is a 20 to 30-year period. On what projected equity contribution is NBN Co basing this assessment?
That would be information that Mr. Quigley would discuss with
Mr.
the
Quigley?
government. That will be,
Can Mr. Quigley
and then it will be up
answer,
to the
Minister?
government to decide whether it's going to. And I've given
I'm
you a
feeling the
clear
big hand of government all over this.
You're
at
feeling
taxpayers' expense.
the 100% shareholder. An annual report will be tabled as one
Taxpayers
was
have got to be happy
as
about
one
this,
was in
not.
September last
Mr.
year.
Quigley, can you
and
answer the question,
this is information that Mr. Quigley will share with the shareholder.
Minister, you talk under wet cement. Mr.
I
Quigley.
learned from listening to you.
Minister,
Mr.
remember the
Quigley.
shareholder is all of us, the taxpayers of Australia. And we really are entitled to know
is a
how our
nonsense.
money is being spent.
It is a nonsense. You can ask about individual items.
Mr. Quigley.
It is a nonsense that neither Telstra, Australia Post or any other government GBE puts out its commercially sensitive business plan. It's a nonsense.
But who's the competitor in this case that you're worried about?
We are in some complex negotiations, Senator.
And so the government will not be putting out the business plan any more than it plans to put out the Australia Post business plan or would have contemplated putting out the Telstra business plan.
But they all have competitors. This one won't have a competitor.
You can all jump up and down and try and pretend that this is some outrageous piece of government cover-up or anything else you want to
Absolutely.
describe it
You
as.
picked it in one.
But it
You
would
are
just
spending
be an
taxpayers'
embarrassing
money
waste
in
of
getting
your
this going.
time. If you have questions for Mr. Quigley,
Mr. Quigley, I
that
do.
not go
Mr.
to
Quigley?
these issues,
Can Miss,
please ask them.
I just know we're going to morning tea at 11:45, so
I
we've
would
got a
hope
couple
to
of questions
finish
before
this
then.
issue
We'll go.
before morning tea. Mr. Quigley, on what projected equity contribution is NBN Co basing your third assessment? Can you answer that question?
I can't answer that. I can tell you that we have made an assumption of an equity contribution.
And what is that?
I can't tell you that, Senator.
Terry McCrann.
Well, it'll be at least 4.7 billion, presumably, wouldn't it?
I could assure you, yes, it's at least 4.7 billion. That much I can say.
Terry McCrann thereafter went on to comment, Business Day in the Herald Sun, 28th of April, talking about your good comments, suggesting that you misspoke a couple of weeks ago when you told, I think, Senator McDonald that NBN Co wouldn't make money for 30 years.
I'm sorry if I can correct that, Senator.
And then clarified it
If I
by
can correct
saying,
that, what I said was I don't think I was clearly understood.
Thank you. Now, of that, Mr McCrann says, well, that sounds okay. And he's saying it's okay that you're saying NBN Co would generate a positive return on its cost before the end of the construction period. Well, that sounds okay, says McCrann, except for the fine print. Quigley was saying it would be EBITDA positive, that it would be in the black before you took out those four little letters, IDA. The devil is actually in the IDA, the interest, the depreciation and the amortisation. So Mr McCrown goes on to say NBN will be in the black before the interest, depreciation and amortisation. Big, very little deal. How big will your operating costs be?
If I could just comment
Quigley?
on that first, I think Mr McCran probably ignored the second part, which you've quoted, in fact, that we would be cash flow positive and net income positive some time after the end of the construction period. So
And you won't tell us when?
Well, I can't
Senator
tell you
Fisher,
when.
we're due to go to morning tea. Can we let Mr Quigley answer this question and then we will go to morning tea?
I'm
Thank
hoping
you.
to finish
Senator-
this issue, Chair.
Mr Quigley, no, we're going to morning tea. Mr Quigley.
Yep. So I made 3 statements which I was prepared to make at that time, Senator, which is that during the construction phase we would be EBITDA positive, that shortly after the construction phase we would be EBIT positive, which means we'll be cash flow positive, net income positive, and when you do an overall calculation of the overall return to the government, that the company could return the government's equity within the normal life of a project such as this. They're the 3 statements I made. I wasn't prepared to go into any more detail if I had been asked, and of course, as I've said, the details of that business case we will supply to the shareholder.
How big will the interest, depreciation and amortisation be relative to other aspects of EBITDA?
The depreciation and amortisation, they of course depend...
And interest, don't forget
And
interest.
interest,
Don't
that-
forget interest.
Senator-
Taxpayers are going to be
Senator
bleeding
Fisher-
big with this.
If
Senator
Mr
Fisher.
Quigley could finish his answer and then we get to morning tea.
Fair comment.
Those ratios depend on the ratios of debt to equity. Okay, so we believe that it is quite possible to tap debt markets at an appropriate time given the financial viability of the business case we have. So I can't answer that question either at this point in time because that's subject to a number of decisions which have yet to be made by the shareholder.
We resume
Thank
after
you.
morning
Okay.
tea.
The committee will
Chair.
suspend for morning tea and resume proceedings at 2 minutes past 11, and I should indicate that Senator Ludlam will get the call after morning tea. We'll go to Senator Ludlam.
Thank you, Chair. I think maybe I'll give you finance questions a break for a little while and ask about the actual rollout of the network.
What a good idea.
We could try it. I will come back to some of the financial stuff a bit later, but I'm interested, firstly, there's a Greenfields bill parked in the Senate at the moment that hasn't proceeded, but I'm interested to know...
It's in the reps, I thought, the Greenfields.
We haven't seen it yet. Okay. I'm just interested to know in the interim, while that legislation is stalled, what your thinking is around installation of fibre into subdivisions and housing estates that are being built now or in the near future.
We're looking at that right now, Senator, to see what we can do. We understand that there's the legislation is still working its way through, and until we know where that ends up, little hard for us to judge, but we are now investigating what it's possible for us to do sensibly in greenfields areas, at least in terms of physical plant that we could get in there.
Yeah.
So that's an investigation that's going on right as we speak now.
Okay. So I understand that you've not been up and running all that long, but there are obviously housing subdivisions and estates being ploughed into the ground right now.
Yes.
I asked this in the select committee and the department wasn't sure. How much is being built at the moment that we're going to have to go back in the next 12 or 24 months and retrofit?
In terms of new estates?
Yeah.
That I don't have the numbers on with me.
Okay.
But we are, in fact, as part of the exercise I just mentioned before, we are trying to get a plot on every new greenfields estate and multi-dwelling unit that's going up, just to see what we can possibly do. There's also places, for example, such as in the Pilbara, which there's new facilities going in, and we're looking at those as well.
I think I've got something you would add to the answer. As you know, we think it's important to get the legislative framework in place in order to provide certainty to all the stakeholders. That's why I recently wrote to the opposition through their shadow spokesman, seeking agreement to pass the bill in a timely fashion.
Is the Greenfields bill? Or
however, the opposition has not agreed to this. In fact, in the Senate committee report on this bill, the opposition indicated it was not willing to assist with expediting passage of the bill. We will continue to press our case that these reforms are vital to ensure that people in new estates get access to high-speed broadband. We will continue to press the case that the reforms are needed to provide certainty across the telco and development sector. However, as we've seen with the Competition and Consumer Standards Bill, the opposition is prepared to filibuster to prevent the bill coming to a vote. For this reason, and given the absence of support from the opposition, we'll be proposing to move the legal start date from 1 July 2010 to 1 January 2011.
Okay, I'm aware of the filibuster, having sat through a fair bit of it myself. Do you, Minister, or Mr Quigley, have any idea of what it costs to go back and retrofit a new subdivision rather than at least getting the ductwork and so on in initially?
Well, that's one of the things we're in. I'm sure Mr Quigley's in discussions. I know I've been approached by developers and housing organisations, and while they haven't identified how much it would cost, the discussion around providing ducting is absolutely fundamental to ensuring that the difference between having to completely dig new trenches and start again versus making sure the ducting is available for future fibre, because you would understand there's a backhaul issue that comes with a housing estate. You don't necessarily have access to competitively priced backhaul, and therefore you can't just necessarily connect a piece of fibre to a home because it doesn't actually achieve the objective. So we're very conscious of wanting to ensure that the infrastructure is in place to allow us to put fibre in as we come to those new areas if they haven't had fibre installed at the beginning. So we've been in discussions with my office and myself have been in discussions with housing groups about how to try and bring certainty. But I mean, the key here is the opposition are refusing to cooperate and pass this bill, which makes it creates an enormous amount of uncertainty in the sector, an enormous amount of uncertainty for every stakeholder. When the universal view is that common sense is that fibre should be laid, and then we need the guidelines, the rules, the legislation in place to ensure that we get common standards.
Fibre is a part of it, but I suppose in a sense I'm almost more interested in the ducting and putting the hard infrastructure into the ground as these estates are going in. So you're in discussions, but what's actually happening if we visit the sort of outer urban areas at the moment in cities around Australia? Will we find subdivisions going in that we're going to have to retrofit in a year's time?
Well, depends on, and Mr Quigley may have more to add, but it depends on your definition of retrofit. If the ducting is in place, then you can just put a piece of fibre through the ducting, and that's I just wanted to clarify. You're not talking about actually in that situation. You're saying if they just dig a trench and put a piece of copper in, and then you've got to open up the trench and replace it.
that seems like less of an ask than going back into a subdivision that's only just been put in place and digging the holes.
We would agree with you entirely. Mr. Quigley, would you?
Yeah, absolutely. It just makes perfect sense to put ducting in when the trenches are open.
Right. So I'm trying to work out. You've both said that discussions are underway, but has that been reflected anywhere in the country in activity?
Well, the existing laws require that Telstra provide a fixed line service. I have seen some speculation. Telstra have indicated that they will stop laying copper.
Yeah.
Given the announcement I've just made, I think that leaves a question mark over Telstra's previous decision. I think it was a questionable decision in the first place, given the lead time that is necessary for the lead time that is necessary for housing developments. They don't just make a decision on, first day or second day. These things take a number of years to work their way through planning processes. So the discussions that we've been having with Telstra and with the housing industry are to ensure that a fixed line product continues to be put in place. There is some argument that I've seen that Telstra may decide to put wireless into place. I'm not sure that meets the universal service obligation, and we've been seeking advice on that.
You have. That's where
so we're not going to allow the situation where no trenching and ducting is put in place. If that's your concern, I would share your concern absolutely.
It is. So you won't be allowing Telstra.
We're making some progress with the conversations with the industry and with Telstra, and we don't accept an argument that a wireless service with no trenching is going to meet a universal service obligation. But we are in discussions with both Telstra and the industry about how we can resolve this issue.
Did the moving of the legal start date for the greenfields, was that an announcement that you've made previously that I've missed, or are you making it right here?
What I just announced.
Well, okay.
There you are. Breaking news in Senate Estimates. You always want fresh news in Senate Estimates. You just got it.
And such a bombshell as well.
But no, look, it comes back to, I know you're genuinely interested in the deployment of this issue as opposed to some other senators.
I'm interested in not coming back in 12 months' time and digging holes.
And neither is Mr. Quigley or NBN Co, and neither are we. And it's just very frustrating for some people in this building to think that even if you agree or disagree with the NBN, that anyone is still going to be laying copper in 2 years' time or 3 years' time or 4 years' time. This is a nonsense argument where you can't justify laying copper into the future. You just can't do it when you've got an alternative like fibre.
Okay.
Sorry if...
we've moved on.
We have moved on.
Just quickly, give me a one sentence.
Because the opposition have refused to cooperate, and we've written to your shadow minister.
Got all that.
We'll defer the start date from the 1st of July to the 1st of January.
That was obvious to everybody except you.
This bill could have been facilitated through the Parliament with the cooperation of the opposition, but in their usual oppose everything approach, unfortunately, it's not going to be possible, which creates great uncertainty in the sector, creates great uncertainty for people who want to have certainty about what's going to be in their premises when they move in. I mean, this is entirely at the feet of Tony Smith and the Abbott opposition, which are just blindly opposing everything for the sake of opposing. Sorry, Senator Loveland. You had another question, I'm sure.
I've got a couple more. I'm interested to know at what point, Mr Quigley, you're going to be in a position to let people know whether which of the 3 cohorts that were identified in the implementation study they will be in. So being parochial for a moment, coming from Western Australia, I presume there's going to be large areas of the map in WA where fibre won't go. How soon will you be in a position to either provide detailed mapping or some kind of model or indication to people in the Pilbara and the Kimberley, for example, as to whether they'll be getting a fibre service or one of the other forms of service?
We're having those discussions with the government at the moment, and I think it's up to the government then to decide at what point it releases that information. We're as you would expect, doing successive network architectures and looking at cost-benefit trade-offs of those. So that information is being discussed with the government right now.
I'm sure it is. When will you or
I
Minister
would hope
take
that
this?
we'd have an announcement in the not too distant future about the footprint of NBN Co.
Presumably you'll be rolling that out in phases, or will we get a map of the whole country?
Look, probably a map that indicated. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Quigley. You could potentially, depending on the detail we're able to get, and that's one of the issues we want to make sure we have a detailed announcement. You'd be able to potentially judge whether you're in the satellite footprint,
Yes.
the wireless footprint, or the fibre footprint. We want to provide as much information, and that is a very detailed thing to try and deliver, but that's what we're working towards delivering with NBN Co.
All right.
So you'll actually be able to, hopefully, key in your address down the track and see which of the services of NBN you're going to be able to receive.
What does the not too distant future mean in this context?
Look, it's a question of whether we can pull all of the logistics of a map of that detail together. Quite genuinely, that is quite a large project.
Yep.
You've just got a map. There's just a map we could show, but that wouldn't actually answer the questions that people want to know.
Well, presumably you've done this work, Mr. Quigley, in parallel. McKinsey's have done a very similar map. They've mapped every single address in the country and modelled where the fibre will go and where it might not.
Yeah.
Is how they came to the 93% figure.
That was on some slightly different base in the way in which they did it. We did it from a network design. They did it from looking at geospatial data and to build up a cost model. So, as you would understand, in some cases when you get to the fringes of the fibre, as the Senator has mentioned, it's just exactly where that borderline sits is not so obvious.
Yeah.
So that's why it's not tricky. But in terms of certainly an overall sense of what the coverage will be, which areas we'll be covering with fibre, what the reach is, we should be able to give people a very good view. Now, people who are sitting right on the edges, of course, is this house in it? Is this? I mean, at some point in time, you have to make a decision.
Yeah.
Is this premise in? Is this premise out of the fibre footprint?
Okay, I'm still going to press you. Are we talking days, weeks or months, just for that indicative model, not necessarily house by house?
So it's really up to the government to decide when it wants to make that
As I said,
information
to create what I'm describing is actually quite
I understand
complex.
that, but when you say in the not too distant future, in here, quite frankly, that could mean just about anything.
Yeah, no, look, we are keen for this information to be available as soon as possible, but IT is IT, and making sure that we have a proper working model that can answer the key questions is something like how long's a piece of string. We're working to get it as fast as we can.
But there will be something in the public domain.
Yes.
What about
we intend to put it up on a website so people,
right,
if it is possible to do,
I'm presuming
people can check.
At the very least, a map of an indicative map of the final backhaul map of the country should be available now. Presumably you have that.
We have indications from NBN Co what they think the appropriate architecture for their network is.
All right. You're not going to tell me when that would be released?
Well, we're just contemplating. We'd probably like to release it all at once.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It's not. I said I've got a map I can just put up, but that won't answer people's questions. It'll answer your concerns around backhaul, and I do believe it will answer your concerns around backhaul. But we'd actually like it to do more than that. So it's a question of the functionality of the information we provide. We're trying to use the digital economy to provide as much information as we can.
Right, that will be appreciated, but we're still none the wiser as to when that will be. I guess that was a statement, not a question.
Yes.
Will,
I'm just going to let that go through the keeper.
I'm getting used to it. Will such a map be indicative also of what you intend to bury versus what you intend to hang by overhead cable?
No, not at this stage, no.
All right. I've asked this a couple of times, and nobody seems to be able to provide modelling of the short-term versus the long-term costs of hanging the cable. So in the short term, I understand it's cheaper by.
It's certainly, if you look at trends centred around the world, in Verizon and other places who've trialled both technologies, it's clearly they're largely moving to aerial deployment simply because of the costs associated with that and the speed at which you can do it, and in fact it's considerably easier and you can pre-connectorise a lot more. That doesn't necessarily mean that's the decision that we would make. This is once again an issue we're discussing with shareholder, the government, to look at those trade-offs. But one of the reasons it's almost impossible for somebody to tell you, would this premise be underground, would this premise be aerial? It's not always obvious what facilities are available to put it underground. It may seem so, but it's not always so obvious. And then you have to make a decision. What's the least worst option in terms of drilling underground or going aerial, remembering that the cables, this is not like the hybrid fibre coax cable. It's considerably thinner. It doesn't have big inline amplifiers sitting up.
Okay. Are you able to tell us if, we haven't spoken much yet about the negotiations with Telstra, I'll ask you about the substance of those in a moment, but is it true that if you do come to an amicable settlement with Telstra and are able to access their ductwork, that we will see a lot more of the network go underground than overhead? Is that a fair statement?
I think it's fair to say that there would be, yes, certainly more underground, but I can't comment too much more about what percentage that would be, and there's a lot of factors in there.
All right, without giving too much away, is your shareholder pressing you for the greatest short-term cost savings, which means hang virtually the whole network?
No.
Or are some considerations of long-term resilience of the network and the long-term costs being taken?
We are also, even without any discussions with the shareholder, NBN Co is very concerned about, obviously, the long-term resilience of the network. We've investigated in overseas what their trends are. I will be visiting again with some service providers I know, rather big ones who've got a lot of experience in fibre rollouts, just to try and judge again what their practical experience has been. But that is a very real factor. We won't be making any short-term cost savings at the expense of long-term resilience. We're looking at the overall life of this asset, and it will have a very long life.
Would either of you care to make an announcement now as to the status of the negotiations with Telstra?
No. Other than they're constructive and ongoing.
That's been the line since about last October. So are you able to provide us with an update? Because obviously a lot of this discussion hinges on how those negotiations are going.
I don't think... I can only speak for myself, but I'm sure it's relatively similar to Mr Quigley. I don't think we can add anything more to the public discourse. There's been lots of wild rumours, lots of wild suggestions, lots of ill-informed commentary.
Occasional selective leaks from...
No, not really.
You put all that to bed, Minister.
But I don't think we can add anything to the public discourse at this stage.
Minister, you've given Telstra, I think, until the end of June to come to a negotiated settlement. Otherwise, the Commonwealth is going to walk away. Was that a rumour?
Look, I don't think that's quite what I said. I actually had been saying something along those lines for a number of months. I think I'd identified that I didn't think there would be a lot for us to talk about by the end of June. We've kicked the tyres of each other's models. We've had a test drive occasionally of each other's models. And I think we'd be wasting both Mr Quigley's time, Mr Thodey's time and a whole range of other executives who have been tied up quite extensively in these discussions if we were still going after June. I think that was how I described it. It wasn't a threat to walk away. I did see that it was reported as that, but I don't think I described it as that.
I think some analysts saw it as a hopeful sign that you were collaborating with Telstra in one particular instance or one particular subdivision or area where you were working with Telstra technicians on...
I think we're just in Point Cook.
Right,
we've been
that's the one.
Down in Point Cook in Melbourne. We've been observing.
We have some observer status.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
They invited us to have a look at what they were doing in Point Cook, and we accepted it.
All right. Can you talk us through exactly what's happening down there and what... If your role as an observer, you might not be able to give too much away, but what's that actually about? What's that for?
Retrofitting a suburb.
Yes, they're just looking at doing something which we may be able to learn something from. They're looking at a fibre that's a brownfield and putting fibre in it.
To an estate that has copper at the moment?
I believe so,
Yeah. Okay. There's a major part of the Point Cook development's actually fibre to the home done by someone other than Telstra, and I think that's... a healthy competition has arisen from residents in other areas on Point Cook that have said, well, how come they've got fibre when we don't? And so I think there's a number of issues and information that might be useful to NBN as part of the NBN rollout plan.
Okay, that did seem to be a rather unusual example of collaboration between Telstra and NBN Co, and this is a field that's been relatively free of that sort of behaviour thus far. So what you look surprised?
Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, I think we both Telstra and NBN Co are on the record of saying it would be a good thing for the nation if we can find a reasonable outcome to this, because It just makes good sense. It's an obvious thing to do. I think it's both good for Telstra and it's good for NBN Co. So that's what we're working hard towards.
So if both parties, presumably all three parties, because I'm sure the Minister's looking for just such a settlement, all three parties in furious agreement that this needs to happen, why are we still sitting here in the middle of 2010 without an agreement?
There's very large sums of money involved, and we take a view in NBN Co that this is public money. We would be committing and spending, so we're being very careful with it and making sure that we analyse very carefully the net benefits. And it is very complex. One thing I can quote is the investment bankers who we are using have said this is the most complex transaction they've ever been involved with.
Such a shame we privatised them, isn't it? It would be a lot simpler.
Well, as you know, like yourself, we opposed that, voted against it 5 times, Senator Ludlam.
I recall. I just want to move on to the work that you're doing with local government, if any. One of the earlier rounds of the Select Committee, which Senator McDonald now chairs, we sat in Hobart and heard from the local government authority that they had kind of been left behind. They didn't really know what was going on. They wanted to be on board. They wanted to actually help sell the proposal. They wanted it in their area, but they'd been really left behind. And I'm just wondering how you're working with the local government authorities around the country in the areas where you're going.
Okay, we are have been putting a lot of energy into engaging with local governments, and it is true we don't reach every person in every local government, so it is going to be possible that people will say, I don't know what's going on, but we have had numerous discussions, certainly in the first release sites, with local governments and with, as we said, local communities also. It is true to say, Senator Ludlam, that we get more requests for engagement than we can possibly handle, and that's been the day. In fact, my first day on the job, I was getting requests for engagement, people asking me to spend hours with them, and it is impossible to satisfy every one of those. We do our best, and we have in the last couple of months been ramping up quite extensively our engagement with local governments and local communities. So what I said in the opening statement is absolutely the case.
Who heads that team?
And on the government side, we're also trying to engage as many local councils as well, so that we can engage them with the process, to help have conversations with them about the question of ducting, making sure that the pit and pipes are actually available. And so we're also engaged with the councils in an education program around the country. We started the first one in Perth last week, where we had local councils come along to an information session that I was at, and the NBN were at, and NextGen were at, and the departments, state and federal, were represented. So we're engaging with the councils wherever we can. It is fair to say, as Mr Quigley said, that there is enormous support for the project, and every council wants to be first. And we'd love to be able to make every council first, but by definition, everybody can't be first.
As long as the ones in WA are first.
Understood.
While we're on that subject, can you tell us...
as you know, we can't be seen to favour politicians, so I just need to get your suburb so I know where not to go, because I wouldn't want your pleading to be accused of being special pleading for your suburb. So if you can let us know which suburb you're in, so we can make sure you're last in that general...
I'm in North Fremantle. We're actually very well served. I'm more interested in Jigalong, Port Hedland, Dampier and places like that. Is there a reason why there were no WA sites on your initial mainland rollout? I think you chose 5 sites.
On the first release sites, no, it was really just a question of logistics, and these were, as we said, first release sites in which we were trialling new technologies and new construction practice. It was just a matter of logistics, nothing more than that.
Okay.
No, but I can absolutely assure you we haven't forgotten Western Australia. There's active work going on there, and we are ramping up the team that is in fact doing the community consulting and involvement.
Will you end up with an NBN co-office in Perth?
Oh yes.
When's that scheduled for?
I can't tell you when that is, but it's absolutely our intention to have an office in Perth.
Okay. A large part of this is going to be digging in the backhaul where it doesn't exist, and the other component of the work is the very fine-grained work where you're going from house to house.
Yes.
Can you tell us how you're approaching those two tasks, which are very distinct, and in what way you're thinking about those two tasks? Are they a phase A and a phase B, or is it all going to be happening at the same time?
Well, there will certainly be some overlap in those two tasks, and you're absolutely right, I think, Senator, to describe them as two distinct tasks, because there is a job to be done which is connecting a point of interconnect through the transit backhaul to what we call fan sites. This is where the equipment sits from which then all the distribution of local fibre fans out, and we see those as two distinct things. So we may end up, and we're just developing these at the moment, of looking at those two in two ways. So, for example, the work that's been done on the black hole black spots at the moment, you would categorise in that first of putting fibre in so that you can connect points of interconnect to fan sites. Those fan sites can then be of various sizes, potentially up to roughly 70,000 premises that you would cover in each fan site. So there is two distinct phases of work. We may, in fact, look at them separately and have specialist teams doing the points of interconnect to fan sites, and then specialist teams rolling out, which will be much larger teams, rolling out the fibre that goes out to the premises from those fan sites.
Will you be using old exchange buildings? Is that the idea?
That's a possibility. It depends on how the negotiations
how are they going?
He's being cheeky, Mr. Quigley.
Yes.
Don't be drawn.
One of the issues that's... Oh, sorry, had you finished?
Yes, so it's right. We're looking at that. That's the way, in fact, we're looking at it, and we're using very much a modular approach. So, in other words, when we design fan sites, we have an idealised picture, and then we go and translate that architecture onto the ground. Fan site, what we call fibre serving area, which is around a fan site, fibre serving area by fibre serving area. And there's probably likely to be 700 to 800 of those fibre serving areas across the country.
There's been some reporting in press recently about skills shortages. I think, Minister, you mentioned, or one of you mentioned 25,000 people?
Yes, I mentioned that.
I'm misquoting, that was you.
Mm-hmm.
How much of that, how much local training and apprenticeship work are you undertaking versus the amount of people that we're going to be expected to import from elsewhere?
We are going through, that's an exercise that's underway as well, just at the moment, of looking at all of the training that needs to be done. Now, of course, we expect the large contractors to be doing a substantial amount of training themselves also in things such as areas such as, for example, fibre splicing. So we are doing an assessment now of all of the different training facilities that are available, some of them government-based, state-based, and others private enterprises that do training. We're trying to do that inventory of all the training and trying to dimension the size of the training and the workforce, and so that's going on right now. So it's kind of a supply and demand analysis we're doing right at the moment. I don't have the outcomes of that yet, but we are getting some help in doing that from a particular consulting company.
Can you tell us who that is?
That's Deloitte's.
That is Deloitte's, okay. And when do you expect to have that modelling finished?
I'm not sure. I have to take that one on notice, Senator.
Okay. One of the issues that has also been raised, one of the advantages of copper is that if a storm knocks out the power, you still have a phone. And my understanding is that the junction boxes on the house, where the fibre connects with the house, will be powered. And firstly, I'm wondering whether you've modelled the total energy draw of having all these devices in every house in the country or every premise in the country, what that actually costs us in electricity, and what the backup plans are when power knocks out the fibre. Presumably that knocks out your landline as well.
If I take those one at a time, the device on the home, it can either be on the outside of the home or it can be internal to the home. It's got an optical network termination, ONT, and it converts the fibre into an electrical signal for a phone or computer or whatever. So that could be placed in either location. If it's placed on the outside of the home, it needs to be fed, and it can be fed, in fact, if you're doing a installation coincident with smart metering rollout, you may, in fact, then power that ONT from the line side, the network side of the powering. But in any eventuality, you always have a case in which something could be cut. You could have, if the fibre is cut in the street, the same way as if the copper is cut, your line goes dead. Sure. So there's not much you can do if somebody puts a spade right through a cable. That happens. Now, in the other parts of the network, by the way, we protect it to make sure that no single cut will cut off quite a number of subscribers at once. We're also looking at battery backup for services, so that if there is a power failure, that the phone service can keep going. And they are, frankly, that is the whole question around battery backup is still an open issue that needs some consideration, which we're consulting with the government on. As you would expect.
McKinsey's made a number of suggestions in this direction, and as Mike said, we're consulting with NBN about it to ensure that we have ongoing safety covered.
It might sound like a trivial question, but what's the total energy demand additional going to be on having millions of these devices all over the country?
Yes, we are looking. One of the factors we took very carefully into account in when we were looking at the overall selection of potential ONT vendors is power consumption. And remember, this is a similar device to what you have today of your DSL modem overall, which will sit in the home. So there is a bit of a trade-off there. If you move from DSL onto fibre, there's an exchange there. One thing that is very important to note, Senator, if I can make the point, when you do the calculation of if you were to do this all with wireless, the power differences are huge. Now, why is that? It's because in a fibre network, you're sending a very small amount of energy down a fibre. It's constrained into the fibre, and it's a direct connection. If you're doing this with wireless, you are splaying out all of that power omnidirectionally everywhere. And so you're only picking up a little bit in the antenna. So you have to use an immense more amount of power for a wireless solution than you do for a fibre solution.
There are a number of studies. Professor Rod Tucker has done quite a number of studies measuring the carbon footprint power issue for wireless networks versus fibre networks. So I think you'll actually, if you can track them down, I think you'll actually find there's some very instructive information there, which demonstrates that fibre networks are far more or far less power demanding than wireless networks.
Do you want to provide the committee with your favourite one or two referenced works on notice?
Yeah, we can do it with the IBS study. On that reference, we can certainly...
happy to track it down. So Professor Rod Tucker has done it.
Thanks.
Who's at IBIS?
All right. And it might seem a little bit unfashionable, or maybe this is something that we have to ask Telstra, but presumably there's thousands of kilometres of copper going to be hauled out of ducts. What kind of recycling are we doing the material that's already in the ground?
So there is, just answering that, there has been, as you may know, already a fair amount of reclamation of copper as what are called digital line concentrators have gone out. Like things such as RIMs have gone out because they are fibre fed and then copper from there. When it comes to the copper that may be in the conduit, we are hopeful that if we were to strike a deal with Telstra and we reuse the conduit that they have that's carrying the copper, then that potentially could be used as a lead-in to pull the fibre through into that same conduit. Then it gives you an opportunity to reclaim and recycle the copper.
Okay.
I think Telstra are very keen to do some of that, as the price of copper is now returning to pre-GFC levels, which makes it a very valuable item.
It does.
Yeah, no,
yes.
No, we're just making the point that it becomes a very valuable item.
There was early speculation that most of it would stay in the ground. So that's
if you were, for example, if that for any reason the conduit simply wasn't available, crushed or whatever it was, then it simply doesn't pay to try and remove that copper. It probably would sit there.
It's a literally a
case
by line issue.
Look, my last question, and then I'll hand you back to the Chair, is around security. Again, the Select Committee sometime last year heard evidence from some security specialists who taught the committee some techniques of splicing fibre simply by bending them and putting some kind of device on a backhaul line that allowed you to essentially seamlessly duplicate the traffic that was travelling down the line. They were very interested in, and maybe it was just a sales pitch, but I think it convinced the committee, that there be encryption devices placed at all the key nodes in the NBN. And I'm just wondering what you can tell us about network encryption and security.
Probably very little at this stage, other than it's being looked at very carefully, and we are consulting with the appropriate agencies within the government to make sure we're taking account of all of their advice and requirements on this issue.
That I find curious, given that you're digging trenches in Tasmania and hooking people up already. It's not as though this is just an academic exercise. You're laying the network out.
Yes. But
should I not be a bit surprised that you don't know what the security and encryption is going to be in a network that you're currently building?
No. If I can also say that the most encryption, if you're talking about encryption is one of these higher layer services.
Okay.
So in other words, we supply the layer 2 bit stream, which we protect, and we're interested in the physical security and what you do on that. Going at the next level up is where encryption devices will sit. They'll sit, in fact, above layer 3.
Above layer 3,
Above
so
layer.
there's no, so the whole layer 2 architecture has nothing to say about security. It's
Other than it
holds
it
wires.
absolutely enables it.
Enables it,
It
but
enables
it's not. Won't be your responsibility, or it will be.
We don't. Encryption occurs at the end points of traffic. So you have encryption at one end, decryption at the other end, and we are not the traffic generators or traffic sinks. So we just carry the bits. We can't tell whether the bits that are being carried are encrypted or in the clear. We simply don't know.
Okay, so there's no role for devices at the physical hardware layer 2 level.
At layer 2, no. We're interested in other issues which we're talking to agencies about.
All right, I will probably leave it there.
So
Thanks.
if I could just add to some extra information to the conversation we're having about greenfields earlier.
Yeah.
It is fair to say that Telstra's Chief Technology Officer has identified that he believes fibre to the home is the end game, which is one of the issues that the government takes very seriously. We know that Telstra are rolling fibre out in a number of states. We've just actually been discussing one of them, Point Cook. And as I said, I just wanted to stress this point. We are in active discussions with Telstra about ensuring that we get a sensible solution for all stakeholders. We are keen to ensure that there is a sensible transition period. We're very disappointed at the opposition's desire to, again, just muddy the waters. But we are consulting with ACMA on what is required under the existing regulatory framework. As I said, there is some argument about what can and can't be provided, but to repeat, we are actively engaged with all stakeholders, including Telstra, to resolve this issue so that people do have certainty.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thank
Chair.
you very much, Senator Ludlam. Who are we going to over here? Senator Cormann.
Just going back to your opening statement, your final comments, you asserted that you shared the assessment coming out of the implementation study that the NBN was financially viable. Can I just ask you a couple of quick questions on that? In the implementation study, the internal rate of return is estimated at 6.3% and may range between 3.6 and 8.3%. That's correct, and you're nodding, so that's right. Do you accept that an internal rate of return of 6.3% reflects NBN's capital costs?
Reflects our capital costs.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, you're asking Mr Quigley to comment on the McKinsey's implementation study. Is that what you're doing?
I'm asking him to comment. I mean, like, in his opening statement, Mr Quigley asserted that he shared the assessment coming out of the implementation study that the NBN was financially viable. Yes. The implementation study is based, to justify the commercial viability, the implementation study makes an assumption of a 6.3% internal rate of return. On that basis, and given that Mr Quigley shares the assessment coming out of the implementation study, I'm asking him the question whether he accepts that an internal rate of return of 6.3% reflects NBN's capital costs.
Mr Quigley and the NBN are in discussions with the government about our views and NBN's views on the McKinsey report. The government will be considering all of that when it makes its response to those recommendations, and the conversations taking place between NBN Co and the government are confidential.
So, Minister, here and now, today, you're not prepared to say that the core assumption in the implementation study, which is an internal rate of return of 6.3%, is enough to cover the cost of capital?
No, you're now trying to put words into people's mouths. No, that's exactly what you're doing, Senator Cormann. You are
yes
trying
or no,
to
are you or not?
put words into people's mouths.
You've taken on Mr Quigley's question, so are you or are you not? Do you agree or do you not agree?
The government will receive the business case from NBN Co and we will make appropriate decisions upon receiving that business case.
So
it
could be based on a rate of return, internal rate of return higher than 6.3%.
I'm not going to speculate on the NBN Co's business plan, and as I've said a couple of times, I'm not going to be releasing their report. It would be absurd to suggest that you released Australia Post's business plan.
I take that as a yes. It could be more than 6.3%.
I said I'm not going to comment. And I appreciate your willingness to try to again put words in my mouth, but we're going to give consideration to the NBN Co's views on McKinsey. But those are private discussions between NBN Co and ourselves in the formulation of government policy.
Well, Minister, the reason I'm asking the question is in the implementation study, the estimated NBN after-tax capital cost are 20% in year 1, 15% in year 5 and 8 to 9% in year 11. And your costs of equity were also estimated between 15 and 25% in year 1.
This is McKinsey's report you're quoting?
Page 369.
No, you're quoting McKinsey.
Page 369
no,
of
you
the
said
implementation
your.
study.
So I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Okay, but that is what you're basing your
report.
justification on.
This is the McKinsey's report to us, which has made a string of recommendations which we're considering.
So, Minister, you are not prepared to stand by the proposition that the viability of the NBN is based on a 6.3%.
I think the McKinsey's report demonstrates that the NBN Co project is financially viable. And importantly, based on an assumption that you don't stand by, based on an assumption that you're not prepared to... No, I'm not going to be commenting on the individual assumptions within there. We've had 84 recommendations for us to consider. But what I repeat is that the McKinsey's report demonstrates that even without a Telstra agreement, the NBN Co is financially viable and, importantly, affordable for Australian internet users.
Mr Quigley, in the undertaking that you're seeking from the ACCC, can you guarantee that NBN Co will not seek a higher rate of return than the 6.3%? That is the assumption in the implementation study.
No, of course I can't make any such...
So it could be higher.
You are now again trying to put
said,
words...
Of course not. So
no, he's not going to give you a commitment about his business model, and that is entirely appropriate. For you to then try and put words into Mr Quigley's mouth is
I'm not
just
putting
that.
words, I'm asking a question.
No,
Minister.
you're trying to put words into Mr Quigley's mouth.
So essentially, you could well seek a higher rate of return than the 6.3% in your undertaking to the ACCC.
That is a rhetorical question, and again trying to put words into Mr Quigley's mouth.
Well, I mean, this goes
He's
to
not going to comment on the business case that he is pursuing. It's really simple, Senator Cormann.
So, Minister, the government doesn't stand by the assumption of a 6.3%.
Well, that would be putting words. That would be putting words in my mouth.
Mr Quigley is not prepared to lock himself into the 6.3% internal rate of return. You're not prepared to tell us what it is. We just got to take you on trust.
You are brilliantly asking and answering your own questions. I don't even why you spend your time sharing your presence.
I will
with
leave
us.
it here because clearly you're not prepared to give answers to these very sensible questions.
I'll apologise, Senator McDonald.
Thanks, Chair and Minister. We have a lot of questions about financing that we want to come back to.
Well, as I said, the financing issue...
When we have time.
It was a joint... I have confirmed this just so Senator Cormann. I thought it was, but I just wanted to double-check. It was a joint press release issued by the Minister for Finance...
I've heard that, Minister. I don't need you... I'm just saying I want to ask Mr Quigley questions while he is here.
Please do.
And we'll come back and have arguments about this later, was my point. But, Mr Quigley, NBN in Tasmania is open for business on 1 July.
That's when we will have done the connecting the first customers in stage 1.
I think NBN Co in Tasmania has actually been active since December, I think.
Okay.
So it's been open for business
well,
since
we've asked
December.
before,
it goes live,
Mr Quigley, and have you come to some agreement with the retailers on the prices you're charging them?
Yes, for stage 1 of Tasmania, which is the 4,000 premises. Yes, we have.
And is that public?
3 service providers. No, it hasn't been made public.
Well, one's gone public, haven't they?
What NBN is charging, I know Primus have gone public, and we'll come on to that shortly, but is it public what you are charging the retailers?
No, we haven't made that public, but there's no great secret to it. This is a stage one. It's the first implementation in Tasmania of a limited number of premises, and for that stage one activity, we agreed a interim price for a fixed period of time to help defray the costs of these retail service providers who are cooperating with us in the very first instance of this type of service. So it's a perfectly natural and commercial thing to do. I wouldn't have had any hesitation of doing this as a commercial entity.
I'm not suggesting it's unnatural, but can you share with us what the prices are?
Yes, there's a connection fee of $300, I believe, and I have to double check this.
$300 per household.
Per house. So this is to the retail service provider.
Yes.
Remember, we have no relationship directly with an end user.
I know that. We've been going through that for over a long time. $300 per household to the retailer.
And then they will move on to the overall national pricing, which will be part of our special access undertaking, the ACCC, in July of next year. And so for a limited period of time and for a limited number of premises, we are charging them just the connection fee.
Okay, so obviously no, and that connection fee is your actual cost of making the connection.
No, it's not. It's for this original first exercise, stage one in Tasmania, for a limited number of premises. We're not trying to relate it directly to costs.
So how did you pick $300 per?
That was a decision we made with our marketing people internally. There's nothing particularly scientific about the $300.
It bears no relationship to anything.
It bears no relationship other than what we believe is a sensible thing to do with these retail service providers in order to help defray their costs of setting up for what is a brand new service in a limited geographic location for a limited amount of time.
Okay, and so no revenue to NBN Co Tasmania for 12 months from the
from
network.
This location, yes.
From
this stage one deployment. That's correct.
And the Primus have issued a retail package, as I understand. I don't have it in front of me, but I quoted it last week at infinitum. But theirs is about $45 for a service which Tasmanians can now receive from a little bit less than that. But they indicated it was an introductory offer and would be increasing to $90. Is that
I'm not aware of any particular statements they've made. I have to have a look at when we talk about speeds and prices. I'd have to have a look at what they said.
Well, unfortunately, I didn't bring it with me today. I carried it all last week, but I can hand it to you. It's what Primus are indicating that they're going to do. You're competing in Tasmania, obviously, with existing services.
Yes, there certainly can be other service providers there.
Yes. Who are providing about the same speed and download.
You need... Remember, we are, as a wholesale company, we do not anticipate charging retail service providers for download caps, measured in gigabytes normally. What we will charge for is a particular capacity on a link. Now, I would also like to make the point, if I could, there is a big difference between what you hear about peak speeds, for example, on ADSL or on 3G wireless, and committed information rates. What this fibre network can do, which makes it different from both the copper and the wireless, is the speed degrades the further away you get from an exchange with ADSL. It degrades the further you get away from a tower in wireless, and the speed also degrades on wireless the more customers there are on that particular, served by that particular tower. What fibre does for you, it doesn't degrade at all over the complete length. So whether you're right next to the node or you're 15 kilometres away, you'll still get the same speed. So there's no degradation,
but
and it's not a peak, it's a committed rate.
You're a wholesaler and not a retailer, so I really shouldn't be asking you retail-type questions.
But the questions are more properly directed to Primus, but far away.
Or double iNet
Or double iNet.
Internode.
but they are going to have to compete to the householder now. Many, as you know, the pointy heads will want the very best, but most households, and you've done the surveys, haven't you, on what most households want?
Yes, we certainly have a view of the market.
Yeah, and well, what is your view of the market?
Well, that's not. I couldn't answer that in a second or two. It's very complex.
It also goes to the business plan and a whole range of assumptions.
Yeah.
Which,
but we segment the market in lots of different ways, so I can't answer that one. There's no simple answer to that, Senator.
Okay, just look. Can I digress just a fraction? Can you tell me how NBN Co Tasmania is funded?
It is a full subsidiary of NBN Co.
Yes.
So as they need funds, the board of NBN Co approves those funds.
And you're the only subscriber?
Yes, they're 100% subsidiary.
The Tasmanian government's not making any contribution to these initial rollouts?
we are still in some discussions. We are still in some discussions. Also welcomed by the Will Hodgman and Ferguson and all of the other Tasmanian state Labor MPs.
If you don't have to pay for it,
strongly support.
Of course, if you don't have to pay for something, you would embrace it.
Have called on Tony Abbott to rethink his Neanderthal position on the national broadband network in Tasmania.
So, Mr Quigley, all of the money is coming from NBN Co.
Yes.
And what about facilitation? Is anyone else doing that, helping at all? I mean, I understand there was an arrangement that's now sunsetted that you didn't need permission to go into people's yards and up the streets and that sort of thing.
I'm not sure I understand the question. We're not assuming that we can just go into people's properties without their approval. So,
well, didn't the wasn't it the case that the Tasmanian government had provided you with a blanket ability to lay your fibre without going through what would be the normal processes?
I don't believe so, and we certainly are going through.
Okay, well, I'll come back to that and be more precise. But
it's fair to say we've been speaking with state governments and councils across the whole country about gaining access to existing infrastructure and the way we approach deployment. And we've also indicated we would consider legislation.
Okay. Mr Quigley, what is
across the whole country, including Tasmania?
What is your capital cost for what you've done in Tasmania to date? And perhaps I should say for the next financial, from now and projected for the next financial year.
Well, there are a number of contractual issues that are not finalised. There are a number of tender processes that go to the actual final cost. We can certainly get you, if Mr Quigley's got the information handy, we can certainly get you the existing spend. As to next year's spend, it's to some degree down to the outcome of some tenders. And I keep reading a figure. It's always good to see that the opposition is successful in creating a number and then having journalists repeat it without having any foundation, but I continue to see claims of what the Tassie NBN rollout's going to cost.
Well, you could probably stop that misinformation, Minister, by being a bit more open.
No, well, one of the key elements is a competitive tendering process, Senator McDonald, and the Commonwealth doesn't, as a rule, tell people how much money it's got up front when it goes into a competitive tendering process, because that tends to mean that the prices are higher than they otherwise would be. Not an unreasonable proposition.
Well, let's
I'm
get
sure
back
you'd
to my
agree.
question. So, will you be able to tell me what you've spent so far in capital cost?
I believe we would have that information. Yes.
Yeah. Do you have an estimate for the next 12 months of your operating costs, your current expenditure?
For Tasmania?
Yes.
Yes, we probably would have an estimate of that.
Yes. Could you give that to us? And on notice, I assume, if you obviously don't have it in your head. And what revenue are you anticipating from Tasmania?
We haven't tried to do any business case for Tasmania separately.
Well, how many connections are you anticipating? I mean, you must be making some plans
There
for...
are 200,000 premises to be covered by fibre.
We intend to cover 200,000 premises.
In Tasmania.
But I've also...
At the end of the day...
If I can just add some more information, Senator McDonald. Again, nonsensical claims about the cost per premise that include the infrastructure needed to supply the whole state are simply that. And I know the opposition have tried to make various claims about the cost per home, but they are actually nonsensical when you need to understand that the infrastructure build that's taking place, that is the backbone of the network, services the whole state, not just the first 3 towns that we're doing in Tasmania. But the opposition have tried to conflate the backbone cost along with individual claimed costs to then come up with quite fictitious numbers about the cost per connection.
I'm asking questions about you and your government at NBN Co. I'm not really interested in this next 2 hours on what others
transparency,
might be proposing.
I think transparency. I know you haven't written it down, Senator McDonald. So it's probably not gospel.
This is an estimate session. Now back to Mr. Quigley. How many premises did you expect to have 200,000 eventually?
That's correct?
4 years.
In 4 years?
Sorry, between 4 and 5 years.
How many do you expect to have by the 1st of July this year? That's in another few weeks' time.
1st of July, this is part of the stage 1.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
We'd have to take that on notice and get you the latest updated figure.
Yeah. But you must have some idea now.
Well,
I mean,
we want to make sure we give you the correct. We want to make sure we give you the correct figure.
If you just show the normal courtesies of at least not interrupting while I'm talking to Mr. Quigley. No. As NBN Co, as a commercially operating business, you'd have some idea of how many connections you're going to have by the formal start-up date of the 1st of July.
There is an ongoing campaign. Well, we're only targeting, I think, a total of 4,000 in those first 3 sites.
4,000.
So that's the footprint.
So do you have an indication or an assessment of what of the 4,000
As I said,
will actually sign up?
We'll get you the latest information. So that we can give you an accurate
Mr. Quigley
answer.
may well have it, Minister. You're not even letting him say he doesn't have it.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have it, Senator, with me. But we can get you that information.
Well, would you be expecting 50% of the 4,000?
50% of
what?
Of
the 4,000 would be connected by the 1st of July?
Look, that's a hypothetical question. We said we'll get you the information.
When will you get it by, Minister?
We'll seek to get it for you as fast as we can, Senator McDonald.
So we could expect that, before estimates
as fast as we can obtain that information.
Yes. And of those that are signing up, you're going to get $300 revenue. So have you anticipated what your revenue might be for this current financial year?
Senator, it's simply not the way we look at it. This is a stage 1
trial. No, I'm not
trial.
asking how you're looking at it. I'm asking for facts.
Okay. Well, no, we haven't done a revenue projection on stage 1 Tasmania. It makes no sense to even look at stage 1 Tasmania as a business.
Have any of the retail companies paid you anything to date?
Well, I think if you look in even today's paper, it's been announced that the first 2 customers have signed up with one of the RSPs for a direct service.
That's not my question, Minister. My question to Mr. Quigley was, has NBN Co Tasmania received any money from the retailers to date?
I can't answer that now. I'll have to check on that. So.
Okay, and could you give us an idea of what you might expect to receive by the 30th of June this year, and what you're projecting to receive next financial year? Would you be able to get that on notice? In
terms of revenue,
yes,
we can take that on notice.
Yes, we'll take that on notice. I'm not sure I'd be comfortable providing revenues on one section of what frankly I don't see as significant at this point in time for Tasmania alone. And I'm also not sure I'm comfortable with releasing that information publicly just for commercial reasons.
Well, Mr. Quigley, I'm not asking for you to see the significance of it. Yep. I'm simply asking a question of NBN Co, which is a separate company, albeit a subsidiary.
It's a 100% subsidiary.
Wholly owned subsidiary.
Yeah.
But still, I'd be interested on what the wholly owned subsidiary might have. Now, look, I'm conscious many of my other colleagues have questions about Tasmania, and I'm conscious you're now only with us for another hour. Incidentally, in relation to other committees that we're not allowed to mention, would you be available on the week commencing the 7th of June if there were further hearings to be held?
I'm afraid I'm overseas at that time.
When do you return from overseas? Not wanting to be personal, but...
I think it's the... we have a public holiday, I think, just on Mondays, the 18th.
So the following week.
Yes.
So you will be back in Australia by then, and if we got in early enough, perhaps you'd be able to come and give us some other information.
Senator, bearing in mind that committee has to report by the 22nd of June.
Well, unfortunately, Mr Quigley's overseas. There is nothing that we can do about that.
You have earlier vouched on Mr Quigley's behalf for Mr Quigley's availability to this committee and others ministers. We're trying to secure his availability for necessary evidence prior to a separate committee reporting on time.
How many times has Mr Quigley appeared before your committee?
Ask Mr Quigley.
You should know, you're the chair.
Actually, I'm not.
Anymore. You've been sacked. Your own team sacked you.
Yes.
She's been promoted.
Catch up, Conroy.
Oh, look, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed.
I'm still there.
I'm disappointed.
Mr Quigley,
so you were sacked.
How many times have you appeared before the Senate Select Committee inquiring into the National Broadband Network? About 3 times?
I would have to check, but yes, I think it's probably 3 times.
We were...
I don't want to hold your conversation about Mr Quigley's diary. I'm conscious of the time.
And so am I, Madam Chair. I've just made that conscious thing, but of course we were interested in your views, not necessarily on the implementation study, but in the implementation work you are doing in the absence of the implementation study. So they're the things we did want to have another chat with you about, so we'll try and find
Perhaps someone could attend in Mr Quigley's stead.
I'm sure
Senator
Mr Kaiser
McDonald.
would love to come.
I'm sure you would.
We want someone who knows something about the broadband network.
For example,
Minister.
the Chief Financial Officer, would he be available, Mr Quigley?
I'd have to check. Yes, I can't speak.
Well, surely
for his diary.
someone from the senior ranks, and let me
Not
look
everyone's overseas.
at your organisation chart here, which came in one of the... so your Chief Financial Officer, is that still Mr Jean-Pascal Beaufray?
It is.
So he may be able to attend. What about your Head of Regulatory Affairs?
We haven't... That's yet to be appointed.
What about Mr
Well,
Brown?
ask the Minister for a suggestion.
Senator Conroy hasn't
He's got a couple
suggested one. Is that
couple
the
of branch officials who'd be good at that.
What about your Head of Network Operation, Mr Christian? Would he know the nuts and bolts of rolling out the National Broadband Network?
Each of them would know a segment of the business fairly well and in some depth, but as the questions are fairly wide-ranging and general,
well,
I'll have to find somebody who could
in
be...
your stead,
Bring them all.
in your
Bring them
stead, and given that you will be overseas, can we have your undertaking to work with your 10 senior people in terms of the organisational chart that you have provided this committee, your commitment to investigate with your 10 senior people, as many of them attending the Senate Select Committee as possible in your stead, in sufficient time for the Select Committee to report by 23 June?
I think you're now seeking
Minister, I'm
to...
asking Mr Quigley.
No, I think you're now no longer displaying a courtesy.
I think I now know that you're trying to
whatsoever.
answer all Mr Quigley's questions today.
No, only the absurd ones. The attempting to say 10 or 15 people from NBN Co should come and service the Senate committee is an absurdity.
Mr Quigley
Many
will obviously
officers-
advise which are appropriate for the terms of reference of the Select Committee. Thank you, Mr Quigley. Is that a
There is
yes?
not-
that
there
was a
is-
head nod for the Hansard.
Not only are you trying to put words in Mr Quigley's mouth,
I was
you're
trying
now
to put the head nod on
you're
transcript,
now
Minister, but
trying to
you
put
weren't listening. You weren't looking.
Gestures of Mr
tell.
Quigley on Hansard. But I'm sure Mr Quigley will seek to provide as much information as he can.
By the way, I stand corrected. The Select Committee is reporting on 17 June, which makes the situation even more dire in respect of Mr Quigley's overseas.
I'm confident you'll have extended the reporting date again by the time you get to the 17th.
All right.
By the time you get to the 17th, which will probably take away some of the direness.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator Abetz.
Senator Abetz.
Thank you very much. All the technology's been developed for this rollout to work in Tasmania?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand, Senator.
I thought you were developing
what was the question?
broadband network.
What was the question?
All the technology is well developed for it all to work.
You're talking about the active equipment? And
that's right.
Yes, we're only intending to use equipment that is in production, nothing that's in research labs or still in development.
Right. Can you tell us then about the boxes that are attached to the power poles?
The boxes?
Yeah, the boxes.
So you're talking about the network devices,
yes.
yeah? Network access points, in other words, the connectors that sit up.
Are they working?
As far as I'm aware, yes, sir.
Would you like to take that on notice? Because rightly or wrongly, I have advice that there are genuine problems with those connection points, boxes on the poles, whatever the correct term
is. In the rollout in Tasmania?
Yes, in the rollout in Tasmania. And, my electrical or technical knowledge of these things is non-existent, so that is what I've been told. That's what I'm asking, and if you could take that on notice, I can't pursue it any further, other than I've been told or advised that there are problems with those boxes functioning to the standard that is necessary.
I was there last week in Midway Point with the program manager, so I heard looking at the facilities, heard no mention of a problem, but I will investigate.
Well, look, if you could, I would be much obliged. Can you tell us about the...
Could you, if you've got any further information, Senator Bates, give us an indication of what you think the problem was?
Look, as I said, I am not knowledgeable in this area. I've been given this source, and undoubtedly on the basis of the response I will be given a whole lot of technical data that I don't understand, or I might be told that everything's been resolved.
Welcome to my world.
But look, if you could take that on notice, Mr Quigley, I'd be obliged. Electric shocks have been in the news in Tasmania in relation to the broadband rollout, etc. Does the NBN bear any responsibility for that, or do you give a handball to the contractors that you employ for the rollout?
No, we take occupational health and safety systems, which are obviously, as we continue to refine them, make it absolutely clear, abundantly clear, that we are responsible for the safety on all of the sites, irrespective of how deep the contracting relationship goes. That doesn't mean we don't expect and demand of our contractors to have very thorough safety systems in place. And if we believe events occur which put that question in doubt, whether the systems are in place, we will stop. And that's what we did in Tasmania for 2 weeks.
And that is what you did?
Yes.
And that was as a result of just one complaint or a number?
When we say complaints, it was a result of us looking at a number of incidents that took place.
Right.
Collectively, none of them were... There were no injuries that took place. No injuries that took place. But nevertheless...
Some shocks received?
Pardon?
No injuries, he said.
No injuries took place.
Are you saying that no injury means that no actual electric shock was received,
perhaps,
or that it was such a minor electrical shock that there was no injury resulting from that shock?
Let me just take you through the 6 incidents, because I have...
6 incidents, right.
Okay. The 6 incidents, the 6 reported incidents that Mr Quigley is referring to. And I list them just so that the committee understands what they are. On the 20th of January 2010, safety documents were not available and equipment was not properly restrained in a vehicle. There was no injury. On the 27th of January 2010...
Can I interrupt you,
Traffic
Mr.
management...
No, you are talking about incidents other than...
No, I'm going to list all...
that may be...
I'm going to list the 6. Which includes the incidents you're referring to.
I asked only about electric shocks.
No. Well,
so something not being secured.
It'll take me about 1 minute to finish the list. On the 27th of January 2010, traffic management signs were not in the correct position around work crews. There was no injury. On the 28th of January 2010, a cable drum was found to be not properly secured, creating a rolling risk. There was no injury. On the 9th of February 2010, damaged cable was discovered. The cable wasn't used. There was no injury. On the 23rd of February 2010, a worker on a pole neglected to perform a precautionary voltage check prior to first approaching the pole. While holding a rope, he received a tingle in his hand from a leaking insulator on the pole. This event was identified as potentially a serious event. The individual was then driven to hospital, and the worker was medically assessed and given a clean bill of health. And on the 3rd of March 2010, a worker failed to maintain a safe working distance from live wires, and a worker was found not wearing protective gloves. This event was classified as a potentially serious event, but there was no injury. And at this point, NBN Co, in consultation with Aurora, took the decision to suspend the work for 2 weeks so that retraining and going through all of the safety practices and refreshing everybody about what they were took place. And since that refresher retraining, there have been no further incidents reported. The company themselves, Aurora, are involved in all of the above.
Right. Now, there was only one matter out of all that list that I wanted to know about, and that's why I specifically addressed my question to electric shocks. I assume the tingle that the worker received was as a result of a flow of electricity into his body, which would otherwise be described as an electric shock.
This event was identified as a potentially serious event.
That doesn't tell me whether the tingle that he experienced was as a result of some electricity entering his body, yes or no.
I think it's been widely reported that he received a tingle from the electricity
Thank
in
you.
the pole.
That's all I need to know. Thank you. So there's just been the one reported incident, according to your knowledge, Mr Quigley?
No, there's 6 reported incidents.
No, in relation to electric shocks. Please.
Well, the NBN Co takes all of the reported incidents seriously.
Yes,
you
I
may
know,
want
but
to
I'm
focus
only
on
asking
one.
about electric
You may want
shocks.
to focus
if I
on
want
one.
to talk
but
about
NBN Co
cable
and Aurora,
rolls, I'll ask you about cable rolls.
NBN and Aurora take all of these incidents seriously.
Yes, of course they should, but I'm not asking about that. This is, directly relevant answers, Minister, to the questions that actually are asked. So, retraining has taken place. All work stopped for 2 weeks. All work stopped for 2 weeks.
That's correct.
Who paid the workers for that 2-week period of retraining? Did the contractors have to bear that cost, or did the NBN bear that cost?
The contractor. Yeah. I would assume, but we will check, that it was the contractor.
Just the one contractor?
No, it depends on how many contractors were involved. So we'll check.
Oh, well,
get an answer.
I was told that all work stopped for 2 weeks.
Yes, that's
whatever that work that was stopped, if you could tell us how many contractors were involved, and then how many workers, and then who paid their wages for that 2-week period, if indeed they were paid. Did the NBN make any contribution to the retraining costs?
That I'd have to take on notice.
All right, and who delivered the training?
I believe that was with Aurora. Yes, they have very good training capability.
All right. Look, thank you for that. Now, stage 1 that's being rolled, still being rolled out in Tasmania?
Yes, still
being rolled out. Now, we were told it was a limited geographic location for a limited time, that the $300 charge was going to be applied.
That's
as
correct.
To stage 1. So can you just remind me, stage 1, how many houses?
It's approximately 4,000 premises.
4,000, that's right, you said that earlier, thank you. And the limited geographic location, are you able to identify that?
They're in the 3 locations that are well known, Smithton, Scottsdale and Midway Point.
Yep. Thank you. Now, why were they chosen?
Originally, that was, in fact, those sites were chosen before I came on board, so I'm afraid I can't answer that one.
Well, can you take that on notice, please, as to why those sites... And the limited time that this offer is going to be made available, when does that end?
July next year, I believe.
July 2011? 1st of July, or...?
I believe, or until we submit and get approval for the special access undertaking with the ACCC.
All right, so this is stage 1. Do you have a stage 2 in
We do.
Yep, and what areas are going to be covered
There's
by stage?
7 towns that we'll be covering
7 towns, and
across
they are?
Tasmania. They
Sorry?
are. There's 7 towns across Tasmania.
Yeah.
I think I have the towns here somewhere.
Yeah.
If you just give me a moment. Yep, it's Sorell, Deloraine, Georgetown, St Helens, Triabunna, Kingston Beach and South Hobart.
All right, and why were they chosen?
That was a decision, I think, a collective decision of the Tasmanian State Government and the Commonwealth.
So, the rollout for Smithton, Scottsdale and Midway Point...
It was actually a decision taken by Aurora and
Aurora
NBN
Energy. Yes, that's right.
They actually advised us.
Yes, that's exactly right.
I wouldn't want to say that I read
So
about
we
it in
would
the
then-
I wouldn't want to say I read about it in the newspapers, but
We would then...
it was actually chosen by Aurora and Tas NBN Co after detailed
Which is
consideration.
wholly owned...
Detailed consideration. Aurora's not wholly owned by us. Detailed consideration of the engineering issues.
Yep. So, sorry, I in fact did misspoke in that case. That was in fact how it went. In going to stage 2, there was design work done by Aurora to look at where was the next places that should be done, and they came up with a list. That was then, in fact,
And did
given by
they give
NBN
you a
Tasmania, and my recollection is that was provided from NBN Tasmania to the Tasmanian government, who had a look at it to say, does this make sense?
Yeah, but you would want a return from this rollout, correct?
Not at that level of granularity, Senator. We just don't look at a business case in that level of
Part of
granularity.
a national rollout.
I know that, but why would you be choosing these townships as opposed to other townships?
On an engineering basis.
So, not on a cost-benefit analysis and recruitment...
On an engineering basis.
And recruitment capacity.
Cost-benefit analysis, what's that?
On an engineering basis is my understanding. After consultations with Aurora, the first 3 towns were chosen on an engineering basis, and the next 7 rollout sites were chosen on an engineering basis by Aurora based on how the rollout would be fanning out.
So if it's engineering-wise, easy, feasible, etc., we choose the site as opposed to the possible take-up of the service that's being provided.
It's the same way as the first release sites that we did on the mainland. That was not done on any consideration of returns or demographics. It was for engineering reasons about the types of geospatial areas we wanted to try and cover.
But let me be really clear about this, Senator Abetz. We've tackled some of the toughest areas in Tasmania, and Tasmania, despite many people thinking that they live in the worst broadband served region, Tasmania has been consistently the worst served, with the highest prices and the slowest speeds. And we make no apologies for starting in Tasmania. We make no apologies for starting in some of the toughest towns. What I mean by that is towns that, for instance, may have still a very high very high dial-up rate. So in terms of
like Kingston Beach.
We have committed to delivering to 200,000 towns, and the network design is being constructed between Aurora and NBN Co Tas.
Was that 200,000 homes?
Sorry, homes, thank you.
Not towns.
Yeah, no,
Good,
towns, thank
good.
you.
No. And Mr.
We
Quigley,
suddenly got very big in Tasmania.
can you
there for a
confirm
minute.
that and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I heard you say there was no business case for Tasmania at this stage?
No, we're not developing a separate business case for Tasmania, Senator.
Right, all right. And that is part of the government's policy,
we're not,
Minister?
We're not building a separate business case for New South Wales or Victoria or Queensland or Tasmania.
So we'll never find out whether the network is profitable in, let's say, Western Australia, but not in New South Wales, because it's all going to be in one big morass.
Let me be really clear. We stated repeatedly that this will be uniform pricing across the country. Uniform pricing across the country. We're not going to charge people more in Tasmania or charge people more in Broome or Kalgoorlie or Cairns or Townsville
Connection fee only.
Tasmania, that's a different question, Senator McCall.
Yes.
That's an entirely different question. We're talking about the national pricing. We've made it very clear, and we are unapologetic.
I'm not talking about the pricing. I'm talking about the cost and return on the capital effort.
We are unapologetic.
And when you don't have a business case, of course, you can't answer.
Well, you go on with this. We do have a national business case. We've discussed it at length in your absence, Senator Abetz. There's been many questions about it.
And no answers.
No, we're not intending to release the national business case, as I've stated, but we intend to, and make no apology for the fact that we are going to be providing the same price for someone who lives in Townsville, Cairns, Broome, Perth, Sydney, Melbourne,
yes, we know all that.
Burnie,
you've already said that,
or
Minister.
Hobart.
Can I move on to question
number... And that, by
number...
definition, implies a cross-subsidy. Sorry, that by definition implies a cross-subsidy across the network.
It's still
unapologetic about it.
Mr Quigley, just if you could clarify this for me. Tasmania is different, isn't it, in that in the unique case of Tasmania, you're rolling out your NBN through A subsidiary of NBN Co, and B, in a joint venture with another company, to wit Aurora, which, as I understand it, is a Tasmanian government GBE.
Yeah.
So isn't it different? And surely, pardon my ignorance, but wouldn't Aurora, as a participant in a joint venture, need a business case for the business that it's involved in, to wit NBN in Tasmania? I find it quite extraordinary that there isn't a business case for the enterprise in Tasmania, given that Tasmania is unique with a separate business partner and a subsidiary of your company involved.
No, I suggest is what is unique about it is that Tasmania, if you like, put up their hand early, the state government to participate in the rollout. We're proceeding. Tasmania's proceeding, as is the rest of the nation. There's nothing particularly peculiar about Tasmania. Yes, there is a subsidiary there, because that's where we knew the work was going to be starting early, but there's no need to have a separate business case for Tasmania.
Well, but this is a quite separate venture. It involves a partnership between a Tasmanian government GBE, Aurora, a subsidiary of your company, in a business venture in Tasmania. There must be a business case for that venture.
Currently,
surely.
Aurora is a contractor to us.
You've slightly incorrect assumption about that they're a joint venture. They're a contractor.
Yes, they're not.
So Aurora is only a contractor to Tas NBN.
That's correct.
It has no financial participation at all.
No.
So you just pay them for the role.
Yes.
Out of the $300 per connection, you're paying Aurora to...
I think there'll be a drawdown on the $43 billion on that one, I think. Can I ask in relation to question number 2640...
Do you ask the questions of Australia Post whether they're...
Sorry?
Does Australia Post have a separate financial business case for Tasmania?
Well, no, this is different in that you're not...
Are they contracting with Aurora?
You don't have separate subsidiaries in other states or other regions of Australia, presumably. This is the only place in Australia where you have set up
this is intended to be a
subsidiary
permanent
company, haven't you?
We have said this before, Senator Minchin. This is not intended to be a permanent structure. This was that the national broadband network had an enormous task of drawing together an incredibly complex national piece of infrastructure, and the Tasmanian proposal, originally championed by the Tasmanian government and Premier Bartlett, was worthy of
their proposal.
Was worthy of talking to them about and expanding upon to met the same criteria. In other words, the original proposal from Tasmania only proposed, as an example, 44% fibre to the home. And it proposed a range of other things. And what we did was had discussions and said, look, we want to take this into, 200,000 Tasmanian homes. We want to work through this project. So we've been in discussions with Tassie about a joint venture with the Tassie government, not about Aurora. Right. We haven't concluded those, but we've proceeded to roll the network out in Tasmania using Aurora as the main contractor, who've then employed John Holland, and they've employed subcontractors to do the actual rollout. Tassie NBN Co is not intended to be a permanent standalone company. It was to ensure that the focus in Tasmania was to get the rollout started in conjunction with the discussions with the Tasmanian government,
But it is a company with a board, an executive, and an obligation.
So its focus
I'm amazed it doesn't have a business case for the business that it, as a registered company.
Its business case is to roll out the network.
Well, can I quickly ask, in relation to stage 2, the order that you read the towns out in, Mr Quigley, is that going to be the order, or stage 6 simultaneously?
No, not at
in
all.
Stage 2?
We're just doing the detailed planning now of that stage 2, along with the first release site.
All right, and what about stage 3? Have you got that far yet with towns identified?
No, just there are towns identified. I don't have a list of those, but I believe we can.
If you could take them on notice, thank you.
We can read them out to you happily.
Yep.
Take them on notice.
If we can get the stage 3 rollout.
Can I quickly go to question number 2640? There was a Senate question on notice, and I think Mr Kaiser's name came up, and I asked a general question. Can I now ask, in relation to it, and take it on notice, but who decides whether a business requirement exists for travel, and who provides the approval for that travel in relation to Mr Kaiser? And then, if we can be advised as to how much has been spent on Mr Kaiser in relation to all the matters that I have raised, travel, airfares, conferences and accommodation. I asked what the budget was, and you told us it was all in an in glovo budget and didn't tell us what out of that budget was spent on Mr Kaiser. Very smart. I didn't get the question absolutely right, but as you must know with me by now, Senator Conroy, if you play that game, I will bounce back and then you have to answer 2 questions instead of just the one first time off. So, in relation to travel, airfares, conferences, accommodation, or travel attendance at conferences, training, communications allowance, fixed broadband, laptop, other information technology,
you understand
vehicle, hospitality.
He's usually a speaker at these conferences.
All I'm asking for is what
NBN
is paying for. If he gets freebies on the side, good luck to him. I want to know what NBN, which in fact is being subsidised $43 billion worth from the Australian taxpayer, I think we're entitled to know, and so I put all that on notice.
Okay,
Thank
just
you.
before you go, Senator Abetz, I have an update. Stage 3, announced on the 1st of March 2010, is another 90,000 premises, 40,000 in Hobart, 30,000 in Launceston and 10,000 in each of Devonport and Burnie.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. The incidents in Tasmania, Mr Quigley, which we've been discussing, the Communications, Electrical and Plumbing Workers Union, Nicole Wells, talked about, and I'm sure you're aware of her comments about being deeply concerned about the incidents. She said if something is not done about the way contractors operate on this site, then there will be a fatality or at the very least a serious injury. She goes on and then she says, in the depot they parrot these safety messages, but once you're out on the job it becomes, don't worry about that, time is money, just get it done. What discussions has NBN Co had with the CEPU to resolve their concerns in Tasmania?
Look, if I can just update you on...
Minister, I was asking Mr Quigley, his time here is limited.
Yeah, and I have some information that would be useful to the committee. The discussions that have taken place so far, and Mr Quigley might want to add to this, I've certainly met with the CEPU to discuss this. I've met with John Holland to discuss this, and when I go to Tasmania, I think next week, I'm looking to pull together a discussion between Aurora, NBN Co, John Holland, to reinforce to them the government's view that safety is paramount. It's also NBN Co's view, let me make that very clear. It's very much a shared view that safety concerns are paramount, and we're not going to risk people's lives simply to meet a deadline. That is exactly why, without newspapers knowing, the CEPU being directly involved, that It was a joint decision between NBN Co, a joint decision between NBN Co and Aurora to suspend the entire rollout across Tasmania for those refresher courses. And since that, there has not been a single incident, which I think is a testament to the priority that NBN Co, TAS, the national organisation and Aurora put on safety issues.
So far, so good, Minister. Given that Mr James Tinley, from the CEO of the National Electrical and Communications Association, says that the rollout of the NBN nationally will need at least 10,000 properly trained electrical workers in his estimate, and that'd create a major skills shortage in Australia. But given his estimate that number, some 10,000 of properly trained workers are needed to roll out NBN nationally, do you agree with that assessment?
I don't know what the assessment's based on, Senator. What was he assuming in terms of underground versus aerial proportions?
I can't answer that either, Mr Quigley.
Me
but
neither,
let me put it another way.
No,
will NBN Co have to train any new workers? So any workers new to the electrical industry, will NBN Co have to train them in working to roll out the national broadband network?
We will ensure...
In terms of safety?
There's safety training going on at the moment. We have developed an OHS course and we will continue to develop that and refine it. We've got a lot of things we're planning to do over the next months. We will be making sure that every worker who's on the job on the NBN Co construction will be properly trained. They'll either be trained directly by us or they'll be trained by contractors. But if they're trained by contractors, we will oversight that and assure ourselves that that training is acceptable and sufficient.
How will you ensure that, and how will you reassure the public of that when the pace for the program picks up, as surely it must when you go national as opposed to just rolling out in Tassie?
Yes, but we'll make sure that we'll go at the pace we can go, and we won't go any faster than we have limitations. Those limitations in some cases may be skilled people, in other cases it may be issues about getting DAs through council.
What process have you got for identifying those limitations and ensuring that they don't create safety risks?
Answering Senator Ludlam's question earlier, we're doing an inventory of all of the skills that are available in the workplace today, doing an inventory of it. What's available, what will need to be done, and we're working with a company to try and do that systematically. So it's really too early to answer that question as yet.
Minister, are you seeking advice as to how to manage any risks identified in that work?
Well, depending on what you mean by risks. If I could just add some information which I think is relevant to what you've asked. Comcare, the relevant workplace safety regulator, reviewed the circumstances of the incident we described on the 23rd, the tingle, and considered this response to be reasonable in the circumstances, and Comcare decided not to initiate an investigation into the incident. And NBN Co, TAS, Aurora and John Holland have implemented the following workplace safety practices. NBN Co has appointed a Chief Safety Officer who will be working with the Head of Construction to ensure that safety is given priority. Aurora and John Holland have established safety systems and audit policies and ensures that these are followed. For example, NBN Co and any of its contractors and subcontractors will undergo appropriate induction prior to being admitted to an NBN work site. No person will be able to commence work on any NBN Co site without the appropriate qualifications, whether they be trade or engineering qualifications. Work is being conducted in accordance with the relevant work safety standard, Aurora Work Practice number 18, and all workers attend Aurora's Mornington Training Centre to be trained and accredited in how to apply this work practice. All workers are accredited through the Aurora Training Centre to work on power assets, and they have
Thank you, Minister. Thank you.
I am almost finished.
Good.
And there has been close supervision of the work as it progresses, and furthermore, NBN Tasmania is actively promoting a no-blame culture in which the workforce is encouraged to raise any safety concerns so they can be addressed without any recriminations.
Mr Quigley, as of today, are there enough trained electrical workers to roll out the NBN on the mainland?
It's an impossible question to answer.
So you've got no idea?
No, it's not a question. I haven't got no idea. We have put in place a process to do an inventory of the skills that are available, and we will obviously tailor our rollout schedule to the availability of those skills and other constraints we will have from time to time.
Well, if the view of electrical experts is correct in terms of there not being sufficiently available and skilled workers at the moment, if that be correct, there's every prospect that once the NBN rollout picks up, that if you were to have some sort of independent risk assessment of the NBN, you're going to get the same message that you got with the insulation program. Scale of job and task is new. Scale of job and task is new to the workers who are expected to be undertaking it. So what is the process? What can you reassure us is the process to ensure that safety is being looked after in that process?
I have just outlined to you a lengthy and comprehensive process that's in place at the moment. All of these sort of considerations would be part of an ongoing work practice, but most importantly, the assumptions you are making are not based on fact.
Well, you can't
There's
reassure
a very
us the
important
other way,
fact,
Minister.
and
You
Mr.
can't
Quigley,
say there is the available
and
workforce.
Mr. Quigley has already alluded to it. Some of this depends on whether or not we're going overhead or underground. So some of this depends on whether or not we reach an agreement with Telstra. So a lot of the assertions and assumptions that you are founding your questions on are not based on the actual potential rollout. And they can't be by definition, because no one knows yet whether or not we will reach an agreement with Telstra or not. And Mr. Quigley has made that clear. The fact that you're repeating another question while ignoring his answer is a stream of consciousness from yourself, not a reflection on Mr. Quigley's previous answer.
Everything turns on that.
A lot of things turn on that. But just so we're clear, the McKinsey's report...
Not a strong negotiating position, is it?
The McKinsey's report is very clear. The project is financially viable and affordable without Telstra.
So that's
However,
not very clear.
I have repeatedly said from the day we announced the project, by definition, it'll be done cheaper and quicker if there is an accommodation with Telstra. All of those things we've said since day one. So the premise of your question, Senator Fisher, is false.
Well, I disagree, but Senator Trafe.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Quigley, I'd like to ask you some questions about the provision of satellite capacity. And I did notice that you made some reference to this in your opening remarks about the possibility of what might be done in the future.
Yep.
So has NBN made any decisions about the provision of interim and KA band satellite capacity?
No, we haven't made any final decisions on interim and satellite capacity. You're talking about on existing satellites, Senator. No, that's something we're discussing with the government at the moment.
So that's under discussion at the moment. Does NBN have a view on KU band or L band satellite capacity to provide an interim solution?
Yes, but that's quite limited. We looked at KU band possibilities. We believe the right long-term solution is KA band, and we even believe in the interim there's sufficient KA band capacity that we could make use of. That doesn't mean we would preclude the use of KU band, but our long-term aim would be, if we were to launch 2 satellites, as far as the overall national rollout, to use KA band satellites.
Right. So do you have a view about an integrated solution, or do you prefer to build your own customer capacity for next-generation satellite capacity? We're
looking at both models, Senator, both really almost a turnkey and as well as doing the individual piece parts. So we're evaluating right now the responses we got to our request for capability statement, and we expect to go to an RFP later this year.
What's an RFP?
A request for proposal. So
Thank you. Yeah. Later this year?
Later this year.
Okay. And my last question, will the company adopt the study's recommendation to consider a leasing model utilising third-party next-generation satellite infrastructure?
We're certainly considering that as a possibility, but that's what we come up in the end with a recommendation from NBN Co. The way we believe we should proceed, we put that to the shareholder, and we have discussions on it.
Okay.
So it's one of the models we've looked at, yes.
All right then. Thank you. Thanks, MJ.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, Senator Fisher.
Aerial cabling. How much of the NBN network will be deployed aerially? Let's go over it again, Minister.
McKinsey's recommends 55-45.
But I want to know from Mr Quigley.
And Mr Quigley, I'm sure, will say that it'll depend to a degree on the outcome of negotiations with Telstra.
So, is that a recommendation or an assumption in the implementation? I thought it was an assumption.
It's probably an assumption. They assume 55-45. Yeah.
Yes. So the implementation study says 55%. Assumes it. So
for a variety of reasons, which go, and you need to get into the methodology of why they picked 55-45.
Well, yeah. How many kilometres of aerial cabling does that equate to?
You'd have to ask McKinsey's. Mr Quigley can't answer that question, I'm sure.
For 25 million, we don't know the answer.
No, I said you'd have to ask them.
All right, fair cop. What's the difference between
they did appear before the committee, your committee, I understand. Well, not your committee anymore.
On a confidential basis.
Yeah, no, they did.
There was a briefing.
Yeah, there was a briefing.
What's the cost difference between deploying fibre aerially as against underground?
Aerially is normally considerably cheaper, but there's no obvious factor. It depends if you're going underground, whether you're using existing ducts or whether you're installing new ducts. And if you're installing new ducts, the cost depends on the type of soil or rock you have to go through.
Okay, so what would be the cost of the NBN if all cable were underground?
I can't answer that one.
That is a hypothetical, and nobody has suggested it would be 100% overhead.
Well, it'd end up being more than the $43 billion budgeted, I suppose, wouldn't it?
No, I think from what Mr Quigley said, it'd be the opposite. He was suggesting that it's normally considered to be cheaper to go overhead, so if it was 100% overhead, it would probably be cheaper than...
Yes, if it was
I think that's
100% underground. Yep.
So I think it's the reverse of what you actually said.
I thought I asked underground, but... have you done any... has NBN Co done any, testing with the community about sensitivity of aerial versus underground?
Yes, we've had in our community consultations, we're often asked the question. People are interested in the diameters of the cable. How does it look compared to what they've heard about HFC? How does it compare to the power, which is often overhead? So we generally answer those questions. So yes, there is an interest. And we have had the occasional, we have had the occasional letter for people, groups within a particular suburb who've asked us, please go underground here.
What sort of suburbs?
There's Sydney Northern. I think the last time I got a letter was from Castle Crag in Sydney.
So what is the sensitivity, for example, if it were more than 55% aerial? How would that affect the sensitivity from the testing that you say you've done in the community?
I didn't say I've done testing. I said I got feedback from various consultations. I couldn't really quantify that. It's a level of precision, Senator, that we don't have at this point.
Well, given that percentage of aerial is, as you say, an assumption, how can you suggest that the testing that you've done is in any way indicative?
I haven't done any testing, Senator. We've got some feedback from community.
The feedback that you have is in any way indicative?
I'm not suggesting it is. I'm just stating a fact of what's happened. We have.
Let me give you an example. I think we were in Armidale just in the last few days. The NBN Co giving a briefing, and it'd be fair to say the community turned out in the hundreds.
This is
to hear about
Armidale, New South Wales?
Yes, in New South Wales. And they turned out in the hundreds, and they are desperate to get it built as fast as they can, any way they can. They have been so badly treated by so many governments over so many years.
Looking after workers' safety in the process, I would hope.
And they are keen for it to be deployed any way possible. Some communities are more sensitive about the overhead issue, some are less sensitive.
Any way possible?
Following all the occupational health and safety laws of the land. Next question.
What will happen to pricing if all cabling goes underground?
That is such a hypothetical. I don't think it's possible. I'm sorry, Mr. Quigley. That is just a hypothetical question.
Well, they'll clearly rise.
Well, that's an assumption based on an assumption based on an assumption.
Well, from a minister who says he won't show us the numbers.
Well, I haven't released the Australia Post. I haven't released the Australia Post numbers.
No, let's not go there again. We went there this morning. Comms Day around on the 14th of May talked about the deployment of aerial cabling in Townsville as part of the NBN trial sites. How confident in terms of the Townsville trial is NBN Co that aerial deployment will withstand the environmental threats of cyclones, etc.?
That's something that we're looking at in the design phase now, which is going on, and talking to. We're working closely also with and getting advice from a partner, Egon Energy, up in Townsville, and they face obviously the same issues, same environmental conditions. Interestingly, when we do ask about extreme environmental events, and we have posed these questions to people who have done mass deployments overseas, their answer was quite interesting. They said, in fact, they'd prefer, in terms of reliability overhead, while it does sound a little odd to begin with, they say when you do get an event such as a flood, you have a lot of trouble with underground, and in fact the restoration times of underground plant is much higher than it is for aerial.
Thank you. What about Brunswick and Melbourne? What will happen? Will you use aerial cabling in all trial sites, for example?
No, not at all. It was never our intention to use aerial everywhere. In fact, we got designs done for both aerial and underground in all the 5 trial sites, and we are in discussions with the various councils about their preferences, and we have to go through the formal DA processes. So I wouldn't draw any conclusions yet in Brunswick of what particular technology it would be.
So NBN Co is holding a community forum in Brunswick
this weekend.
So does that mean that NBN Co has approached each relevant local council for each of the trial sites with a view to aerial versus underground?
Yes, that's certainly discussions we've had with each council.
And what's been the reaction?
Mixed, I have to say. There's no overall. There's people councils understand. There's pros and cons of the two types of deployment.
So can you tell us the response in respect of each of the trial sites from the councils concerned?
Well, can I just add some information for you? And I'm surprised that
Mr. Quigley was going to give it actually, and he's only got about another 10 minutes.
No, I've got a very quick quote here from Mr. Alan Garcia, the CEO of Local Government Association of Tasmania, and he said last year, I believe, to the Senate Select Committee, and I quote, "One thing that the councils were half excited about was, do you mean you have a solution that is not going to knock the crap out of our roads and our footpaths? We have just put them all back together after the gas guys came through." I would not say excitement, but there was certainly no concern about the fact that poles and wires were being contemplated as a methodology to enhance distribution. And that was the 6th of October 2009 to your Senate committee. Now, in terms of the 5 first release sites, I'm sure Mr. Quigley might be able to add something.
Yep. I was frankly going to take the question on notice because I don't know that council by council what was the various reactions.
Please do that, and in that process, indicate whether or not NBN Co has got the approval from each council in each of the 5 test sites. So we're talking Brunswick, Townsville, Minamara, Kiama Downs, West Armidale, and Wollonga in South Australia. What has been the reaction?
I should say we were mobbed in Wollonga.
Do you have approval?
We were mobbed in Wollonga at the recent fair where the NBN was set up to discuss this with the community, and there was overwhelming support for the project.
Were you mobbed by Wollonga residents wanting aerial cabling, Minister? Which is my question.
There was plenty of discussions.
Maybe they'd like to hang, draw and quarter you with it. That might be the more likely use of it.
We were mobbed in Wollonga. I think... I'm not sure if you were
Mr. Quigley,
actually there.
On notice, please, if you can inform the committee as to whether or not you have approval from each of those councils in each of the trial sites for aerial cabling.
I can almost certainly tell you at this point in time we haven't finished the approval process. As you would know, a DA approval process takes some time, so I'm almost confident that process hasn't reached its conclusion yet.
In respect of those that have reached a conclusion, please inform us of the outcome in that regard. In respect of those that haven't reached a conclusion, can you please indicate the status of that consideration and at what point in time you expect to conclude that process, and indicate presumably your willingness to let the committee know as soon as each has concluded what is the outcome. Okay, thank you.
Could I just add some further information? And I need a clarification from you, Senator Fisher. Would you like to know the outcome at the end of the approval, or an outcome by the time you want an answer back?
Both, Minister. In respect of those that are on foot at the time the answer is provided, which will be in a week and a bit, then I would welcome Mr Quigley's indication that as soon as each has reached a conclusion... I wouldn't want to be accused of
holding up the question to get further information for you past that deadline.
The committee, Mr Quigley's confirmation that the committee will be informed in respect of those that are still on foot, that as soon as they reach a conclusion, the committee will be advised of the outcome at the time the conclusion is reached.
I think on this question of overhead, and you've asked a lot of questions about it, I'm hopeful by now you've seen the difference between the size of a piece of fibre and the size of the HFC rollout of pay TV networks in the 90s. Even Senator Minchin recently considered this when he said, and I quote, "Well, they're not as bad, I'd have to say, as the pay TV cables that caused such a storm back in the early 90s, you'll recall, when Foxtel and Optus were rolling these really big, heavy cables out down every bloody street." That's a quote from Senator Minchin. That was Senator Nick Minchin on ABC Radio Illawarra on the 21st of August 2009.
So does that mean, before we go to Senator McDonald, does that mean that in areas where Optus and Telstra have HFC hung aerially, NBN Co will hang a third cable?
Look, it's
too early to determine that.
But there's a prospect of that.
There's a range of prospects.
Yeah. Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of very quick ones. The site in Townsville that's been chosen, and you've explained previously the reason, on the road opposite that and not in the site is the proposed GP Super Clinic, the Aitken Vale Library and the Mundingburra State Primary School. Was any thought given to including those? Was any thought given to including those in the area?
It was not, but if they're just across the road and it was especially important, I'd certainly undertake to look at it, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like them connected?
The other thing...
Sorry, Senator McDonald, will you argue that they should be connected?
Mr Quigley, and we spoke about this previously, evidence was given to that other committee that we're not to mention that indicated there was significant confusion amongst local councils to whether under current legislation and planning arrangements NBN Co will require development consent from landowners to deploy its fibre network. Do you have what is your view on your necessity to get landowner and indeed tenant, if the landowner is not the tenant, permission to...
So the other way around, if the tenant's not the landowner.
Well, yes, if the tenant's not the landowner.
Yes. We're proceeding on the basis that we will seek that approval at this point. That's the basis on which we are working in Tasmania on the first release sites. That's what we're assuming.
Exactly. Say that again, sorry.
We're assuming that we will seek the approval of the landowner for each premise in which we want to install any...
And each occupant, and I mean, looking at high-rise buildings, each occupant as well?
Yes, but you need it also for, in that case, the landowner, the building owner. We can't... Yes. Even if all the tenants wanted us to connect fibre,
but I mean, is your process going to be in a high-rise, or indeed any building, but particularly in a high-rise, you're going to need the body corporate approval, yes, and then the approval of not only of each owner, but of each occupier of a unit, and have you factored in the cost of doing all that?
Yes, of course. And in the case of a multi-dwelling unit, to put the fibre in and to put the fibre up the rises, or whatever you put it in there, you will need the body corporate agreements. or the owner's agreement, to actually connect to an individual apartment, you will need the apartment owner's agreement.
And the occupiers.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The apartment. Yeah,
well,
occupiers.
the owners and the
occupiers. Yes.
So you factored that cost into all of your $43 billion costings.
We have taken that costing into account in our business case.
And just to confirm for you in Tasmania, in Tasmania, we are seeking the consent of both landowner and occupier in Tas.
And can you indicate, by separate question, we can't see the business plan, but can you indicate in figures or percentages what amount you've allowed for that?
Not at this stage.
No, on notice.
No, I don't believe we can. That's another important, if you like, statistic in the business case. So
well, it's more than a statistic, it's a cost to you.
Yes.
An enormous cost to you, I would have thought.
There's a range of costs and range of revenues in the business case, and as I said before, at this time our obligation is to provide that business case to the shareholder, who will then decide
you see, the exposure draft said that you weren't whatever it's called, a public utility for this purpose. And had you been labelled as a public utility, you may have had a lesser cost. But you've costed it on the basis that you are not a public utility.
Public utility, that's correct.
Okay.
Senator Cormann's got a question before lunch. Can we go to him? Thank you.
Okay, well, has NBN Co or any of its contractors approached the Department of Immigration about visa arrangements for employer-sponsored workers?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So you're confident that the skilled workforce that NBN Co needs is going to be available domestically in Australia?
We have had some discussion about that already.
Yes. As I responded to Senator Ludlam, we're doing an inventory at the moment of the skills base that we're required and matching that up with.
So you do not at present employ anybody who is under an employer-sponsored visa arrangement?
I could, have our contractors, for example, in Tasmania, employed anybody under that scheme? I don't know for sure.
But you yourself haven't?
Not NBN Co itself.
If you could take the contractors on notice, that would be great.
Okay, thank you. We've got one question on notice from Senator Fisher.
Sorry, maybe a correction. It could be that our CFO may be on such a visa. I'll have to check on that.
Well, if you could take the whole question on notice, like in relation to NBN Co and contractors, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator
And contractors, sorry, did you say and contractors?
Because he said previously that he was prepared to take that on notice.
Yeah, no, look, we'll do our best
Thank you.
on that one.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of aerial cabling, Mr Quigley, you earlier said that there is every prospect that Optus has a cable, Telstra has a cable, there may be a third cable.
No, he didn't say that at all.
Can we just get this question on notice, please? What is it?
What will be the visual impact of a third cable? And what is NBN Co doing to assess that visual impact? And you said you had consulted with residents in terms of your trial sites. In respect of Wollonga, Mr Quigley, when was the consultation? How was it promoted to residents?
He made all those comments in his opening statement.
With whom was it? And how was it promoted? If all of that was in your opening statement about Wollonga, then thank you. If it wasn't, can you please provide that on notice to the committee?
Thank you, Senator Fisher. It being after 1 o'clock, the committee will now suspend for lunch. I'd like to thank NBN Co, Mr Quigley, for appearing before the committee today. I should also indicate, Mr Harris, that the committee will be having a private meeting which may come up with a decision about extending the appearance of your department this afternoon, but we'll let you know as soon as possible. Yes, we resume at 2 o'clock. My apologies. And I take it Senator Cormann has said. Yes, thank you. We'll resume proceedings then. Thank you, everybody. We'll resume with the department and program 1.1. And as I indicated before the lunch break, the committee has now determined that the department will continue to be heard until no later than 6 p.m. this evening, and that from 7 o'clock we will have the arts portfolios under the Department of Environment, Heritage and the Arts. Thank you. Senator Cormann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just going back to the government's investment of $4.7 billion into the NBN network, initial investment. We had a discussion about this earlier today, Mr. Harris. In the estimates this time last year, Ms. King, who I understand was then, is she still now? Okay, Ms. King, who is now Ms. Cullen, told Senator Minchin, Mrs. Cullen, I assume.
Mrs.
Yes?
Cullen.
Congratulations, that's great. Mrs. Cullen told Senator Minchin that out of the $4.7 billion, $2.4 billion would be funded from the Building Australia Fund and $2.3 billion would be raised from the Aussie infrastructure bonds to be issued by Treasury, which seems to be at odds with what we were discussing this morning. Well,
I think your questions.
You, Minister.
I think your questions were.
Mr. Harris seems to remember the conversation we had this morning.
Particularly unclear, I think. Your questions were.
Maybe we
and
Mr.
confused.
Harris shed some light on where things are at.
I think the only difference, Senator, is that the Aussie infrastructure bonds, a matter, as the Minister has observed, for the Treasury portfolio, haven't been issued to this point. So, but the numbers remain the same as we were saying this morning. It's just that Aussie infrastructure bonds are a particular construct that the Australian Office of Financial Management, is that right?
And we undertook to
will create. They plan to create them, as I understand it, this year, this financial year.
And we undertook to get you information on the other line item.
So in terms of your portfolio, your allocation under your portfolio budget statements, all we should be finding in your budget allocation is $2.4 billion, is that right?
No, what we undertook was to have a look at the other line item, and we took it on notice specifically and said we'd come back to you with any details of items inside that other item.
I'd like to explore it today because there's a bit of confusion around all of this.
I agree you're confused. You weren't aware of the testimony from Ms. King/Cullen from last year. We were, you weren't.
I think if I could say, I'd have to guess here. The $4.7 billion that has been promised, I think I've assured the committee, is funded in the budget, but it is funded in the budget in a way that requires me to get the Department of Finance to effectively approve an answer. I can give you an answer with the support of the Department of Finance, or you could ask the Department of Finance, but what is in our PBSs is...
Well, your minister is a shareholder minister.
That's right, but a budget is constructed according to rules created by the Department of Finance.
Sure.
There's no doubt our PBS...
Which any department
There's no doubt our PBS does include the full quantum of money that you're looking for. I can't draw your attention to it other than the BAF money, which I did draw your attention to before the break, and the equity accounting method, which I'm assured from our CFO and from the Department of Finance does actually include full provision for this. In other words, we plan to equity account for the investment in NBN via that line. But I can't give you any more than that without getting an answer organised with the Department of Finance.
But all of the BAF money, which is in your portfolio, all of the BAF money is going into the $4.7 billion capital injection. I see you not...
Some of the BAF is for black spots, for the black spots program we're just telling Senator Abetz about.
Yeah. Cullen explained last year.
Well, Minister, what adds to the confusion is in the explanatory memorandum to the National Building Funds Bill 2009, which says, and I quote, that the government has committed an amount of up to $4.7 billion for proposals relating to the NBN. Such proposals will be dispersed solely through the appropriation made by the BAF special account. And all we can find in your BAF special account, even at the best, with the best calculations, is $2.965 billion between 2009-10 and 2013-14. So we're trying to ascertain where the remainder is coming from? Are you telling us that all of the remainder of the investment will be funded through Aussie infrastructure bonds?
No, I think only the Treasury...
The Finance Department and Treasury could answer that question.
We've been assured that the funds are available. They are in the budget papers. In our PBS, I don't have a reference to the full amount currently. However, as I said to you earlier, we can, with the assistance of the Department of Finance, draw your attention to where those numbers actually are, but I can't do it at the moment.
Who would borrow the $18.3 billion?
AOFM are in charge of government bond raisings, and
so the $18.3 billion that are recommended in the NBN implementation study that need to be borrowed, that will also go against
AOFM, Australian Office of Financial Management.
Who is the shareholder minister for NBN Co, Minister?
Lindsay Tanner and myself, but the bond raising...
So are you able to answer questions as a shareholder minister?
The profile of the bond raising is a matter that we would get expert advice on from the AOFM to determine.
Mr. Harris,
I don't know how many times I've explained it to you now.
Mr. Harris,
Senator
do you provide advice to Senator Conroy as the shareholder minister for NBN Co? Does your department provide...
On policy issues, yes.
That's...
And the financial bond raising is not a policy issue within our portfolio.
Indeed. Now, according to the budget, and I'm quoting from budget paper number 2, the government will provide a further $16 million over 2 years to the department for a national information campaign focused on raising public awareness of the value of superfast broadband, which will be delivered to Australian households, businesses and organisations through the rollout of the national broadband network. Just in time for the election, I assume. Yeah, well, but presumably by the end of the year, Senator Marshall.
We'll assume that was a rhetorical question.
Given
Senator Coleman,
that,
would you like to ask another?
But given that NBN is supposed to be a commercially viable proposition, shouldn't the company be meeting the costs rather than the taxpayer?
Look, from the policy perspective, what we're seeking to do is to inform the public why we're spending up to $43 billion on the national broadband network.
But when you say you are spending up to $43 billion, the government is spending up to $43 billion?
If you look at the McKinsey profile, it talks about $26 billion. The investment in the national broadband network as a whole is up to $43 billion.
Why would the taxpayer be expected to fund an advertising campaign to sell the virtues and the benefits of NBN Co?
No, it's selling the benefits of the national broadband network, not the company.
Well, I mean,
they're two different things.
So what is going to be? What is the government going to be able to tell us about its investment in NBN Co that NBN Co wouldn't be telling us, about the virtues of what they're doing?
NBN Co are, as to borrow a phrase that Mr Quigley uses regularly, the plumbers. What the government is doing is wanting to inform the Australian public about why we're spending up to in the investment in the network, $43 billion.
So we've got $16 million over 2 years to the Department for National Information Campaign, including as well as $7.6 million in 2009-10, which will be met from within existing resources of the department. Can you explain to us what exactly is going to be involved in the National Information Campaign?
Well, sure. There's a set of focus groups that have been assembled to provide the research basis that the guidelines for government information campaigns requires us to put together. Research basis indicates from those focus groups and run by a professional organisation, tells us what people would feel in need of knowing about the National Broadband Network. As you know, it's a very significant vision concept, but until the release of the implementation study, there wasn't a lot of detail out there. Now with the implementation study, there's a much greater appetite for knowledge from consumers, and that comes through from the focus groups. Against that focus group desire for knowledge, we, with the help of a creative firm, develop an ad campaign, a website, written materials. We have to submit those to to a committee that the government has established for scrutinising government advertising expenditure. The development of that involves then shooting an ad, having voiceovers done, that sort of thing. We then go back and focus test that against.
So how long have you been going with sort of setting the groundwork for all of this?
I think because we got approval in the budget process itself, it's probably 6, 8, 10 weeks, something like that.
So when you say you got approval, is this a proposal that was entirely initiated by the department, or is this something where the government said we want to do an information campaign and put a proposal together?
The department's been quite clear for many months now. We're in a position where there is a very significant concept being advanced by the government, with a lot of informed commentators saying there's insufficient advice in the public arena, both from a point of view of the content that's now been put out in the implementation study, and from people like most of the things like Comms Day and that sort of thing, saying there have been insufficient forums, insufficient public information on what you intend to do with the NBN. I guess for people who track Communications Day and the related ZNet and all those sort of things, there's been quite a sort of level of demand saying you're just not telling people enough about this. There was a forum run by the government, the University of New South Wales, in December. The Prime Minister spoke at it, but so did a large number of other people with particular visions about what the NBN could actually do, and one of the conclusions of that was you should run an information campaign. So the department's been quite clear.
So out of the consultation process came the novel idea of you should run an information campaign, and then you said, yep, let's do it.
There's a whole bunch of other ideas, Senator, and they're in a wiki, I think. Ms. Cullen probably knows more about
So what you're saying is you're running
up there in the public arena.
So you're running a $16 million plus $7.6 million information campaign because somebody in a consultation forum says you should run an information campaign.
No, not somebody in a consultation group. It's a very large group of people with expertise in this area saying you're doing not enough to inform us and people we interact with.
The mining industry are running ads expressing their point of view, which you support, because they believe that Australian people don't understand.
And of course there's mining companies, and you're making the linkage here of funding these themselves.
So
whereas you're asking the taxpayer...
Will you guarantee that you won't spend any money of the mining companies advertising?
You're here asking...
Can we get that commitment out of you?
You're asking the taxpayer to fund your information campaign.
Can we get that commitment out of you?
What is the time frame, Mr. Harris? What is the time frame? By when do you expect the work around the information campaign to be finalised? When do you expect the information campaign to kick off?
I'd hope relatively soon, but right now we're in discussion with the committee that the government's established. I can't quite remember the correct acronym. So
soon, like in a couple of weeks,
well,
a month,
in the course of this
2 months?
financial year, because some money has been allocated in this financial year. We would like to be able to spend money in the course of this financial year.
And like, if there is an election called, will this sort of campaign be interrupted, or will this?
No, there's a standard government process for assessing all of the information campaigns run. The Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet provides an assessment of the campaigns, and clearly those which offend the caretaker guidelines don't continue.
So the Prime Minister's Department is going to make a judgment as to whether an information campaign like this, based, funded by taxpayers.
And it's been
allow him to do the.
But wasn't this government going to get the Auditor General?
On this one, you just can't get away with this.
Wasn't this the government which was going to get the Auditor General to look at this? This is the government.
Now, can I just add some further information for you,
yes,
Senator Cormann?
Senator Conroy.
Consumer groups such as the Australian Communications Consumer Action Alliance, or ACAN, and the Australian Telecommunications Users Groups are calling for this much-needed information for consumers. For example, ACAN raised this at a recent Senate Select Inquiry. I'm sure Senator Fisher was there.
This is the ACAN.
On the NBN on the 15th of April. Teresa Corbyn, Deputy Chief
So, Minister,
Executive.
the grassroots were out there demonstrating, asking you to spend taxpayers' money on an information campaign. Please, give us a campaign.
ACAN canvassed the need for better information and education, stating, and I quote, "I think there is an opportunity to implement a large-scale information and education campaign."
Tell us, don't read it to us.
I'm wanting to make sure I accurately quote the Hansard.
So presumably you've chosen an advertising agency then if you're looking at commencing this campaign in the next few weeks.
That's right. We're working currently with an agency. I don't have the name in front of me, but we can probably provide that to you on notice.
Well, maybe you can provide it to us. I think Mrs. Cullen might be able to help us. Yeah.
Marianne Cullen, First Assistant Secretary, National Broadband Network Implementation Division. The preferred agency is Clemenger BBDO.
Okay, so and what sort of is the contract for, like the which part of the $23.6 million is part of the contract?
In fact, the total amount that will be spent on the information campaign is $16 million.
Okay.
The department is absorbing $7.6 million of those of that funding in this financial year, and we've been provided with an additional $8.4 million in 2010-11. So the total cost is $16 million.
The $16 million, is that the cost of the contract, or is that also...
That's the amount of funding that's been allocated to the department.
So how much is in the contract?
I don't actually have the details of the contract with Clemenger, but the work that they are doing is preparing the creative material that will be used in the campaign. They were selected after a select tender of 4 agencies that were chosen off the Commonwealth multi-user list, which is run by the Department of Finance and Deregulation. There was an evaluation committee. They were evaluated in accordance with a range of criteria, including the results of market testing that we did of the various concepts that the 4 agencies put forward.
And so we're looking at TV advertisements, newspaper advertisements, posters?
Certainly. It's expected at this point that the campaign will involve television and press advertisements, as well as a detailed website and a booklet.
Yeah, go on.
Now, Senator Minchin, you've got a glass jaw on this issue.
Oh, well, I remember all those attacks on me as the Minister for Finance for all that outrageous government spending on advertising.
$254 million.
It's amazing to me how shameless you are.
$254 million in 2007 alone, just for the record.
Yes, and you told us how outrageous it was. $7.6 million in 09-10. You're not proposing to spend $7.6 million in 09-10, are you, given there's about 4 weeks left of 09-10? Presumably that's being rolled over into 10-11. So this $16 million is actually, well, what's the profile of the spending? I mean,
the design of the cost of the program, the $16 million cost, was something that was put together regardless of which financial year it was in. We have funds available in the course of this financial year, and so we were contributing those because we will be spending what we can out of them, and then clearly, yes, we expect the campaign to roll over into the new financial year, and that's been agreed. So
but
the numbers...
It's not really a 2-year program. It's between now and June 30, 2011.
Well, I think Senator Cormann's asked a question which is difficult for me to provide, but obviously there are some potential interferences in the time frame of a campaign like this if it has to be suspended, so it may well run for a lot longer.
But it's not... Well...
May well run a lot longer into next financial year.
Money could be rolled over from this year to next year. Equally, money next year could be rolled over to the year after.
I think the question that Senator Minchin asked is a very interesting question. It looks, on the face of it, as if the funding for this campaign is front-end loaded, essentially between now and the end of the financial year, which just happens to coincide with sort of the critical period in the lead-up to the next election.
Well, I can assure you, Senator, that it is actually driven by the fact that we had funds that would otherwise have simply been returned to the budget, and so...
So you thought...
Well, it wasn't for obvious...
Excellent budgeting by the departments.
I think Senator Minchin would probably know the circumstances.
He understands the voraciousness.
But Mr. Harris, so essentially...
We had funds available, Senator, therefore we have attributed them to this budget, and we expect them
very generous of you, Mr. Harris.
Rolled over. So it's good financial practice, I think, is what...
But Mr. Harris, I'm not so sure about good financial practice, because we're looking at an amount...
Even Senator Minchin accepts this argument.
Senator Cormann.
It should have been returned to the budget, indeed. Like, when this is just under half, so you're proposing to spend $16 million, and just under half of that will be spent over the next 6 weeks, according to the budget.
and we'll...
You spent $125 million on the advertising campaign for the GST. $125 million advertising the GST. $254 million in 2007.
Has somebody sent you some talking points, Minister, have they?
I mean, seriously.
Has somebody emailed you some talking points out of the Prime Minister's office?
But he can only read them, he can't talk it, he's got to read it.
Mr Harris,
Well,
like, so
anytime you want to turn your computers off, that's fine.
we're spending just under half
Anytime.
over the next 6 weeks.
Just close them. You just go like this. And leave them like that.
$1 billion for the next few months. You know, so...
we will do our very best to spend what we can efficiently, reliably, good value for taxpayers in the course of this financial year, and expect the remainder of money, because it's dedicated to a particular purpose, to be rolled over into the next financial year. So I can't tell you how much we'll spend. Clearly, we spent money already on both focus groups and on development of concepts and filming and that sort of stuff. So we've spent something. I don't know what that is. The invoices, I think, given the timeframes we've been in this, probably haven't even come in yet. But we will do what we can to spend the money. But, Senator, but I think I've explained it's actually a not unusual budget practice for a cost to be taken from a department's available funds, which will otherwise be lost, and attributed to a particular purpose in the course of a budget process decision.
Will the Minister have final approval over the advertising campaign?
Yes, I have to recommend the advertising campaign to him under the government's guidelines.
And by when do you expect to make a recommendation to the Minister?
I have to obviously do it if we're going to get the campaign up before the end of the financial year. I have to do it in the next 4 weeks.
Yeah, if you want to get it underway, well and truly. So, but have you got a more immediate expectation? I mean, can you be a bit more specific?
No, and the reason is because we're in front of the government's Committee for Scrutiny of Advertising, and we're yet to reach a conclusion with them. And until we reach a conclusion with them, I'm unable to give their view. The view is a recommendation effectively to me under the government's guidelines. I have to provide a recommendation to the Minister. The Minister has to concur with that recommendation or not. And
have you seen any of the ads yet, Mr Harris?
I have, actually, Senator.
And anything that you can share with us?
Not the approval of the committee. We hope to share them with you all very soon, but not until after the committee approves them.
Can I just interpose? The budget papers describe this as a campaign focused on raising public awareness of the value of superfast broadband. So, presumably at some point someone made a decision that the public didn't have sufficient awareness of the value of superfast broadband. Therefore, no, you've cited ACAN, which is a group you set up.
ATUB.
I'm wondering...
ATUB, not a group that we set up.
What I'm wondering...
And many people at the Digital Economy Forum.
These are representative groups. What I'm alluding to is that presumably you have available to you market research which indicates to the government that public awareness of the value of superfast broadband is not sufficient, whatever the metric for that is.
Don't you support
and that
superfast
therefore
broadband?
$16 million has got to be spent to raise it from one point to some greater point.
That's correct.
Does such market research exist? And if so, can we see it?
No.
The Minister says no. I can assure you that...
we will comply with the guidelines.
The best metrics out of this are that, as I think I said earlier to Senator Cormann, 80% of people are aware the government plans to do something in the broadband area, and only 13% of people believe that they've got sufficient information in relation to it. So that's the expressed
So you
need.
mentioned that earlier, did you?
I did to Senator Cormann, but it may have been lost in the...
when was that
changes.
done?
In this last 8 to 10 weeks period, March.
Despite all Senator Conroy's bluster and shouting and screaming, the public haven't heard a thing and haven't got a clue what he's up to. Is that what you're telling us?
I don't think I'd go that far.
Remarkable.
I don't think
Guilty
I'd go
as charged. Guilty as charged. Guilty as charged.
Senator Minchin, I think that 80% of respondents had heard of the government's plan, but only 13% felt that they were fully informed of it. And quite a number indicated that they felt that they needed more information around it, in particular in relation to the benefits that the National Broadband Network Initiative would deliver, including the value of high-speed broadband.
And this was reiterated even at the Tasmanian, even in Burnie last week in a community cabinet. And I know you would have been glued to APAC watching the community cabinet.
Oh, I was.
A gentleman stood up and actually said the government should be doing more to promote why we need fast broadband and the National Broadband Network.
And which branch is he a member of?
He's not actually a member of any branch, but he stood up and advocated that we should be doing more to raise people's awareness of the benefits of the National Broadband Network. And he's not related to me.
We're still with Senator Minchin or back to Senator
No, I was just interposing. Senator.
And if I may, on the advertising program, will it commence only if and when the legislation that the government has before Parliament is passed?
Well, there's a number of bits of legislation. The first one, as we've maintained, despite your views, has got nothing to do with the National Broadband Network. It's actually about consumer safeguards and the structure of the industry. The second bill, which is a draft bill at the moment, which isn't before Parliament, is actually...
You're talking about the NBN Code Bill, are you?
Is about NBN Code Bill. But I just wanted to make sure you understood the difference between the first bill, which has got nothing to do with NBN Code.
I understand the difference, but your so-called difference is a distinction without a difference, but I do understand the difference in title of the two bills, Minister, but keep going.
So, no, I just wanted to correct you on the issue of believing that was an NBN Code bill before the Parliament.
So the advertising campaign, is it correct that it will commence irrespective of whether either the Consumer Safeguards Bill has been passed by Parliament and irrespective of whether the NBN Co Bill has been passed by Parliament, irrespective of whether the fibre deployment bill is passed by Parliament, which is about deploying fibre.
The NBN is actually being constructed on the ground all around Australia as we speak.
My question remains.
The answer is yes.
So the advertising program will proceed irrespective of whether or not Parliament has passed
the NBN
those
Co.
bills.
The NBN Co. is currently being built around Australia as we speak. In Tasmania, in just a few short weeks, it will go live to customers. And as I think I mentioned earlier in the day, the first couple of customers have actually been signed up by one of the RSPs. We have 6,000 kilometres.
So the NBN
Can I finish my
code-
answer?
So, Minister,
can I finish my answer, please? We have 6,000 kilometres of backhaul, being backbone of the network, being built as we speak. I've been to Mount Isa and launched it. I was recently in Gingin, just north of Perth,
good place,
to launch the Geraldton to Perth link. And the other links are all on the verge of deployment and construction. We have 5 first release sites in Brunswick, in Townsville, in Armidale, in Kiama, Downs and in Wollonga. And they are all being scoped out and the digging will commence in the second half of the year. Digging, construction, deployment will commence. So the National Broadband Network is commencing and being deployed irrespective of whether or not legislation is passed or not passed by Parliament. It does not require Parliament to pass it.
So the legislation is irrelevant to the building of the NBN,
yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Completely.
So
even you're confused about that, which is, as you can see, explains why we need a national advertising campaign.
So the government's timetable, Yeah. So why the
It'd be fair to say I won't be taking on board your idea, Senator Minchin. I think you've failed the tender test already.
So why has it been claimed as part and parcel of the government's attempts to have each of those bits of legislation considered by Parliament? Why has timing been put as imperative by the government in that process?
The first bill, which you continue to frustrate, is a bill that's about consumer safeguards. And it's always been disappointing to see such a narrow-minded view taken by the opposition when it comes to a bill.
Why has it been put that timing... No, not at the moment.
Can I finish my question? My answer. Can I finish my answer, please?
Bring on the cement pourer.
Thank you. So Australian consumers are worse off every day because you are blocking this bill. There are enormous powers for the ACCC in this bill. And given that you're from regional Australia at times, although I've just found out you're from Western Australia, so this may not count, Senator Fisher, but every single day Telstra are removing phone boxes from all over regional and rural Australia. 5,000 in the last 18 months, I believe, is the number. They are ripping phone boxes out of the ground all over regional and rural Australia. This bill that you are blocking will give some powers to ACMA to stop that process.
Thank you, Minister.
So this bill...
We've said you could split the bill,
So
Senator
this
Conroy,
bill
and you know
actually
that. Split the bill if you want
delivers
it passed.
protections to consumers in phone boxes right now. And every day that is delayed, another phone box gets ripped up out of the ground, and it's Senator Minchin's fault, Senator Tro's fault, Senator Fisher's fault, Senator Cormann's fault. Sorry, I withdraw you from that, Senator Tro. And Senator McDonald's vote.
Order. Senator Tro.
Thank you. I have some questions for probably Mr Harris about satellites, and I'd like to ask, does the department have a view about the government procuring in its own right next generation Ka-band satellites?
I don't think we have a different view to that which Mr Quigley expressed.
Yes, he did already express that
earlier today. Unless you perhaps provide me with a little bit more context, Senator.
Yes, I would like that to happen. Thanks. Yes. Well, I was interested in his remarks, but I wanted to ask you as well. Perhaps
let me. The department's involvement in satellite includes the, as discussed last night with the committee, the fact that we're providing a significant investment in satellite for television for regional and remote Australians as part of the digital switchover program. As well, we provide under the Australian Broadband Guarantee program broadband-based around satellite provision for people in remote Australia, and that program's in the budget papers again this year. But the interaction between the department and NBN Co over this is driven very much by NBN Co preparing and developing its own interim and then long-term satellite solutions for broadband.
Its own long-term?
Interim and then long-term solutions. So
yes.
If I take the long-term, satellite will have to be used by NBN Co to supply. We assess, based around the implementation study, the last 2% of Australians, the very most distant Australians who will get broadband through satellite. NBN will need to develop that option itself. In the course of developing that option, NBN is, I think you asked before lunch from Mr Quigley, NBN is developing a knowledge of satellite market through expressions of interest provided to it, and it will potentially be able to provide an interim improved service, which is prior to a long-term putting more satellite capacity up in the sky, for example, or something like that. The department and NBN Co work closely together on what their interim solution might be, because it will clearly have implications for our subsidy program for remote consumers, the Australian Broadband Guarantee program. And so as a result of that, we will take advice from NBN about what they actually plan. Meantime, the government continues its investment in the Broadband Guarantee program, which is outlined in the papers, the budget papers. The Broadband Guarantee program itself has a different focus this year because the continuing expansion of mobile broadband services provided by Telstra and Optus and Vodafone has reduced the footprint of the area in which we would subsidise those Australians. In other words, commercially based services are advancing further and further out into regional Australia, and so our footprint has reduced. But we will still have a subsidy program from the department in place, and NBN, if you like, will be developing a delivery mechanism, which the government will, I think, consider in the course of next financial year, whether it wants NBN to proceed with that, and if so, what implications that might have for the Broadband Guarantee program. And clearly, if there are any implications for that, we will have to discuss those implications with the suppliers who work with us under the Broadband Guarantee program. So I think it would be accurate to say that while we have programs being driven from two different perspectives, us from Broadband Guarantee Subsidy and NBN Co from having to provide an answer on the satellite footprint in due course, those are going to coincide in the course of next year with an ultimate...
If I could just add some information, we have just recently made a fairly significant announcement for existing satellite customers. We've increased the required minimum standard an ISP must provide a customer. Minimum speeds are to be doubled to 1 megs download, and 256k upload. That's from 512k and 128k. The minimum data allowance will also be doubled to 6 gig. Customer warranty from 1 year to 3 years. There will also be a better testing regime. White boxes called e-metric devices will be installed in a large number of customer premises. The department we're targeting 1,000, which measure the exact end-user experience. So there will be no debate about the speed a customer will actually be receiving, as this testing device works in exactly the same conditions as the customer through their computer. Customers will no longer be required to run web-based tests. And our continued support of the ABG has begun to show dividends, with Telstra announcing a new NextG service with significantly reduced monthly costs, $49.95, that has met the department's coordinated independent metro comparability tests. So because we've been providing service and increasing the benchmark, Telstra have now been forced to respond by lowering their prices, which is a win for everybody.
Indeed. Part of the longer-term purpose of my question was whether the government is going to consider, or the department, to commence any sort of scoping study to determine if the satellites would be commissioned and launched by government over the next 3 years, or whether you would prefer working through an existing satellite operator.
I think that was inherent in my earlier answer, for which I apologise for the length of it if I put too much information in there. As I said, the interim solution will probably necessarily has to be through an existing provider.
Right, yes, that's
NBN
okay.
Co will have to work out whether it would prefer to, as it were, launch its own satellites for the long term for the most remote Australians, or whether it wants to work through a satellite provider to do that, or whether there is...
I think it'd be fair to say if we get a good deal,
yes,
then we get a good deal, and we don't need to. But if we don't get a good deal, we're prepared to enter the market.
To build it from the ground up, as it were.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Good.
We're looking to get the best possible deal.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you, Mr Harris. That's fine. Right.
On this question of satellite services, is there some sort of formula that will apply in terms of the rollout of cable versus when a satellite service might be introduced to provide broadband in, say, remote areas like Western Australia, where...
Could you just expand on your question? Because I could take it to mean one of two things. I just wanted to make sure I get the exact meaning.
Well,
of the
obviously
question.
in more remote areas, I presume you'll be providing this service through satellite and local distribution. Is that not the case?
McKinsey's recommends an increase from 90 to 93% fibre to the premise. And
of the population?
Sorry?
Of the population?
Yeah, of the population.
Yeah.
And about 3% for satellite, which would be the truly remote areas, which I'm sure would cover many of your constituents. And the intervening 4% would be the wireless product. So that's just to give you the context of what McKinsey's have recommended to the government.
No, I thank you for that. But many of the areas in the north of Western Australia, say north of Geraldton, there are long distances to small population centres, and even the larger population centres like Karratha, Port Hedland and Broome still have long distances between them, and it would seem to me that logically there's no point in rolling out cable for 1,800 kilometres up to Port Hedland if there's very little need for it along the way. So such services, I presume...
No, I'd have to disagree with you entirely,
is that right?
Senator Eggleston.
I would have thought...
We did have a discussion this morning, and I appreciate you were probably in another committee, so you couldn't be here for it.
I was, I'm afraid, yes.
But we had quite a lengthy discussion. Senator Ludlam, also a Western Australian, was asking questions about the footprint.
Yes.
I indicated that we do have a footprint map of the NBN proposed at the moment.
Okay.
And what we're seeking to do is to allow, if this is technologically possible, and we're working on this, if we can, have a website where every Australian could type in their address and see whether or not they were going to be in the 93% footprint, if that was what the government decided, the 4% footprint or the 3% footprint. But as to just writing off places like Port Hedland, because it's a long way to run a piece of fibre, we're running 6,000 kilometres of fibre around Australia already. We started in Mount Isa, building a Darwin to Toowoomba link through Mount Isa. We've also been party to a construction coming basically from Tennant Creek down to around Mildura, connecting into the network in Mildura. I was in Perth last week, turning the sod on the Perth to Geraldton.
Yes,
I hope I was. I hope I was, and I did appreciate you sending all your young Liberals along. I did appreciate you sending the young Liberals along to the community forum that I ran. They were well received.
Significant
they were
concern,
very satisfied with the answers that they got to their queries. But
that is not the feedback we were getting from. Not the feedback we were getting from the good people of Swan.
You should get out more.
With a very strong local member, Steve Irons.
Coming back to Senator Eggleston, we are committed to building the backbone of that, we call backhaul as it's referred to in the jargon, to wherever there is not contestable backhaul. In other words, where we can't get a competitive outcome by either, similar to the satellite situation, Senator Trove? Sorry. I was just saying this is similar to the satellite circumstance. Yes. If we can get a good deal from an existing fibre provider, and in a lot of cases, particularly in regional rural Australia, that is only Telstra. If we can get a good deal, good access to what they call dark fibre, then we will not need to duplicate. If we cannot get a good deal, we are prepared to ensure that the national pricing that we're proposing is consistent, that we have enough backhaul built by ourselves. So I would not for a moment, and I don't think you're being flippant,
no,
I actually think you were saying, wow.
Quite seriously, I'm not
I think when you see the footprint of NBN Co, you'll go, wow.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. If I do go wow, I'll email you wow. But in
my address is senator.conroy@aph.gov.au, just so you've got it ready to press.
Thank you.
WOW, wow.
But I would have thought there was a precedent, if you like, in the provision of television services in the fairly remote north of Western Australia, where there are quite big towns and getting bigger, but long distances between them. And in towns like Karratha, Port Hedland and so on, the TV services are provided by satellite. I would have thought that was a model that you might have considered
unfortunately,
following.
the propagation issues between satellite TV and satellite broadband are just substantially different.
Right.
The first thing is that because it's data and a lot of video now, particularly, the capacity to provide the sort of broadband that the most Australians are crying out for now if you travel around Australia, and I know you do, Senator Eggleston, is that they want to be able to access the sorts of speeds as close to in the city as possible. So you can deliver an equivalent service, as we're about to do, and I know you're following this, as we're about to do with the digital transition from analogue to digital television. You can deliver an equivalent service off the satellite, and we're providing all 16 channels to every Australian now. So you can live in Broome, Karratha, Port Hedland or Kalgoorlie or any of the smaller towns and centres across regional Western Australia, and you'll get the same service as in the rest of Australia. With broadband, it won't quite work like that. Satellite broadband can't deliver the equivalent of a fibre broadband or even wireless. But we are endeavouring to provide the best possible national broadband network to every Australian. We committed to deliver 12 meg to 98% of Australians in the last election, and in actual fact what we're doing with the latest generation satellite services that we are either going to put up ourselves or hire or lease, we will deliver that 12 meg to 100% of Australians. So we will actually exceed our election commitment.
Well, that's wonderful, Minister. I'm very pleased to hear that. But my interest is also in...
Senator.conroy@aph.gov.au. Wow, W-O-W.
But companies like Rio are talking about running their mining operations remotely. And
absolutely. It's one of the fabulous new applications of broadband.
So, yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm interested in this, in the sort of the economic impact in terms of, or the capacity impact.
Could I congratulate you on your far-sighted thinking, Senator Evans? That is exactly
I'm
why.
I'm known for my broad vision and distant vision, but of course Rio in particular has an interest in this.
Yeah, no, look, we are very keen to work with...
for that reason.
Yeah, we are very keen to work with particularly resource companies. If you look at where we're running the existing Darwin, Mount Isa link down to Toowoomba, you'll see it runs right through the centre of a number of major resource projects that are either under construction or will be taking place, and they will be able to access for the first time genuinely competitive backhaul prices, as I said, that's a technical term for the backbone, and they'll be able to absolutely benefit by having access to this technology. And that will be absolutely the case. As I said, when you see the footprint, I think you will genuinely go, wow.
All right, well, thank you. The difference between the East Coast and the West Coast, and Queensland and Western Australia, is that Western Australia is far more sparsely populated, with a few fairly small communities, maybe of 20 or 30,000. And I just wondered how the cost economics of this would work out in terms of the provision of these services.
The network...
Because it is different to Queensland.
Look, the network has looked at all of these issues and the structure of the network is designed, if you remember, we originally talked about down to towns with 1,000 people. I believe we'll penetrate much deeper than that around Australia. So I think if you're in a township of 1,000, I think you've got a very, very, very good chance. And I believe, having seen now the footprint, that it'll be substantially, particularly if you take into account the McKinsey's recommendation, if we adopt it, the 93%, we actually then push much, much deeper than on the McKinsey analysis than the original policy proposal. So as I said, we're actually exceeding our election commitment with the National Broadband Network.
My final comment is that 93% of the population is different to 93% of the continental area. So there is an issue there about distance and density of population.
Yeah, no, our commitment is to build to 90%, possibly 93% of residences. Yeah, businesses, hospitals, schools, and residences. That's the commitment. And appreciating all of the distances that you're describing. And the McKinsey's report looked at all of these things and found that the report, irrespective of the deal with Telstra, found that the NBN was both financially viable and affordable, because that's important. And it's important that people in Western Australia, and I've had this argument already with some of the other senators, Senator Eggleston, our commitment, Labor's commitment, is to ensure uniform pricing. It doesn't matter whether you live in Port Hedland or Broome or Kalgoorlie. You should pay the same as you pay in Perth, as the same as you pay in Adelaide, Sydney, Melbourne or Brisbane for the same product.
Okay, well, thank you, Minister. I look forward to looking at your footprint.
And I'm sure the Minister will look forward to your emails.
Yep.
You'll have to wait and see.
Thank you, Chair.
Troyes or... Okay, Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Harris, have you been able to get that information that you indicated you would seek this afternoon in respect of the unanswered questions on notice, the 12 and 17, and from where that, in what repository they've been in between being asked and then provided to the committee in the last day or so?
I have some information,
including the ACMA ones.
I'm not sure. I don't have ACMA. Nobody asked me for ACMA.
Yes,
NBN Co and the department is what was raised this morning.
Can you provide the information as to those two, please? NBN Co and the department.
I can, but I have no way of saying now whether I'll be able to get them for you before we finish today. But
sorry, get what, Mr Harris?
ACMA.
Yeah, leave aside ACMA. Can you answer my question in respect of, which is what you did say you do?
Yes.
I grant you we weren't talking about ACMA this morning, so can you focus your answer on
NBN Co
and the department?
The NBN Co draft answers were received in the department, as Mr Quigley said, in early March. Some of them were in a form which we recommended to the Minister's office and some were not. But by the end of March, all those were provided to the Minister's office in draft form. A number of them came back through April for corrections, and I've got dates by which they were supplied to the committee starting from the 6th of April through to the 21st of May. And I think you have the breakup. I've just got the numbers of each of the questions. But as I said, by the end of March, but then subsequently editing required by the Minister's office throughout April, and except for the ones that obviously were provided to you on the 6th of April. And as I mentioned this morning, some of them, as the Minister just noted again now, some of them because NBN's draft answers to questions asked in February were out of date by April. And as I said, they were supplied through to the end of May, to the 21st of May. So questions were supplied to the committee, were supplied to the committee on the 6th of April. These are just done by packages, 6th of April, the 10th of May and the 21st of May.
Okay. How many of those questions on notice, how many of the answers came back from the... you said some went to the Minister's office in the first place, some didn't.
Yes.
What is the total that we're talking about, please? And of the total, how many went to the Minister's office in the first place?
No, they all went in draft to the Minister by the end of March. All of them.
Okay. How many?
But some subsequently came back.
How many came back from the Minister's office?
And I don't have that information, Senator. I just have the dates that they were submitted and then to the committee and then the dates they were submitted to the Minister's office. I don't have... In other words, I don't think we track the toing and froing of...
After the afternoon tea break, would you be able to provide me with the answer to that question?
I can ask for that answer.
Thank you. How many of those questions came back from the Minister's office?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once we have that answer, we know how many questions came back from the Minister's office. They came back for what purpose? You said for corrections or editing required by the Minister's office.
I can remember one of my own, which actually one came to me, which was it was out of date by the time, because the question was asked in February, and by the time the draft was supplied, it was out of date. The government had made a decision. I can't remember the issue, but I remember being the person who's...
Fast-moving portfolio, Senator Fisher.
If you wait long enough, things do move. Mr Harris, corrections or editing required by the Minister's office. You've given one example where a particular brief was out of date. What other sorts of corrections or editing, in your words, were required by the Minister's office?
Perilously close to seeking information about what is advice to government.
Mr Harris?
Yes, I have to agree with the Minister, Senator. We don't normally say the Minister's office took this word out and added that word in. We don't normally supply that information.
So to the extent that there were further corrections or editing required by the Minister's office, it was taking a word out and putting another word in,
Well, I've just used that as a hypothetical example, Senator. I don't know what the edits were. I can ask the department to tell me. I'll have to go and ask for this. Which ones came back and which ones, obviously, the Minister's office wanted to think about.
Can you please, in time for recommencement after the afternoon tea break, and be ready then, if you don't mind, Mr Harris, to indicate to the committee your preparedness or not to talk about the nature of the changes, albeit in generic, but the nature of the changes. I'm asking Mr Harris to consider it. I'm not asking for an answer
to government,
now,
and
I'm
it is
not
going to be
for an answer
answered
from you, Minister, because we know how long it takes once your office gets involved in answering questions. I'd like an answer, please, Mr Harris.
And Minister, incidentally,
afternoon tea
you know that advice to government is not a reasonable excuse not to provide us with information unless you can point to a proper public interest immunity reason.
As I said, any time you want to take it to the floor, you feel free.
Not asking about the actual information.
Okay, convene the Senate.
You can have my seat in the Senate and I'll have yours, Minister.
No, I appreciate that you would...
And while we're talking about unanswered questions, ACMA yesterday, which is part of the same portfolio, told us that they had provided an answer that was submitted by Senator Abetz on 15 March in relation to the number of websites banned and advice as to why each individual website had been banned, which ACMA told us the answer that they had submitted the answer. It's not found their way to the Senate yet. So if we could track down where in the whole process between Minister's office, departments and others this might be blocked, that would be great. But
if you want to say the Minister's not sending them onto the committee fast enough, just say it.
Well,
stop wasting half an hour of your own time. Just say it.
We're asking the question. Now, moving back to the issue of aerial cabling, Mr Harris, since the government announced the NBN project in April 2009, how many letters, emails, phone calls or other forms of communications has the department received which raise concerns about the deployment of aerial cabling by NBN Co?
I'll have to take that question on notice, Senator.
Well, can you give us... I mean, if there were none...
We said we'd take it on notice.
I mean, are we talking 10, 20, 100?
We take it on notice.
But can you give us like a broad indication?
That's why you take things on notice, so we can give you an exact answer. We've said we'll take it on notice.
Have there been any?
I don't sign the correspondence, Senator, so I don't know the answer to that. Some people in the department will, but I doubt we track the correspondence by that type of subject matter. In fact, I'm pretty sure we don't track the correspondence by that type of subject matter. But we'll ask. I think more likely this, as the Minister has already said, this is the sort of question that we would, to give you a proper answer, have to take on notice, and we'll go back and examine the correspondence.
Yeah. But I mean, you'd be aware that the issue of aerial cabling has, in the past, been controversial in Australia. I mean, you'd be conscious of that?
Very conscious of that from previous jobs I've done, Senator. Not from this job, but from previous jobs.
So you wouldn't be surprised if your department had received some complaints, queries, inquiries in relation to proposals for aerial cabling?
I really can't answer that question, Senator.
Now, but Minister, like you made an assertion in the press conference on 6 May that you have not had any complaint in Tasmania, this is specifically for Tasmania, in relation to consumer complaints about aerial cabling.
As I read a little earlier, and I reiterate, no one has walked up to me and said, hey, we don't want it. And in fact, I read out earlier, I won't do it again, but I read out earlier the CEO of the Local Government Association in Tasmania who was actually welcoming the fact that we weren't digging up their footpaths again. So in Tasmania, nobody has walked up to me and said, it's a problem.
All right, so that assertion is exclusively based on people not having walked up to you, so you didn't sort of consult, or you didn't ask your department, NBN councils, as to whether they've... So this was entirely based on the fact that nobody has walked up to you personally and said, Minister, I'm concerned about aerial cabling.
As I said, I'm quoting from... I've done a number of public forums in Tasmania. I've lost count of the number of press conferences I've done in Tasmania, and I've quoted from the CEO of the Tasmanian Local Government Association welcoming it. So if you believe there's a groundswell in Tasmania out there, then please inform the Senate.
Well, I'm going to go through a few questions. I assume you remember your former ALP Senate colleague, Chris Schott. You remember him?
Shotty is well known to me.
I thought he...
In fact, to be fair, Shotty's well known to...
I thought he was. So
everybody who's been in the Senate for longer than you.
So you may be...
And I'm not being pejorative when I say that.
That's a statement of fact. I'm very pleased that you make observations of fact, Minister, for a change. So you might be aware of comments that he made in the mid-90s when the issue of aerial deployment of fibre...
You're quoting from the mid-90s?
Yeah. Just to bear with me.
This is the trap. Come on, lead me into the trap.
This is because we've got to set the context here.
Yes, come on, set the trap up. Come on.
I'm not looking. I'm going to seek some assurances.
It takes too long to get there, Matthias.
I'm going to seek some assurances. He talked about, and I'm quoting, sooner or later someone is going to be hit over the head with something as a result of the then government pursuing the deployment.
In his case, that might have already happened.
And so, Minister, after intense community outrage, the coalition actually amended the Telecommunications Act to require that aerial deployment required local council approval.
Yes.
Which
we're now going through the process of gaining.
Okay. So the suggestions where your office has supposedly confirmed that you would change the law if necessary to get around any local opposition to aerial cabling. That is not something that you support?
Well, let me give you a comprehensive answer.
Yes, please.
While it's been flagged as a possibility that we intend to progress, at this stage the government has not put forward changes to the existing powers and immunities.
You've got some talking points there, Minister.
I'm giving you a comprehensive answer.
That's good.
Were you reading from something?
Yeah,
you were reading from something.
I'm reading from my questions. That's right.
I'm saving the environment paper. I'm reading from a computer screen. You're reading from a piece of paper. We are considering recommendations in the implementation study on this issue. We've always said that before we put forward any formal changes, we would consult publicly with key stakeholders, including local governments.
Consult?
Should the government proceed with any legislative changes, obviously they will be subject to parliamentary scrutiny. In any case, in the first instance, we are seeking whether we can work cooperatively with local governments and local stakeholders on the rollout of the NBN. To this end, NBN Co is engaging heavily with local governments and a range of other parties, including utility companies, on ways that they can work cooperatively, including the rollouts in first release sites. It's important for NBN Co to understand the extent to which they can work cooperatively with local governments. I continually meet local government representatives that want the NBN to roll out first or as a priority area because they know, unlike those opposite, the benefits high-speed broadband will bring to their local area. And I would encourage local government representatives to continue to do what they've been doing, which is to consult and work closely and cooperatively with the NBN Co.
So, Minister, in the first instance you will consult, and like if local councils don't agree with your proposition, will you then legislate in order to get around local council approval requirements?
At this stage, we're in the very early stages of the consultation and we're receiving very positive and favourable feedback.
So you will put out a discussion paper for public consultation?
If we were going down that path, yes.
Okay, well that's a commitment. If you go down the path of trying to get around local council approvals to impose area cabling,
we would certainly be engaged fully publicly and we'd be providing plenty of documentation.
Now, Minister, at some point, you've also made the assertion that NBN fibre...
But I do repeat, we are constructively engaged and not one council we're engaged with has said that they don't want to cooperate with the NBN Co. We're also engaged with state governments. In fact, most councils are racing ahead and introducing the measures necessary, particularly in greenfield sites, to allow the deployment of the NBN Co.
So Minister, you've also asserted that the NBN fibre is a very different piece of cable compared to the HFC rollout.
I haven't asserted it, it's a fact.
Well, explain that for us, because a cable is a cable. Well, in terms of like the looks, in terms of the inconvenience.
When they send you into Senate estimates, I've already quoted, I think you may have been out of the room, so I will try not to embarrass Senator Minchin too much again. I've already quoted a Senator Minchin quote from October last year where he did concede that it was a much thinner piece of cable, not as big, fat and ugly as the HFC rollout. I can read you the exact quote.
I'm pleased you hang off my every word.
Always, Senator Minchin. As you know, I'm a big fan of yours.
Thank you.
And I'm a big fan that you're particularly on the backbench. I can read you, Senator Minchin. So when you say cable is cable, Senator Cormann, you're just wrong. And Senator Minchin's already said that cable's not cable, and when they send you in with these
cable is not cable. That's an interesting point.
Is a much fatter, lower-hung, loopy cable, and I mean loopy as in it looped down and had large, ugly things hanging off it. A piece of fibre, if you want to go to Tasmania, next time you're in Tasmania, and go and examine the aesthetics of the piece of fibre that has already been constructed, you will see that there is an enormous difference between the aesthetics of a piece of HFC cable and the aesthetics of a piece of fibre. And Senator Minchin has already conceded that.
So you're assuming then that NBN Co is going to be a monopoly provider of services, because if Telstra was competing with NBN Co and has existing infrastructure, that'll include existing HFC cabling, wouldn't it?
Sorry? Could you just repeat the question?
Well, are you making an assumption on what the cabling...
I think and I think you were probably out of the room, Senator Cormann, we had quite a lengthy discussion with Mr Quigley about this, where we said that there's a range of different assumptions in play at the moment. If we do a deal with Telstra, then obviously we get access to more underground cabling capacity than if not. And the NBN Co haven't made any assumptions about what the outcome may be. They prepared, I think he said, 2 plans. I think, please someone correct me on that, but he said that they prepared 2 plans. And just again to demonstrate to you that not all cable is not cable, here's a statement from Dr Jonathan Spring, who was involved in the FTTP pilot in Tasmania called TasColt, and he said on the 3rd of June 2009, so he's an expert who's actually deployed some fibre to the home, and he said a very attractive way of doing it in comparison to the way cable TV was laid out, because the fibre cable is very much smaller than the existing cable that people might be aware of from Optus and Telstra. And that was a public quote from somebody who's worked on it, which is entirely consistent with Senator Minchin's radio interview that I quoted from earlier.
But, I mean, the bottom line out of everything that we've said, if ever you wanted to go past the current requirements to get local government approval,
at this stage
then you'll go through a proper public consultation
process. We're working very cooperatively with the local councils. They're very keen. They are very keen. In fact, the Western Australian state government turned up at the Community Information Night last week to promote and extol
the virtues. They probably want to know what you're up to, Minister. They probably want to know what you're up to.
Extol the virtue. No, they were speaking at the forum. The Western Australian government. The first chance I get, if you ask me a question in question time, I'll read you out the West Australian government's presentation to the Community Forum, Senator Cormann. So I'm soliciting a question from you in your new responsibilities. Equally, the new Minister for IT, turned up at the digging and welcomed the National Broadband Network proposal and encouraged us to build a bigger footprint into the areas that you were describing, Senator Eggleston. The issues that you've been raising are very, very valid, but we're working very closely with the councils, and it's just worth noting that many of the HFC rollouts involved a bundle of cables which make them thick, and they are often strung quite low over the street. So to assert that cable is to not have actually ever stood there and looked at an HFC piece of cable compared to a fibre piece of cable.
Minister, did you has there been any need to circumvent local planning rules in Tasmania in respect of any aspect of the NBN rollout in Tasmania?
Look, not that I'm aware of, and in fact, as I think we indicated to Senator McDonald a little earlier, we're involved in gaining the consent of residents and landowners in Tasmania. I think we actually had that discussion with Senator McDonald.
Has there been the need to institute a different process in respect of the NBN rollout in Tasmania from what would otherwise be the local government planning process for the NBN, whether it be through getting approval or otherwise? Has there been any need to change any rules in order to facilitate the NBN build in Tasmania?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'll take that on notice just to confirm that. And if Senator Cormann would like to expand his education, he could go to www.znet.com.au / in this case, photos building Tassie Scottsdale NBN, where you can actually look at a piece of fibre cable that has been strung up. So www.znet.com.au, photos building Tassie Scottsdale NBN.
I think, Minister, you know that you've got issues where there's public concern about having cables hanging from poles in front of people's houses, whether they're thick cable or thin cables. I think you're well aware that you've got a potential issue of community concern that you've got to deal with.
No, but I think before you start making wild and unfounded allegations that you clearly don't understand, you should actually take the time to go and have a look at a piece of fibre. I've just given you a website where you can look at a piece of fibre hanging between two telegraph poles. So you're welcome to go and have a look at that now, and you'll discover, like Senator Minchin correctly said, that they're really not big, fat, ugly cables like in the HFC rollout.
I'm sure everybody would love to have these cables in front of their house.
Minister, thank you. I understand that you will check whether or not there has been
yes, as I said, I take it on notice, and if there have been any changes, we'll come back to you. But I don't believe so, but I haven't followed it at every level. I followed it fairly closely, but I haven't followed it at every level.
Understood. At the time of a hearing we had in Tasmania, some of the witnesses suggested there was in prospect a potential exception for what would have been the normal rules for the building of infrastructure of the sort to be built by the National Broadband Network in Tasmania, that there would be the need for some sort of exception to be created.
As I said, I wasn't being 100% definitive. It's not my understanding. I'm happy to take it on notice and correct.
I'm just wanting to make sure you don't miss it, Minister.
No, and we'll come back to you, and if there's been any change, we will let you know.
And we heard evidence from the Sorel, I'm not sure if I've pronounced that correctly, the Sorel local council at that time. Thank you. So what is proposed for householders that might not want fibre to their door in terms of the NBN? Do households get a choice?
Well, as I said, in Tasmania, we are seeking the permission to come onto property to do what's referred to in the jargon as the drop. So we're getting written permission. So people can choose not to write. Not to give us permission.
Will people be able to choose whether to have aerials hung or cable laid, so their front gardens dug up versus their
in Tasmania,
visual amenities?
In Tasmania, it is largely an overhead drop. I can come back to you
So are householders getting a choice in Tasmania, or are they being told what they must receive in order to get
Tasmania
the
is largely an overhead build.
So Tasmanians are being told it's stringing by cable, not having their front gardens dug up.
Tasmanians are demanding, just like the people of Wollonga are demanding.
No choice under you. Now they've got a choice of fast broadband.
Yeah, they can choose to have fast broadband or not. Yes.
So, Minister, are Tasmanians, for example, are able to say thanks but no thanks?
If they don't sign the form, we can't come on their property.
Okay. And will that be the same nationally?
We're working.
If householders...
It depends whether we get the exemptions from the councils. So we're working through all of those processes with the local councils. I'm happy to get some more information on the proposals, but we're in the very early stages. We've only just started the public meetings. So they were very, very well attended in Armidale. They were very well attended in Wollonga, though to be fair that was more of a stall. Brunswick is this weekend. I'm not sure if we've done Mundingburra. Senator McDonald, you might know.
Minister, does that mean that householders can only say thanks but no thanks if the government is unsuccessful in getting local councils to play ball?
At this stage, we're getting a very good hearing from the councils.
So, if a local council doesn't give you a very good hearing and a householder says thanks but no thanks, you go away. Is that right?
If the laws in individual areas require written permission to do the drop, as we call it, or in some cases it may be through the conduits, and they say no, and we are required to get their permission, then they have the legal right to say that.
Are you trying to make it? Is the government trying to make it so that
Did you not hear my answers to Senator Cormann? I just answered that question to Senator Cormann a few minutes ago.
Is the government attempting to make it so that written permission is not required?
I just answered that question with Senator Cormann. And what we said was we're working cooperatively with them. Senator Cormann then asked me if we were to consider changing that, what process would we go through? And I said there would certainly be, you'd need legislation, and that there would be plenty of community discussion about it. So I actually just answered that question at some length in a conversation with Senator Cormann. Please, Macca, ask a question. Nick.
Set-top boxes. We've got
the right people for set-top boxes.
Who will bear the cost of...
Sorry.
So once
set-top box questions were for Mr Townend. He completed his evidence last night and he's gone.
Can I ask my question? Thank you. Once NBN lays a cable, according to Malcolm Collis, A retail service
Unfortunately,
provider,
Mr Collis has had a number of inaccurate columns in the last 3 months.
That's what I'll ask you in a minute if you let me finish the quote.
So you really
He
shouldn't
says,
assume that what Malcolm Collis writes is correct.
I'm about to ask the department, I think I might get further, whether it is or not. Once NBN lays the cable, says Mr Collis, a retail service provider will install a set-top box inside or outside the premises.
It's not a set-top box. It's called an ONT.
An ONT.
It's a very different piece of equipment to a set-top box.
Who will bear the cost of the ONT box?
NBN Co.
And what's its shelf life?
I'd have to take that on notice and come back to you. Genuinely have to take it on notice so we give you a completely correct answer.
If it needs replacing, say,
it's an NBN Co piece of equipment.
If it needs replacing, say, for example, in 4 years, will NBN Co bear the cost of replacing it?
It's an NBN Co piece of equipment.
So that's a yes?
It's an NBN Co piece of equipment, and I will happily take on notice to confirm that, but I would assume, my assumption would be, that they would...
I mean, Senator, as you may know, if you willingly destroy equipment supplied by Telstra, you pay for replacement. So I don't think it's possible to give you a sweeping answer to your question. But as the Minister's advised, NBN Co intends to absorb the cost of installing it. And clearly, if it reaches the end of its shelf life, NBN Co will replace it because it's supplying the wholesale service. That's how it gets its revenue.
But if you were, as part of a personal protest...
Mr Harris, irrespective of the shelf life, NBN Co will replace at the end of the shelf life,
If as part of your personal protest against receiving fast broadband you take a baseball bat to it, it may be that NBN Co won't replace it at their own cost. I think that would be a fair way to describe it. If you vandalise it, then it may be that...
Baseball bat's part of that answer, is it?
Well, I think I just said it on Hansard. Your Hansard working?
What does the ONT box do, Mr Harris?
I'd have to... Look, Mr Quigley was here. He is an engineer. I'm not going to be unkind to...
He was not here for long enough.
I'm not going to be unkind to Mr Harris.
Does it essentially split...
I'm not even a lapsed engineer, Senator.
Does it essentially enable the splitting of NBN-related services from other, for example, TV?
Look, I think we would need to... they're very good questions. Mr Quigley could have given you a comprehensive hour-long answer on that, and we will get that information for you. Because it's a very good question, it's just that no one here is technically competent to answer the question.
So can you guarantee, Minister, that Australian households won't have to bear the cost of rewiring what they have in order to receive NBN?
There is a discussion taking place about those issues at the moment, and no final decisions have been made on those type of issues at this stage.
But it's covered in the implementation study, for example, Senator. So clearly McKinsey has given the advice, some advice to government on this. So there'll be a steer in that. The government has yet to take a decision.
That's right. Hence my question to the Minister about what he can guarantee or not.
And which he'll be able to do after the government considers the implementation study.
Chair, thank you.
Could I...
Thank you.
Could I
Minister,
just give Senator Eggleston a little bit more information? Apologies, I've just got to get the right note. It was just a useful piece of information that...
and when you've done that, we'll go to Senator McDonald.
Yeah. Sorry, here it is. Just an issue on density of population, which was at the heart of some of your questions. The density of the population of Australia is quite interesting. Most Australians live in relatively dense areas. Only around 9% of Australia is inhabited, and 90% of the population occupies just 0.2% of the land mass. This leaves 10% of the premises distributed across 98% of the populated land mass, with significant variability in density within the final 10%. That's on page 11 of the executive summary, so they actually have quite a discussion around that. I just thought you might be interested in those stats and might want to go and have a look at the report.
I will indeed, but it does serve to emphasise the difference between reaching 93% of the population versus 93% of the land mass.
No, we're reaching the population. I'm not suggesting we're going to cover the land mass.
I know you are, but some people get confused by that.
Yeah, no.
So therefore you need different technology. That's my point.
Yeah, no, we do need different technology. As I said, we're proposing, the McKinsey report proposes 3 technologies to cover the 100%.
Minister, some of my Indigenous constituents would challenge your assertion that only 9% of Australia is inhabited.
Look, I accept that that may be that they could validly challenge the McKinsey's finding.
Minister, in response to Senator Eggleston's first question, you sort of corrected him and said McKinsey had now said it was 93% rather than 90%. Do I assume from that you have accepted?
No, we haven't accepted any individual recommendations. We'll be making a full government response to the 84 recommendations in the middle of the year, but we haven't individually accepted any of them at this stage.
Well, it was originally said to be by the end of May, so I take it that that's not correct.
What we said was we were going to have a consultation. So we have a consultation which closes on the 27th of this month, and then following that we're also engaged in conversations with NBN about all of that, and we would make recommendations in the middle of the year, as in around June-ish, the end of June. I think I've been consistent on that, Senator. I'm trying to be cute.
So we can expect your response to the McKinsey report by the 30th of June?
Around that. I said the middle of the year. I didn't say the 30th of June. I was just saying around the end of June-ish.
Mr. why did it take from the 5th of March until last week to release the implementation study? What was so secretive about the implementation study that it couldn't be released?
To be fair to say, I would have been very comfortable to have released it much earlier, but the government was considering a whole range of issues around it. We released it despite Mr Collis suggesting, Senator Fisher, despite Mr Collis suggesting that we had sent it back, paid $2 million more and had it all changed. This was all untrue. And we released it in full as we received it. But as to the actual timing, it just became a whole-of-government issue. I'd have been personally comfortable to have released it earlier, but the whole-of-government view was that we needed to consider some issues, and so we made a decision to release it just prior to the budget. We did give a public commitment. We'd release it prior to the budget, and we met that commitment.
Well, I'm pleased to hear your own personal view was to release it before, but...
No, I just thought it was a very good document that would inform the debate.
Indeed.
And there was a lot of very poorly informed debate taking place.
So it would have. But what was the government's objection to...
we didn't object. We committed to releasing it before the budget. And we did. But in terms of the individual considerations, I'm sure you wouldn't expect us to reveal conversations between and within Cabinet and Cabinet subcommittees.
Minister, I'm curious as to, the document is doing what it was asked to do in many instances. There were some instances where experts challenge its conclusions, but that's a matter for debate. But one can only wonder why anyone would delay the implementation. Conspiracy theorists among us might suggest that
great conspiracy theories.
You left it until the budget week so that
as you can see, I'm a champion.
It might get lost in budget
as you can see, I'm a champion
and
of the
people wouldn't have
report.
an opportunity to look at it. So my question again is, what was in the report that made the government hesitate at releasing it at an early date?
As I said, I'm a champion of the report. I think it's a very, very comprehensive report and that it's been very well received. That's not to say there haven't people who've disagreed with it, but I think it's overwhelmingly a constructive and positive report.
Well, Minister, that's not the question.
What you're asking me to do again is give an indication of internal government discussions and decision processes.
Minister, the whole purpose, you claim to be open and accountable. Here was a document that, according to my observation of it, is that, there's nothing in it that would have brought the government down had it been released at a timely period where everybody had an adequate opportunity to properly study it and consider it, and you're conscious of the fact that the Senate had set up a committee to particularly have a look at this.
Look,
and it was released a few days.
Could I
before
assure
the
you
committee
the
was due to
deliberations? Could I assure you that the deliberations of the Senate Select Committee bore no bearing on the?
Now, tell me what did bring the bearing. I'm not interested in what didn't.
I can't tell
bring the
you
bearing. what
constituted internal government discussions, but I can give you an absolute hand-on-heart assurance that the timing deliberations.
You've mentioned that, Minister. You're just wasting our time.
Select Committee had no influence on this matter. In fact, I didn't even know when you're meeting, when you're hearing.
Can I move on to
any of those matters?
Getting back to the broad picture, I mean, you sat here for, 3 or 4 hours praising yourself for your great initiative in fast broadband, fibre to the home, and, I think around the world everyone would love fibre to the home. It's of course a question whether there is a cost benefit in doing this. I mean, everyone wants the best, but those of us who have some responsibility for where Australia's heading understand that it has to be done at a price that is affordable by the country. Now, can you indicate again, is it your intention or the government's intention at any time to actually do a cost-benefit analysis?
I can confirm what I've said to that question every day since you proposed another delaying tactic. The answer is no. The NBN is actually being constructed on the ground as we speak. It's being constructed across Australia, in Tasmania, and the scoping
What's the
work.
purpose of having an implementation study if the proposal is already being implemented?
It's to advise us on a whole range of factors which are contained in the 84 recommendations. I think it's a very thoughtful document.
But the network's built in Tasmania. What do you want an implementation study for? You've implemented it.
As much as I would like to be able to say it's built in Tasmania, the early stages are on track for delivery as promised when we announced the project.
So why bother with an implementation study?
But the implementation study looks after a whole range of issues and makes recommendations to the government.
So you paid $25 million for this implementation study that, insofar as Tasmania is concerned, you're going to ignore it completely?
Well, the Tasmanian rollout is not, as you've suggested, completed. We will have lit up the first homes in Tasmania in early July.
Would you have done anything different in Tasmania if you'd had the implementation study before you started?
Oh, that's a hypothetical. We committed to, with the work with the Tasmanian government, to start the deployment in Tasmania. We've successfully started. We've said from day one, it was a pilot, we said from day one that the pricing in Tasmania shouldn't be taken to be the national pricing scheme. I think if you're looking...
Which recommendations of the implementation study are yet to be implemented in Tasmania? I mean, how will this...
I'd have to take that on notice.
All right, that would be good if you would. Minister, as I said earlier, I mean, everyone would love to have fibre to the home for 100% of Australians, but, you do have to balance the cost against the benefit. And can I just go back then to get your understanding as one of the shareholding ministers and as the minister responsible, how you are going to pay for this $28 to $43 billion cost, bearing in mind the initial announcements were that it was going to be, privately funded.
Well, one of the recommendations from McKinsey's is that we shouldn't introduce private equity in the early stages around the construction period for a couple of reasons. Firstly, that the rate of return that McKinsey's suggest wouldn't be enough to attract private sector investments initially.
So you didn't know that before McKinsey told you about it?
Secondly, that they believe that the public policy argument of keeping the prices as low as possible to drive take-up, so you get as much ubiquity as you can as fast as you can, was something that was a very worthwhile perspective, and that you should get get the construction done pretty much before you start accepting private equity.
Well, this is what McKinsey's...
They basically argued that the risk factor for the project...
I've read their report, Minister. Oh, okay. I know what they say.
Congratulations.
I know what they say, but I mean, you've half built Tasmania. You've gone ahead.
I would love to tell you were accurate, but that is a slight exaggeration.
Before this was even dropped on your doorstep. So, Minister, did you not know before you got McKinsey's report that your initial promises that it would be financially viable in the early years was completely inaccurate, the same as everybody else in Australia knew it, but you and your government seem to...
You've actually just conflated two arguments into one and then misrepresented them. The first point you were making is we talked initially about a debt-equity ratio and about how much the government would contribute towards
and that it would be a commercially operated
And we always
company.
Believed it would be commercial, and the report shows it will be commercial.
Well, yeah. Long after I'm dead and gone, I'm afraid.
No, the report doesn't say that. Well, unless you know something I don't, and then we might be throwing a party sooner rather than later. But I don't think that's going to be the case. No, that is true. We'd all mourn the loss if it was to happen. But no, I don't actually believe you're in any danger of
yeah, but when's this going to make a profit? 30 years' time, isn't it? I might still be alive, but I'll be a very old person by then.
Mr. Quigley was here earlier, and we did have a lengthy discussion with Senator Cormann.
No, I was here when he had the discussion. In fact, I was here when he originally made the comments.
No,
which he
you
later,
were here when he was
which he later qualified a couple
of
days later when you'd no doubt got on to him.
He was very, very poorly quoted and badly verbaled. When it suggested that they weren't going to make any money.
Said.
No, he did not say. He did not say.
Well, the Hansard shows what he said.
Yeah, I've read the Hansard, and it does not say or describe what was reported the next day in the papers. It might have been a bit of fun for you, but it wasn't actually factually correct.
Fun for me. I simply asked a question. He gave the answer.
No, he did not give the answer as it was reported. So, no, suggestions that it won't make money for 30 years just aren't true.
Well, when will it make money?
It will start to be, according to McKinsey's estimations.
And you accept this?
No, I'm saying this is McKinsey's package as a whole.
Yeah, but do you accept
Year 6,
McKinsey's
NBN Co becomes earnings positive. From that point on, it can raise commercial debt off its own balance sheet. From year 8, government will be able to reduce its equity investment as NBN Co generates earnings and takes on additional commercial debt towards a 50-50 debt equity ratio. That's the McKinsey report finding. You said you've read it, so you must have seen that.
I have. And do you accept that, do you?
I accept that the totality of the report and what's in terms of the way they've structured it, as whether we accept the recommendations, we're still considering those.
Well,
but I think what it shows is that the NBN is financially viable and, most importantly, affordable for Australian internet users who are crying out for faster broadband, which you're planning on denying them, Senator McDonald.
Well, Senator Conroy, I raised before, and I raised at the Senate Select Committee hearings, Primus is offering a package at $45, which is roughly comparable to the service most Tasmanians can get at the present time in those localities where it's rolled out. But Primus very fairly say that this is only an introductory offer, and it will increase from 45 to 90, whereas others are still providing a basically similar service for between $30 and $40. Now, we've discovered today that NBN Co are substantially subsidising Tasmania by not charging them any access fee, simply a one-off $300 connection fee for a year. So they're giving it away, actually giving it away for 1 year to get the price of Primus down to 45. How is it going to... I'm just coming back to your comment where you said you wanted to provide an affordable service. How is $90 affordable to ordinary Australians when they'll be able to get the same service from existing suppliers for about $30 to $35?
Well, I think that if you, and I know you're an avid reader of The Australian, I think if you read today's Australian, you'll find some commentary from a couple of other of the signed-up suppliers which indicate that they're going to be quite a bit below Primus in their offerings. Now, I don't know what those prices are going to be yet. I do know that customers have been signed up already by some of those other providers because they've indicated in the article and told me privately. So
can I just
I'm
interpose
eagerly
there?
awaiting. See, I'm a great fan of competition, which I know Senator Minchin and yourself are great fans of. So I'm confident that the competitive juices will start flowing and you'll see some very competitive pricing in the next few weeks.
Minister, I was aware of the Primus figures, but you're telling me others now have their cards out with...
No, that's not what I said. I said there was indications in today's paper that talked about, and I happily, someone will, I'm sure, send it through, I think talk about a 25% less than that.
Minister, I haven't read the paper this morning.
I'm sure somebody will update me exactly what's said in the
can I ask your department, through you, to get for this committee the offerings being made by the 3 selected retail service providers for Tasmania? Would that be possible to do? You're in a better position to get them than I am. I don't come from anywhere near Tasmania.
So what was that question, Senator McDonald?
Could your department get for this committee the carded rates that the 3 selected internet service providers...
Two of them haven't provided the sheets yet.
Well, a minute ago you're telling me that there's a newspaper report saying there are prices out. How can they make that assessment if the prices aren't out?
No, I said there was indications from those proprietors that they would be well underneath Primus. Now, I'm trying not to verbal. I'm hoping that I will get the exact quote for you.
Okay.
But
Minister, if I
it is fair to say I do have the rate sheet for Primus because it's public.
Well, yes, I've had that.
Yeah, it's a public document.
And good on Primus for getting it out. But,
yes.
Minister, if I lived in Tasmania, which I don't...
I thought you lived in council.
Well, I used to spend a lot of time there when we saved the forest and saved the Howard government one year. You'll remember well.
Well, that failed miserably.
Well, it was very successful in that election, Minister.
The world's moved on.
Indeed. But if I were a Tasmanian wanting to sign up today, how would I find out how I'd go about doing it if I can't find a public price on what it would cost me?
Yep. Now, look, IINet have said that their prices may be 25% less than they are charging in mainland fibre areas. And I think from recollection they're charging about, and I'm sure someone will correct me in a moment if I've been wrong.
About $50, I think.
$50, 25 meg.
At Point Cook, and that's what they made the comparison on.
And IINet have indicated that their prices may be 25% less than that, which I think would be a very, very competitive offering.
Well, how do I find out? I mean, how can Tasmanian consumers or customers possibly making decisions on whether to connect up with IINet or Primus or the other one if a week ago, with a month to go, they can't find out the prices that they're being offered?
Well, if that's a criticism of IINet and Internode's retail capacity, I'll let you make that. I think they are 2 excellent companies.
Well, are you saying, Minister, that you have no idea what the retail prices are going to be in Tasmania come the 1st of July?
We are a wholesale-only company. We have one company who's issued a price sheet. You've inaccurately been quoting a number of comparisons. The average voice ADSL broadband bundle, including line rental, this is ADSL and voice, is upwards of $70 to $80, all the way up to $180. And Primus are inside that. And IINet have indicated in this newspaper article they could be 25% inside their pricing.
Well, Minister, we can't sit here and saying you said, I said. I'll try and find my bit of paper that I carried around for a week, but which does have Primus's prices on it. And I would have thought that perhaps your department or you might have...
No, look, here, I've now got a copy. It says both IINet and Internode have indicated that their NBN offers will closely resemble current fibre to the home plans, but early indications from Internode suggest that it could share the title for the best value plans. We expect our initial recurrent service pricing for the first year to be of the order of 25% lower in cost than our existing fibre to the home pricing in other fibre-enabled areas. And IINet offers an entry-level fibre service at $49.50 a month, and Internode...
What, $49.50 a month?
Yeah, that's the Point Cook price for 25 meg.
Yeah. Is it? We've got it some here in our report. I can't put my hand on it, but I take you. So 49 is the Point Cook price, and they're going to do it at $10 cheaper than that, $12 cheaper than that.
What Internode, not IINet, have said here, we expect our initial recurrent service pricing for the first year to be of the order of 25% lower in our cost than our existing fibre to the home pricing in other fibre-enabled areas. That's Internode Managing Director Simon Hackett.
So that's about $38 as opposed to what those people can get now for 30 to 35. But I assume IINet and Internode are in the same capacity as Primus, that once this extra special subsidised deal that NBN have given them for the takeout...
They did say the first 12 months.
It's going up to $90 by Primus, and I assume the others will be the same.
No. You've made some incorrect assertions about the pricing plans of Primus there. That's first point.
Well, you tell me what they are, Minister. You must have my bit of paper, but if my officer's listening, and I'm sure they have better things to do, but if my officer's listening, I might try and find my bit of paper. And
SOS to Senator McDonald's office.
Yeah, I'll come back after afternoon tea.
That'll be great.
But anyhow, you're telling me I'm wrong, so you tell me what prices you've got for Primus.
There are a range of prices on the rate sheet which are above and below the line, and if I can find mine, which is here somewhere. Let me just... It may be that I need to come back to you after afternoon tea.
All right, we'll compare.
We'll compare
prices.
pieces of paper.
Now, Minister...
It is actually almost afternoon.
I'll just... If there's one final question on this area. Minister, does NBN Co have... or have you done any assessment on what is the cost of their subsidy for the initial roll of the initial pricing? That is, the $300 connection fee. If that were an entirely commercial operation by NBN Co as a wholesaler, what would the price have been?
Look, I haven't done any calculation like that.
Well, that was the question.
Most products that are introduced to the market, whether they're a widget or a broadband plan, normally have introductory offers.
But what is the
normally
cost?
Have introductory offers.
What is the cost of NBN supplying that service? They're getting back $300 a connection. I want to know what it's costing.
I would have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you, and you will take that on notice.
Take that on notice to see what information is available.
All right, thank you. I think we'll break. Mine. Thank you, Minister. We'll break.
A lot more colourful than mine.
Yeah, break now. See, I've got the full rate sheet. The press release is not the full rate sheet.
We'll break now for afternoon tea. Resume at 4 o'clock. Thank you. Proceedings then, thank you everybody. Senator Cormann.
I might just, while we're waiting for Senator McDonald's, who I think are another 15 minutes of questions on what we were dealing with before, and assuming that the Minister and Senator McDonald can swap papers as discussed, I might just interpose with a quick question in relation to budget funding for NBN implementation in the budget papers. Budget paper number 2, page 117, essentially mentions an additional $50 million in funding for NBN administration costs, 23.4 over 5 years for the department and finance, as well as 24 million to the ICCC for NBN-related costs. Can you explain the need for this additional $50 million in funding for NBN administration costs?
I can start out, Senator, explaining that, and then perhaps my colleagues will add more that needs to be added. I think the ACCC funding speaks for itself, but if you like Ms Cullen and Mr Hazlett can provide more information on that.
If you could, please, that would be great. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll let them supply information on what the ACCC is doing, but in a generic sense, the ACCC is going to undertake the acceptance of an access undertaking from NBN. It'll require a degree of assessment work and continuing oversight. The NBN is going to be, as I'm sure you appreciate, a business the size of Telstra. Access undertakings and scrutiny of access undertakings is a major task. There'll be ongoing information requirements that the ACCC will have to put together, as well as the actual staffing of an entity to examine the access undertaking and continue its oversight and its interaction with all the parties who will be customers of the NBN. But as I said, my colleagues...
And so the cost of that is $24 million?
That's the ACCC investment in my terms. It's not what the ACCC would probably tell you. They'd tell you in much greater detail, and my colleagues can probably provide you a bit more on that. In terms of us, I guess it's, in my view, the amount of money there is the absolute skinniest amount of money you could possibly expect to spend on a department for oversighting a project of this nature.
But this is additional, isn't it? This is additional spend over the next 5 years.
It is additional spending, and so is the $43 billion additional. So when we have a project of that kind, it's utterly ridiculous to imagine that you would not oversight it with, effectively quite capable staff who are capable of interacting with Mr Quigley and his colleagues, who will be spending an awful lot of taxpayers' money, and as a business be driven by business principles. There is a public policy intent behind the NBN, which this staff will represent. The amounts of money involved there will be spent in part on continuing assessment processes. So, for example, as I think you were aware, we're negotiating with Telstra. There will be an assessment made of any deal with Telstra that before it's considered by Cabinet, and we'll have to pay for it out of those proceeds. So it won't just be staff time; it'll actually paying for expert advice on whether this is an effective deal for taxpayers. And that goes on through the period, and as you can tell, it's a declining amount of money for a very, very large project. So I'd say it's.
So what I mean, I understand. I'm not suggesting that there's anything unreasonable if you go down this path of having the NBN as is proposed by the government. But can you just talk us through in a bit more detail as to what the money is actually going to be spent on specifically? I mean, what are we going to get for the 23.4?
Well, I think I said...
you gave us some high-level sort of...
Well, high-level but high expense.
How many staff do you expect, to hire?
We'll have fewer staff. If you look at our departmental budget, it's fallen backwards as a result of the completion of the implementation study and the staff attached to that. So Ms Cullen's area is reducing in size,
so
but it's to retain that because there was no further ongoing money for them, Senator.
Sure. No, okay. But so we've got additional $23.4 million. So how much of that is going to go on staff? How many staff?
No, for us it's actually additional... What's
Right, it's 23.4 across your department and finance.
Yeah, sorry, for the 5 years. That's right, $23.4 million. So there will be staff in the department, but it's
there's staff that's already there, is what you're saying?
Yes, but they're unfunded staff.
So that staff is already there. So that's essentially what you're saying.
The government gave us no budget for them after 30 June this year.
So this is helping you continuing doing less of what you've already been doing.
We're going to continue, but with fewer people.
Yeah.
So that's one element of it.
So the way you're
putting it to me, an evaluation, as I described earlier, an evaluation which we'll get professional advice on.
Yeah.
as everybody else will. Telstra, for example, if a deal's done with the government, will get an independent advice on, provide advice to its shareholders about whether the deal's a good deal. We'll do the same thing for the Australian government and provide them with that advice. There will be potential valuation assessments made at a later point. There will be public policy development work as a result of this. To the extent that one network, currently in private hands, is being replaced by another network to be in government hands, there will be shifts in public policy obligations from Telstra back to the government as a result of that. Those will be, that work will be undertaken in policy development sense by the department and propositions put to the government.
Okay, but the $23.4 million, how much of it is going to go on staff in your department? How much of it is going to go on external expertise? How much of it is going on other things?
Take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. And like you said, that somebody might be able to provide us a bit more information on the ICCC component?
Yes. Does anybody want to provide supplementary comment on what I've said to say?
Just adding to what Mr Harris has said, the measure is designed to fund the ACCC to regulate the NBN Co, including implementing specific access arrangements, administering the specific NBN Co regulatory framework, and that would be involving things like including assessment of price and non-price terms and conditions for access, and providing advice to the government on relevant regulatory matters and undertaking regulatory reporting. The cost of the measure for the ACCC is fully recovered from the Australian Communications and Media Authority, is recovered by them from the annual carrier licence charges collected under the Telecommunications Carrier Licence Charges Act. So it's fully offset.
So when you say it's fully offset, has there been an increase in any fees to cover the...
Yes, increase in the carrier licence charges.
Okay, so how many? So I mean, essentially, when you're saying it will enable the ACCC to deal with the access undertaking issues, I mean, it's essentially will involve additional staff as well. Are
yes.
Have you got a handle as to how many?
No, I'm sorry,
that's,
I don't.
That's
have
internal
that.
to the ACCC.
To the ACCC, that's right.
All right, Senator McDonald, I was just. Yeah, back to you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to finish off why people would pay $90 for a service when they can get a comparable service for $40. And Minister, I found my bit of paper.
Good. I found mine.
Well, you tell me. Well, I've told you what mine says. The Primus introductory offer is $45, doubling to $90 in 6 months.
There's a range of options for Primus customers.
Yep.
There is the one you're referring to, which becomes a price after 6 months.
Yep.
There is also a monthly fee, monthly plan fee bundled called the Home Fibre Starter Plus, 25 meg, $39. It's bundled, so it means you must take the voice plan as well, which is $24, which comes to roughly $65.
That's correct. That's for the first 6 months.
No, that one's a permanent one. So that's a 65 permanent plan. The monthly plan fee standalone for 25 megs is $49.95. And again, I don't believe that is a 6-month plan. And importantly, and as I said beforehand, and all of those prices are cheaper than existing products in the market, which are $70 to $80 to $90, depending on the exact plan, for ADSL products currently in the marketplace today. Well, so even Primus, with those proposals I've just described, are cheaper or very, very competitive with existing ADSL bundles. But importantly, and I think it's, again, important to stress, because I know that you and Senator Minchin are both fans of competition. And so am I, and I'm a great believer in it. And both iiNet and Internode have indicated that they would have pricing plans around, certainly iiNet, around the same sort of pricing fee as Primus with the $49.95. But importantly, Internode state that we expect our initial recurrent service pricing for the first year, so that's a 12-month price rather than a 6-month price that you're comparing to Primus to be of the order of 25% lower in cost than our existing fibre to the home price. So,
well, Minister, can I just? I mean, you said $49.95 for a standalone.
yes,
If you look at the Whirlpool website, whatever that is,
it's a
well, you know, so
Yep.
I don't, but my staff have found this for me. But according to Whirlpool, you can get an FTEL ADSL2 for $40.
no, that's
for
that's not including line rental.
Well, neither's
which-
your $49.95, Minister.
Yeah, but that's because they're not taking a voice product with it. The trick-
Compare apples with apples.
No, Senator McDonald.
50 for yours.
You need to understand that your apples that you're now comparing are not apples and apples. You can't not pay the copper line rental. It's compulsory, unless you take something called naked DSL.
What's your $49.95 standalone that you mentioned
That
there?
means it comes on the piece of fibre that we're connecting to the home. It doesn't mean you have to take a voice service.
No.
With the copper, you must take the voice service and then pay for broadband on top. So it's a simple thing to misunderstand because
No.
unless what you're quoting is what's referred to in the
Have you had a look
jargon
at the Whirlpool
as-
site, have you?
I'm regularly mentioned on the Whirlpool site, Senator McDonald, but
Okay.
I don't want to disappoint all my Whirlpool fans out there, but I personally don't visit that site very often.
So you're saying
But my staff certainly keep an eye on it.
You're saying the FTEL ADSL2 price does not include the
Unless it's got the nude DSL. What that means is you don't pay the line rental.
Okay.
Just so you understand. If that is a nude DSL product, then it's a direct price. If it's not a nude DSL, you must, by definition, pay the $29 as well. It's not like you can give it up unless it's a nude DSL product.
Okay. All right. Well, let's say you're right. I don't accept that, but let's say you're right. So you've got ADSL 2 at $40 plus a telephone plan of $25 comes to $65. Why would you then pay $90 for something you could get for $65?
Well, as I said, you're not quoting apples with apples. I've just said you can get a $49.95 25 meg price, which is a purer and better product than the ADSL2 plus price, because by definition copper, as Mr Quigley explained at some length, doesn't have the same properties of the laws of physics.
Well, Minister, let me quote you from Primus themselves. The iPrimus Max FTTH plan is available half price for the first 6 months.
Yes, I have
and
it
includes local, national and mobile calls as well as high-speed broadband for $45 effectively.
$44.97
yes. per month
and
for the first 6 months.
He says the second month, but this is one of their
for the
offerings.
first 6 months.
Yes, and then the second 6 months it goes up to $90.
That's right.
I'm agreeing with you. What I'm saying to you is there's a better plan there at $49.95.
Well, who would take the $90 plan?
Well, that's what.
Why are they advertising it?
A suite of menu options
why are they
does.
Why is their press release referring to that?
I don't want to sound silly, but if you want to take up that you think it's been poorly marketed with Primus, I'll give you the phone number.
No, Minister, what you and I are demonstrating.
I'm assuming you have got that.
What you and no, not yet. We're trying to print it. Give me the website to save my staff some trouble. But what you and I
if you're
are
just working off the press release, I understand why you're confused.
It's Primus's press release. Why would they put on their dearest plan? Why wouldn't they put on their best plan?
I suggest I'll give you
in fact, they actually go
I'll give you
on to
Ravi's
say,
phone number and you can chat with him.
representing great value for residents of Smithton, Scottsdale and Midway Point.
This is the attachment to the press release.
Okay. So what we're demonstrating, Minister, is that Australians will be able to get much the same speed and ability, not perfectly.
You're wrong on both.
The Primus one will be perfect.
On the one that you are quoting.
But for most Australians, they will be able to get a similar offering in speed and quantity for a lot less, which means no one's going to go to the NBN, which means your commercial case is, as we've always suggested, just a figment of your imagination?
Senator McDonald, you've conceded at least one point. The fibre plan is a purer product, okay? And we won't.
Oh yes,
we won't go to
most Australians, if you can get ADSL too, and I accept not everyone can, but the majority of Australians can, and it's as good as they'll ever need in the next 20 years.
Now, the $90 plan you're describing includes all calls, including to mobiles.
Yes,
so it's a bundled product. No, you can't just shake your head and say that makes no difference.
I read that out.
Okay.
I'm just agreeing with you.
Phone calls to mobile. So it's a particular product. Okay? So even the product that you are quoting gives better value in Primus's mind than some of the ADSL 2+.
Well, it does at 45,
offerings.
not at 90. If it gave better value, why are they discounting it by 50%
because I
for
don't
the first
think
6 months?
I know you probably haven't paid a mobile phone bill for a while. I'm not being pejorative. We get a bundled plan ourselves as part of our responsibilities.
You don't know what I do. But
okay.
Anyway.
And if you make a lot of phone calls to mobiles, you'll quickly discover that they're quite expensive compared to a landline call to a landline. And so
NBN's
maybe
going
Primus,
to give that all free.
And I'm not here to answer for Primus. Okay. What I can do is point to this morning's Australian, and I can read it out to you for the fourth time, where both IINet and Internet suggest they're going to be priced below Primus. And that's the great thing about competition.
Of course, Minister.
If someone pitches a price that no one wants to buy,
we're all
if someone wants to pitch a price,
thank you for
no one else
for
wants
using the
to
Australian.
buy.
I mean, your side usually discount anything that's said in the Australian.
No, well, fortunately, they're quoting some reputable figures in Mick Malone and Simon.
All right.
Well, it's actually not.
But Minister, I think what we've demonstrated is that the NBN, and it stands to reason, if you're paying a capital cost of $43 billion against a capital cost that's already been paid off, obviously you've got to charge more to get your money back. And that's where your great commercial program
Senator McDonald,
falls into the dust.
One of the mysteries, and please, one of the mysteries of the telecommunications sector is why they find and go to great delight in coming up with the most complex plans that most ordinary Australians truly struggle to understand, and there's an enormous amount of literature about this. Telstra's current average revenue per user for voice and broadband, which is the direct comparison you're now making, for voice and broadband bundle is somewhere around $110.
Oh, that's simply not correct.
Okay, this is what people pay for Telstra bundles on average. It is true, Senator McDonald. It's a statistic. It's the facts. You're actually not comparing apples with apples. $110 versus the Primus one is the apples.
I mean, I'll call Telstra to give evidence.
Feel free.
Like, and I might call
Feel free.
Primus at the same time.
Call Primus, call Telstra, call IONET and call Internode. And I think you might, and I'm not being pejorative when I say that, get an education in one of the reasons why they deliberately design packages so people frankly can't understand them. One of the great beauty about the wholesale network that we are constructing, which you are opposing, is that a lot of this is going to ultimately fall
the wholesale
away.
Network. How can your wholesale construction suddenly make the retail offerings all simple and above board?
Have you seen an ad?
Come on, Minister.
Have you seen an ad for the iPhone? Seriously, have you seen the ad for the iPhone?
No, I'm not going to tell you about my TV watching habits.
No, it's in a newspaper. Have you seen the ads for the iPhone?
I'm not going to tell you about my reading habits. Occasionally
the ad for the iPhone does not try and quote a price. It does not try and quote the speeds you can achieve on the iPhone. It advertises the applications that can run on the iPhone. The iPhone has caused a dramatic shift
Minister,
in
look, I appreciate
consumer
your
behaviour.
lecturing me on this.
It's a dramatic shift in consumer behaviour.
You'll never believe how grateful I am for your...
the NBN will cause the same sort of dramatic shift in consumer understanding and behaviour, and will begin to change the way that companies price.
Minister, this isn't a debate, but just tell me how, when you're paying for a capital cost of up to $43 billion, you can provide a service cheaper than on a series of facilities that are almost paid off.
Because Telstra have been charging monopoly profits for so many years, they've forgotten what a real price looks like.
Oh. I see. So.
Sol Trujillo, just to drive that point home to you,
yes.
Sol Trujillo,
What's happened to your
a good friend
ACCC?
and supported well by Senator Minchin.
What's happened to your
ACCC regulated their pricing?
Yeah, right. That's why there's been 150 plus access disputes.
The ACCC doesn't regulate their pricing.
Let me just drive this point home to you further, Senator McDonald.
Well, I'm more interested in Senator Minchin's point.
Sol
What happened to the ACCC?
Sol Trujillo, at his last AGM, in November 2008.
We all know how you did a cosy deal with Telstra.
2008. Sol Trujillo, in November 2008, when we were in government, announced publicly on the stage at his annual general meeting, Telstra don't compete on price. That was what he said.
So what's the ACCC been doing all this time? Why are we paying them?
Well, in actual fact, they've been constrained by your lousy legislation, which you are continuing to block in the Senate, the amendments needed to give them the powers to deal with this situation.
Okay. Well, Minister...
it's a vertically integrated company.
Okay, if your argument is correct, and I don't really want to turn this into a debate because it's supposed to be questions about estimates, but if your argument is correct, Telstra will still be able to supply these services much cheaper, or not Telstra, Vodafone, Optus, anyone will be able to pay it much cheaper on facilities they've already paid for over the last 20 or 30 years and won't have to pay the cost of a $43 billion capital spend which your group will, one way or the other, have to pay, or alternatively,
Senator McDonald,
as we've always suspected, this is just going to be a continuous drain on the taxpayer, a subsidised old telecom style where the government owns everything and prices it accordingly. So I think...
I'm not sure whether you attended the McKinsey briefing, Senator McDonald. I hope you did.
I did.
Okay. If
you weren't there, though, Minister.
I've seen it 4 times, so I'm very familiar.
He told us something different, Minister.
So let me be really clear about this.
Well, no, look, I do appreciate your lecturing and your information to me. I'm a much better person.
The McKinsey's report demonstrates categorically...
Can I get back to some NBN questions?
These are all NBN questions. The McKinsey's report categorically demonstrates that what will drive the uptake, and they had lots of debate around the uptake figures, and I'd welcome a chance to debate that with you, is ARPU per customer. And the ARPU per customer on our network is going to be greater than on theirs. That's why service providers are going to compete to take customers off the Telstra
Minister,
network.
You keep saying McKinsey's have said this. You've read all the articles of equally learned.
I don't take Henry Ergas too seriously. He's still
you don't
been
take anyone
separated
seriously
from his
unless
own
they
business.
agree with you, Minister. I mean, that's this
Ergas,
government's style.
Henry Ergas's telecommunications work belongs in the same drawer that the Liberal Party put his tax policy.
Well, I'm not even
and that is the
talking
bottom
about
drawer,
Professor...
never to be taken out.
Well, I'm talking about Mr Pascoe, I'm talking about Mr Morgan. I mean, there's a whole series of them, Minister. It's not just one. It's just not one.
Then let's discuss
all the analysts.
Let's discuss Mr Morgan.
Well, let's have a look
detailed
at all of the analysts.
Mr. Morgan's
or not
critiques.
all of them, but a number of analysts have all had a different view to McKinsey. It's not particularly saying they're right, McKinsey's wrong, or McKinsey's right.
They've challenged some assumptions, and I'd welcome a debate on it.
Sorry?
They've challenged some of the assumptions, and I'd welcome to debate that with you.
Well, we've already put that process in mind, Minister. If you,
I don't get to come to the Senate Select Committee.
Oh well, what a pity for you. You might learn something, but that process is already.
I'm offering you the opportunity right here, right now, to have a debate about Kevin Morgan's work, Henry's work, or Karen's work.
So you can slag off people who don't happen to vote for you.
No, they
try and destroy their businesses.
No, Henry successfully destroyed his own.
Which is,
long before I even had a chance to take a shot.
Typical of the Labor Party, I might say.
Henry went out of business long before I even said a word about it.
Party destroy someone publicly by not allowing them to answer. They've actually been before our committee and argued a case.
Did you ask him what happened to his business?
Unfortunately, McKinsey's couldn't because your government prevented McKinsey's from giving evidence to the Senate. Yes, it is true.
That's not true.
It is true.
McKinsey's have a continuous position that they don't
Which you could have released them from?
No, couldn't release them from this. They couldn't publicly comment on their work. They can give private briefings as they did to the press, as they did to you, but they do not appear...
These other people you're so keen to slag off and try and ruin their businesses
Henry ruined his own business
before our committee and argued their case, whereas McKinsey's were prevented by your government from doing the same.
That is not true.
And it was made clear to us that this was a briefing.
It was a briefing because they do not
an inquisition or
on their work.
They
have a long-standing public
work.
They have a long-standing policy of their company that they do not comment publicly on their work.
Senators,
they were more than willing to brief the committee. They were more than willing to brief the press gallery when we released the report, but they did not attend or speak
Minister,
at the press conference.
We won't have a debate about your government gagging McKinsey.
We didn't gag
from
McKinsey.
being
That's
interrogated
it is just
in public
untrue.
Because you can't stand accountability.
It's
and
just
because the accountability will show that this whole
untrue.
NBN just simply will never pay its way. Sure, it'll be a good service, but it'll be a continual drain for the taxpayer, and the taxpayers perhaps would have rather do other things with their money. So, but here I am lecturing you as you've been lecturing me. Let's move on.
Yes, let's get back to some questions and answers, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just... I mean, I notice that whenever we ask about the funding for this, which you as one of the two shareholders should be fairly well involved in, you refer us to another estimates committee in another department, and you talk about some media conference, which...
a joint press release. A joint press release when we announced it.
Okay. Oh, good. But is there anything you, as a shareholding minister, and your department, as the department principally engaged in all of this, can tell us about how this is going to be funded into the future, or do we have to go and ask a minister who clearly understands figures, which is not you?
Well, I think Mr Harris has already answered questions about the cash issue and the 4.7. If what you're asking is what is the bond issuance profile,
well let me put it in a different way for Mr Harris. How is the non-government funding going to be put into the $43 billion company?
Okay. The process, I'll be using the McKinsey model to describe this because it's the...
But have you accepted the McKinsey model?
No, but it's the model that's extant in the public arena. So if we're at estimates, I'm going to explain it that way because it's the only other model. Otherwise, I could tell you a hypothetical, but just using the McKinsey model as an example.
Really be interested in yours and the government's, that is the department's proposals.
Well, that's fine. Okay, I won't use McKinsey. I can give you a generic descriptor. It'll be the same thing, only I won't be able to use years.
Okay.
So after a certain period of build in the infrastructure, funded entirely by equity injections, there will be...
You mean taxpayers' money when you say equity injections?
Equity injections,
yeah.
Yes. There'll be funding... there'll be sufficient revenue being earned by NBN as a wholesaler for it to justify taking to the market for raising bonds a proposition which says, lend us money because we've got this cash flow to be able to support that. On raising that particular level of debt, it will be able to start repaying the government's equity.
Sure. Now, can I just stop you there? So you have some figures which shows that their revenue over a period of years will be sufficient to support a public borrowing.
That's correct. The Minister has read them into the record earlier in estimates, and this morning Mr Quigley confirmed that he had the same intent.
Okay.
That is, after a period of years, which will be less than the full period of the rollout because they'll be earning revenue during the rollout, McKinsey estimates, Mr Quigley in his draft business planning considers this to be reasonable. The government considers it to be reasonable that NBN Co itself will be able to raise funds and repay government equity.
So to make those assessments, you obviously have a calculation of the number of homes that are going to be signed up through NBN to a service.
Yes, McKinsey has done an estimate of that. Mr Quigley will have done...
What's the figure then? How many...
That's a pretty...
By 2015, the take-up rate is 31 to 35%. By 2020, 54 to 63% take-up rate, and by 2035, 75 to 90% take-up rate.
Oh, those figures, yeah, right. Okay, no one's supported those, I might say. But do you concede that a figure was bandied around when this report came out that, what was it, 25% of Australian homes currently don't have any form of computer? Do you accept that?
I've heard the figure. I don't know that
what was the question?
20% of Australian homes don't have a computer. Of course, that'll be even if it's an accurate figure, it'll be a static figure. In the past, the growth in taking on this kind of service that'll come from the NBN operation, from the quality of services that'll likely be offered, is pretty much like the iPhone take-up rate has been. In other words, as a better service emerges, many more people take it.
But
and I can tell you, Senator,
Harris, you understand that people who take up iPhones have to have a lot of cash in their pocket, or the young people who'll pay it off on a bank card. I mean, there are a lot of people in Australia not like that. You know, a lot of people on minimum wages.
It has been the most successful.
People who are never going to.
It has been the most successful new technology advance in mobile telephony.
But not amongst the poor or the elderly, I can guarantee you.
Yes, but I think, Senator, with respect, we're talking here about viability, so we're obviously marketing a product to people who can afford to pay for the product. So the iPhone is a very good example. The iPhone is a very good example of this. It's shifted the nature of the businesses that operate in this market. So, you can read it in the newspapers. The fact is that Optus has had a very successful transformation of its business by picking up a technology early and running very hard with it. And the pricing systems that go with that are not judgments.
The NBN?
Well, mobile telephony needs to be supported by both a backbone that will be put in place by the NBN. Otherwise, as the Minister was advising this morning, vastly increased numbers of towers will need to be put in place.
No, but Mr Harris,
so that backbone will be there.
I mean, you're quoting Optus, going ahead in leaps and bounds with this new form of system. Sorry, but they're not using NBN.
The pressure on building new towers in the US is, I read a statistic the other day, 30,000 new towers going to be required as a result of iPhone and subsequently iPad applications because of the amount of data that's going to be put into major urban centres by these users taking up the applications that are on a device that didn't exist 5 years ago. And without the backbone to support those towers, either provided by an NBN or ultimately provided by the mobile phone operators themselves, that will stall the growth in this market. So NBN will clearly have a supporting role for mobile telephony. They are clearly complementary technologies.
You hope.
Sorry, Senator McDonald.
I'd better leave it there.
No, Senator McDonald, just before we finish, I just wanted to go back to one of the points we were discussing, a point you dismissed. I'm now reading to you from the 2008-9 Telstra Annual Report. PSTN average revenue per user, ARPU, remained relatively stable, declining by only 1.1% to $57.47 per month. That's PSTN, phone. Fixed retail broadband ARPU continues to grow and is now at $51.61 a month. The total $109.08 for 2008-9. That is Telstra's own statistics. I said 110, it's $109.08 versus the $90 that you were talking about.
That
is direct from the Telstra annual report. Now, you can look up the same pages of the Telstra annual report if you like, but that is what you will find. So you need to compare apples with apples.
Well, I think I've been doing that, Minister, and I'll give Telstra a call and see what they say about your
And the apple in this case is $90-odd you were quoting from Primus and $109 here. That's nearly $20 better off. That's just a fact.
I gave you the Whirlpool figures. Never mind about Telstra. I gave you Whirlpool figures, which you know all about, so you said, and they say that it certainly goes nowhere near $110. And you've got to compare apples with apples, Minister. I'm surprised that you've reached this exalted position you're in without having at least that basic understanding.
But you proved anyone could be a minister, so I'm just maintaining the bar.
Well, that's right.
I'm maintaining the bar.
I make no pretensions.
I'm maintaining the bar.
I make no pretension.
You set a high standard, Macca, and I'm up there with you.
I would have thought a fraction below, but the one thing I never succeeded quite as well as you did, Minister, was spending 5 hours telling everyone what a brilliant system you've put in place. Perhaps I should have done that. I might have been around a bit longer.
Perhaps you didn't put any brilliant systems in place, Senator McDonald.
How many plans did you have for your systems?
18 failed broadband plans.
It. That's why you couldn't tell people.
No, we had one contracted and in operation.
It wasn't in operation. It never got off the ground. It failed the contractual obligations it signed up to.
And, Minister, we won't go into the reason why they didn't take you for every penny you had. They would have taken you for every penny, but you know well enough why they didn't, and they're realists.
Minister,
it never started. It failed
Senator McDonald.
Minister.
I'm not speaking, Minister. I've passed on to one of my
get some order back here. I don't know how hands are dealing with this transfer.
Pages 8 and 12 of the Telstra annual report, Senator McDonald. You can find both those two figures I quoted.
Senator McDonald,
and you'll apologise when Telstra refute your figures?
They could refute their own annual report.
Have you finished your question, Senator McDonald?
Yes, I did pass on about 2 minutes ago, but the Minister won't let me go.
Well, Senator Senator Minchin.
Question following up, Mr. Harris. You mentioned in terms of the funding an equity approach. The government could fund NBN and its rollout through equity or debt. Do I read from what you said that a formal decision has been made that it will be funded by government equity?
No, I think
it depends on the definition of what
discussion. If you go back, Senator,
the government could lend them money.
If you go back and track the way I answered Senator McDonald, I attempted to answer in the McKinsey analysis, and he suggested I answer more generically. So then I said, here is a generic descriptor of how it might occur.
Yeah, so no, the government hasn't made any decisions.
In no sense was I saying...
An equity injection to them can either come from cash or a borrowing from the government. But it would all be defined as an equity injection to
Well, no, the government
NBN
could
Co.
act as a lender to NBN Co.
That's a third option, yes. No,
yeah,
that's fair.
That is an option. I'm just wondering, it just begs the question whether any such decision has yet been made, or is that will that be made in the context of responding to the study?
Look, I would assume so.
No, obviously, in the implementation study, the government will consider this sort of proposition and come out with its decisions.
So you're responding to the study before the 30th of June, so we haven't got long to wait to hear about how it's going to be funded.
I don't think a deadline has been set for the
middle of the year. I specifically said
it's an aspiration, I think.
Well,
soon.
A bit like the NBN, I think. Right. It's an aspiration.
Senator Minchin, have you finished?
Yes, sorry.
Senator Cormann.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just going to the issue of voice-only services. In the implementation report, lead advisors make it clear that they expect the NBN to totally replace the existing copper network in Australia. Does the department share that expectation?
I think totally is not right, Senator.
Well, you're asking the department to comment on a recommendation. The government.
No. I'm not asking them to comment.
You just asked
on
them their opinion. You just asked his opinion. Do you share that?
Well,
it's an opinion in. McKinsey have given you their opinion.
Clearly the department would be making some assessments on where...
Yes, and they will, but they're not going to share them with the Senate committee. They'll share them with the government. You can't ask officials their opinion, Senator Cormann.
Minister, does the government share the expectation that the NBN will replace the existing copper network? And if so, I mean, what will be the...
10%. McKinsey's obviously said.
Work with us.
There's a whole range of assumptions and recommendations contained in the McKinsey report. We haven't accepted or rejected any of them. We are considering the analysis in the implementation report, and a formal response will be to us by the middle of the year.
So that's your sort of standard talking points to dismiss and sort of refuse providing.
We haven't completed the public consultation on the McKinsey's document.
For 2 years it's been, it'll all be in the implementation stage.
That's all in the response.
It makes all in the response. It is very good strategy.
So, Minister, you find that obviously very
and don't
amusing.
forget the NBN are consulting with us about it as well, so I mentioned.
No, that's the Minister obviously finds it very amusing that he sort of comes up with
I find Senator Minchin very entertaining. He has a sense of humour, unlike some.
Indeed. So, Minister, do you expect, does the government expect that NBN Co will be offering a plain old telephone service on its own?
As I said, we're considering all of the analysis and recommendations in the McKinsey's report, and
so that's on the table then.
No, as I said, we're considering all of the analysis and recommendations. We're not passing judgment at this stage on any of them. We are considering the report as a whole.
So, so you're considering NBN Co to be offering a plain old telephone service on its own then?
We're considering the recommendations of the committee. But as we've had this discussion before, Senator Minchin, I can see that you're remembering it. Australians will continue to receive fixed lines for as long as they want them. That's. I said that to you.
Telephone service will continue to get one.
So people will not be forced. People will not be forced to buy a broadband service as well to get a voice service.
We're talking about the 10%. That was the context of our discussion. I think that's the context Senator Corman's doing. I mean, Australians are abandoning their fixed lines at the moment, as you know. So there's 10%, I think, at the moment, and McKinsey's forecast it'll rise to 20%. So depending on exactly on your definition of whether every Australian, because we were talking about the 10%, so I didn't want to be seen to cut across that. So people who choose to give up their fixed line will obviously, by definition, not have a fixed line.
Sure, but like Minister, as you're sort of in the process of giving guarantees, and you seem to be picking and choosing what you're happy to comment on out of the report.
The so-called last 10%, last 10% has been a debate that Senator Minchin and I have had on a number of occasions before. That's irrespective of the McKinsey's report.
But so, given that you're giving guarantees now, can you give a guarantee that the price of an ordinary voice-only telephone call will not increase on the NBN?
Well, I think the McKinsey's report suggests. Does it suggest a price of a voice only? I mean, I'd probably say to you quite seriously the Primus fibre home voice plan premium of $24.95 is cheaper than the existing $29 line rental.
Well, consumers currently can get a voice service from $20.95 a month.
Oh,
the implementation study recommends $25.
I don't think you're being completely straight up and down there.
Well, I'm not meaning to be anything other than straight up and down, Minister.
You've selectively quoted, and I don't think it's representative of the situation.
Representative of what situation, Minister?
Of all Australians. But,
you mean of all Australians?
The final
so there's some Australians who pay more
than...
What
I've done is I've given you an indicative price that's not even indicative. It's a real price in the market today for a voice over fibre right there from Primus. I'm expecting similar offerings potentially from Internode and IINet, and then perhaps you'll get an indication of a voice-only service.
Well, I mean, are you suggesting that consumers can't at present get access to a voice service from $20.95 per month?
I think that the standard line rental is $29.
So you base your comparisons.
No, but I am aware that different zones. So there are different zones, and there are different pricing in different zones. So I repeat, you're not actually being representative.
Well, it might well be that not every Australian is able to get access to.
No, I repeat, as I said, that price is a special category that usually is described as low-income plans.
So is it proposed that the NBN will have low-income plans?
Sorry? I think that there's a common understanding.
Well, it depends. The USO hasn't been...
Yeah, no,
so there's
the final...
Mr Harris, you've got something to add?
Just reminding me that the USO is integral to these discussions, but overall I would believe that there will be low-income plans as well. But I repeat, it's slightly disingenuous of you, given you've now repeated it 2 or 3 times, to suggest that low-income plans at $20 are representative of the broader community, which is the point I made when you started.
Okay, well, we're talking low-income plans now. I mean, so will NBN Co be offering concession voice-only services for low-income earners and pensioners?
Look, I would say to you we're firstly, again, a wholesaler, but the decisions on that have not been made yet, but I would envisage there would be low-income plans.
But there doesn't seem to be any discussion about low-income plans, concessions, pension discounts in the implementation study at all. I mean, how will you make sure that pensioners, low-income,
Because
will not end up paying more as a result of where you're going?
Pensioners will not end up paying more.
So you give that absolute guarantee. So you give.
I just said it.
Sorry,
I just said it.
Can you say it again? I didn't hear
I said they will not be paying more.
Pensioners.
Yeah. No, let's be very clear. The same recipients of the low-income plans.
So the recipients,
same recipients of the low-income plan.
So recipients that are current recipients of low-income plans will not be paying more as a result of the. That's what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay. Well, that's very good. I'm sure low-income recipients will be pleased to.
I'm sure you're not interested in them in the slightest, but I'm sure they'll
Minister,
appreciate
that is a very offensive
exist.
assertion, Minister. So that's quite an offensive assertion, actually. I'd like it if you retracted that. To be honest,
I will happily withdraw if I've offended you, Senator Cormann. Welcome back, Senator Fisher.
I've always been here. Minister, why wasn't... we await the government's response to the implementation study, which is the closest we'll probably get to seeing a business case. Why wasn't a cost-benefit...
If that was a question, the answer is an unambiguous yes.
Why was a cost-benefit analysis not done?
Goodness. We've actually going on with building it. We don't need to have any more cost-benefit analysis. We're actually building the network.
You said we don't need any more cost-benefit analysis. For it to be more, there must have been some in the first place. Where was it? Because I missed it.
There have been international examinations of these issues. We've actually decided to get on with building the network. It's going to go live shortly in Tasmania, and we've produced an implementation study that examines a business plan and finds that it is financially viable and affordable. So we're actually getting on with the job of delivering our election commitment.
A cost-benefit analysis would look at any international examination and apply it to Australia and Australia's circumstances to work out whether or not it was beneficial for Australia to proceed. Why was that not done?
As I said, we've got on with doing the job of delivering the network, Senator Fisher.
So is that we haven't done it because we haven't done it and we're not going to do it? Is that we haven't done it because we haven't done it?
I can't remember who asked me earlier in the day whether or not we were going to do one, and I repeated much earlier in the day, no, we are not going to do one. Now you've got your own personal version of it. We've got on with building the network. It goes live in a few weeks in Tasmania with real customers, with real ISPs, or RSPs as we now call them, and real prices.
What empirical evidence is there that the national broadband network will be beneficial for Australia? The national broadband network, as planned by this government, will be beneficial in a cost-benefit sense for Australians. What empirical evidence is there of that, Minister?
I, for my many sins and growing list of sins, had the tragic misfortune to study cost-benefit analysis as part of my degree at university.
Did you pass? Because thus far I wouldn't judge you to have done so.
I did, but a cost-benefit analysis, no matter what anyone tries to pretend to you when they're doing one, cannot capture dynamic benefits. Now, to be fair, the McKinsey's business plan doesn't try and pretend that there is some killer app that will change the world.
Well, it wasn't part of their terms of reference, was it,
actually,
to do a cost-benefit analysis?
But they don't try and pretend that there's a killer app in the NBN in their analysis. So cost-benefit analysis, yes, thank you, Senator Minchin, on behalf of Senator Fisher. So cost-benefit analysis can sometimes show you things that may or may not be useful. Around the world, there's been a lot of studies done about the benefits of high-speed broadband. Whether they would fall strictly into your definition of cost-benefit analysis or not, you can make a judgment yourself. You're free to look at them all. We have got on with delivering on our election promise. We have built we have built and are about to turn on part of the network in Tasmania. We are building
Minister, why haven't you looked at them all and applied them to Australia's circumstances to ensure
because
that
unlike
there is a cost-beneficial outcome to your national broadband network?
Unlike the opposition, whose political strategy is tragically transparent, on the one hand you want to tell us to spend 12 months on a cost-benefit analysis and then down the track claim we haven't delivered, what is it you say, not a megabit to a home or something. We've actually, it's just transparent.
Lots of megabucks, no megabits is
so,
the line, isn't it, Minister?
So on the one hand you say stop for 12 months and do a cost-benefit analysis, and then we can criticise you for not having delivered any connections to any homes in Australia as we approach the election. It's pathetically transparent.
These international comparisons that you talk about, Minister.
We have got on. If you'd like a considered list of them, I'll see if my office or department can get you them.
Do you have any expert verification that any of those international comparisons are in fact comparators for the purposes of Australia and for the purposes of the national broadband network?
As I said, these
because
studies...
experts suggest there are not such comparators, Minister.
I was about to say, I would probably agree with those. I was going to say that the reports have looked at individual geographic locations or impacts across individual sectors rather than what you would, I suspect, be talking about an economy-wide cost-benefit analysis. And it's fair to say we are leading the world. We are leading the world in an ambitious program like this. The world is very much watching what we're doing, and there is nobody else who has replicated both moving to a government wholesale initially owned project and restructuring the sector in the way we're doing. So no,
that's right.
I would agree with those experts that there is nothing to compare with here to what we're achieving here in Australia.
So despite McKinsey's implementation study, despite that, you're still saying, you're confident to say, let's do what no one else has done and she'll be right, mate.
We've sat down, we've had the McKinsey's report, we've commenced the construction, we're about to deploy live services, and we have a company which is working on delivering the national rollout as we speak. So we've actually got on with doing the job of delivering what Australians are crying out for, which is genuine broadband.
You concede there is no international comparator for what you are about to do, yet you're saying, I can do it, we can do it, we can be first. Doesn't matter there's no international comparator, doesn't matter that there's no cost-benefit analysis for Australia. This will be good for us.
Yes.
Is that it?
Yes.
Filled with confidence. Okay, Minister. Right. Rural and regional Australians with your national broadband network.
Yes.
What is the government's downlink speed commitment? So for Australians who are outside the fibre to the home footprint, 12 megs. Is that equal to 12 megs? Is it a minimum of 12 megs or a maximum of 12, an average of 12 megs? What is it?
These are important questions. With the satellite,
they are.
With the satellite service, and bearing in mind we've just raised the satellite service from where you left it at 528k. So delivering 12 megs to satellite providers as part of the NBN will be a quantum shift. If you look anywhere in the world, citizens are not receiving the sort of speeds we're talking about. Now, to come to the nub of your point, satellite configuration is not able to deliver the consistent speeds. That's just the laws of physics.
So is 12 a peak?
12
guarantee,
would be described as a peak, but I'm happy to...
It would be described as a peak, did you say?
It would be described as a peak. If you want to examine other countries around the world and their commitment to deliver on broadband, there's an increasing number following our lead. Finland's average download speed is at least 1 meg. The UK, minimum 2 megs broadband to every household. New Zealand, 97% of premises to access broadband services of at least 5 meg. Spain, Broadband USA with a minimum speed of 1 meg. Switzerland, Broadband USA with a minimum speed of 600k. So there's some of the other countries in the world, and so we are taking a lead with a 12 meg speed on satellite. Wireless...
Which no one else has delivered,
Which
Minister.
no one else has had the capacity at this stage to deliver. The new satellites that are coming on board, depending on exactly how many people you put on them, and that's a really important question about the way we're doing it. We're keeping it to 3%. That allows us to contend the service in a way that allows us to deliver. Now, it was going to be
up to 10%, but if you are, so you're implementing that recommendation in the implementation study, are you, the 97% fibre to the home, leaving 3 for the rest?
I'm giving you a description of what McKinsey's are suggesting.
Yes, so you're adopting that aspect of their recommendations,
I'm giving you a very
you?
accurate description. So I'm also giving you an explanation of satellite technologies and, more importantly, the new satellite technologies
3%.
Which can...
3% will get satellite.
That's what McKinsey's recommend.
And you're accepting that recommendation, are you?
I repeat, as I have on a number of occasions, we are considering the totality of the...
So for those who
let me just make it clear, satellite services will deliver average data rates which are more than 20 times higher than most users of these technologies experience today, and much higher than the average DSL usage today.
So are you guaranteeing,
So we're actually leaping
Minister,
those 3%, if that was the final decision. We are leaping them...
it's now if that were.
We are leaping them to 20 times better than they're getting to achieve that 12 meg.
What does that mean you're guaranteeing, Minister?
Wireless, well, I've just said...
what does that mean you're guaranteeing? Minimum 12 megs, average 12 megs,
I'm happy
peak 12 megs.
No,
peak 12 megs?
No, as I said, it could be described as the peak speed, and I'll
So what will be the trough speed under your guarantee?
I'll have to have a discussion with Mr Quigley, because these things genuinely depend on the
Well, for
number.
every peak there's a trough. Was that Senator Billick? Yes, in Tasmania. I'm sure you know about troughs.
In Tasmania, when it comes to broadband speeds, Senator Billick certainly knows about troughs,
so
because they are the worst
what's
served
the trough
market.
speed? For if the peak speed is 12 megabits with this
As I said,
satellite, if
we
it
haven't,
be 3%?
We have an election commitment to deliver 12 meg. We are in discussions with satellite providers. Some of these depend on the number of people. The answer to your question depends on how many people use the satellite. So at this stage, we haven't finalised our position on those issues. But I repeat, these satellite speeds are more than 20 times higher than what most users get today. 20 times higher. On wireless, the next generation of wireless, known as LTE, can deliver well in excess of... Yeah, this is on satellite, Senator Wortley, on satellite. On LTE, the next generation, or WiMAX, the next generation of WiMAX, the speeds that are claimed at the moment that can be delivered are far in excess of 12 meg, far in excess. In fact, I've seen claims of up to 40, 50, 60 meg speeds on LTE. So we'd be looking at the next generation of WiMAX or the next generation of LTE. There are decisions still to be made, and they again will be considerably faster than Australians currently get today. So every Australian is going to be significantly better off than they are today.
The entry-level pricing, Minister, for fixed wireless broadband, the entry-level pricing for fixed wireless broadband as opposed to fibre broadband, which the 97% will receive, will they be equivalent?
Look, at lunch, actually, I had a discussion with Mr Quigley about this. They haven't finalised their thinking on this yet. As you know, we said we'll have one price across the fibre footprint.
Yes.
And we are looking at what we can achieve in both the entry-level wireless and entry-level satellite. We've always said we'd like to try and do that, but that was an ambition rather than a fixed commitment. It was an ambition.
So you'd like to try and achieve
Our ambition
the same
is to
price?
try and achieve the same sort of pricing for entry-level points, but as I said, the NBN Co team have not reached a decision about what is possible yet.
All right, so it's either could the entry level for the bush essentially for fixed wireless broadband, could it be less than the fibre footprint? I mean, theoretically it can be less than, equal to or more than. Of course.
Yes, the potential outcome of any sporting contest could be a win, a loss or a draw. You are correct.
Or a knockout blow.
Well, that would still be one of them. That would be either a win or a loss depending on whether you received or gave the knockout blow.
We won't have forfeitures.
Well, even a forfeiture is still a loss. So I think that I think I'd have to take that on notice to consult Mr Quigley on where he's at on that. Quite genuinely.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. What about...
Am I allowed enough to keep you away?
Sorry. If the entry level pricing for fixed wireless versus fixed fibre is equivalent, which is your aim.
You're asking me to make an assumption in your question, even at the beginning of your question, Senator Fisher.
Well, yeah.
Therefore, it becomes a hypothetical.
But you've said it's your aim.
I said it's our ambition.
It's your
ambition.
ambition.
I've said that for a long time.
If your ambition be achieved, how will you be taking into account the reality that that means that the same price, equivalent prices will be being paid for a lesser speed service?
You're asking, there's about 4 assumptions that underpin that question, Senator Fisher. I'll take it on notice, and if there's anything that we can sensibly add, we'll get you an answer.
In the sense that you've said that your guarantee outside the fibre footprint in respect of the guaranteed minimum, you've said that your guarantee is peak speeds for satellite, peak speeds of 12 megabits, whereas you have promised, of course, up to 100 in respect of fibre to the home. So
they're different technologies. One satellite can't actually deliver that sort of speed.
So be it. So be it. And you're not giving us a cost-benefit analysis that shows us that all of this is good anyway, because you're saying you have decided that it is, therefore it is. So I don't see that you can raise that issue. If your ambition of equivalent prices are achieved in respect of the fibre footprint and satellite services outside the fibre footprint, then essentially you will have one set of Australians paying you will have Australians paying the same price for differing degrees of service, won't you? In terms of your speed guarantee.
You have made so many assumptions there,
right,
Senator Fisher, that I don't know your question can be sensibly answered, but I'm happy to take it on notice and see if there's any information we can give you that sheds some light on that range of assumptions.
Let's try and shed some light from a different angle. Can you guarantee rural and regional Australians that they won't pay any more than they do today for entry-level broadband services? Mr Quinlivan looks like he can help.
He's just trying to get on Hansard because he knows that if he doesn't get on Hansard today, he doesn't get paid. So he actually was just trying to interject there to ensure he got paid for the day.
That's right, I'll do that now and refer this to the Minister.
Touche.
Well done.
Minister?
There's no way you can offer a guarantee.
It's just such a bizarre question. Would you like to unpack your question and we might be able to discuss it?
Well, perhaps at least I can offer a commentary, Senator.
Rural and regional Australians,
the government provides a subsidy scheme through the Australian Broadband Guarantee in that area. So we set a price, a cap price effectively, for people to receive a service. The program, as I think I advised earlier, is continues in the budget papers that are in front of you, since we are an estimates committee. So the government clearly has an interest, a commitment, long-term support for regional Australians or remote Australians who can't get a service through what might be considered to be a traditional commercial sources. So that probably provides a base level. And beyond that, the capital commitment the government's putting in place is actually, as I was earlier advising Senator Trost, going to actually support the idea of a more effective service both through an interim solution and a long-term solution developed and funded by the NBN.
So, taking into account that sort of assistance, can you guarantee that rural and regional Australians will not be out of pocket any more than they are today?
I think it's an unreasonable question with respect, Senator, because we're a wholesaler. We're a wholesaler. At the NBN level, we put a price out into the market and retailers put a margin on top of it. So that price ultimately is determined by the participants. Don't want to get back into the discussion that Senator McDonald and the Minister were having earlier about pricing issues, but those prices are ultimately determined by retailers.
All right, so let's go back to wholesale and the three hypothetical scenarios I put to the Minister, which he said he spoke to Mr. Quigley about over lunch.
If you could unpack them, please, it might assist me in trying to give you an answer.
Which is that satellite entry-level prices could be less than, equal to or more than. Can you rule out...
We've just doubled the speed. We've actually just done that for the same price.
Okay. Back to the entry-level price for fixed wireless versus fibre, whether it will be less, equal or more than. Those are the three scenarios.
The implementation study recommends that the entry-level services offered over each technology platform, fibre, wireless and satellite, be available to end users at a comparable price. Section 2.3.
Okay.
We're considering that recommendation.
Recommendation 24, I guess you're considering as well, suggesting NBN Co apply different wholesale prices on each technology platform. You'll be considering that as well.
We're considering
all the
a range all of the recommendations.
Well, because depending on what retailers do as a result of that wholesale price, it could result again in rural and regional users putting up with slower technologies but having to pay more for them.
Look, let's be really clear about this, Senator Fisher. Your attempt now is simply dishonest. I'll be really blunt about this. We are going to provide up to 93
certain scenarios.
No, up to 93% of Australians are going to get a faster and cheaper price through a fibre network. I said up to.
But you're not telling us
up to 4%. Up to 4% are going to get the latest technology with a faster speeds, and as the recommendation is, at a comparable price. And with satellite, we've already discussed, it will be at a comparable price. It is simply dishonest of you to continue to try and suggest people are going to be paying more. Dishonest.
Will the NBN satellite be a wholesale-only platform or wholesale and retail?
I don't think the NBN has made a clear commitment one way or the other. But the satellite-related services might include, for example, customer premises equipment, which in other circumstances,
depends on exactly your definition of wholesale.
Other circumstances would be considered to be a retailer's objective, but that's not been determined. So the nature of the question is that there may be a difference between satellite and the other services, but it hasn't been determined.
Okay, will it be sufficiently open that retailers can resell the services?
There are a set of Australian broadband guarantee
As
retailers.
I said, even if the final decision was that the NBN owned the equipment that went into the home, even if that was the case, that proposition would still mean that there was open access platform that could be competed across.
So how does that, does it allow you to rule out the satellite-provided services becoming a monopoly, essentially funded by the taxpayer? Can you rule that out?
In concept, all of the network is like that.
Yes. The whole network is conceptually a monopoly.
There's going to be a single
Please
provider.
interject. Please interject. Save me.
Hence the question,
That's
particularly
cool.
when for those
That's
users
really
receiving satellite, they have no choice.
The other satellite providers might choose to compete, I guess. Who knows? But you're really in the realm of...
Well, there are existing, let's be clear, there are existing satellite providers. If we don't lease a satellite, by definition we're going to launch our own. So there will be competitive satellite providers.
There will be.
Well, I don't know. They may choose to shoot down the bird that's up there, but that is entirely up to them. If we put our own satellites in the sky, by definition, there will be another satellite that's up there currently competing against us. Do I believe it'll be as good a service? No. By definition, we'll have the next generation one. It will not be at this stage.
So we're not risking OSAT, are we?
Don't know what that means.
You're right.
The joy of the 1980s.
This is the conversation that we've already had. We've already had with Senator Troth, where we had a lengthy discussion about the potential options. And we are considering leasing if we can get a good deal. If we can't get a good deal, we're considering putting our own birds in the sky.
Okay. Some practicalities for rural and regional Australia outside the fibre footprint. How will they actually get voice services?
Well, we just said they're going to have a fixed line.
All right.
Except for those who don't have a fixed line at the moment. There are some properties in Australia that don't have a fixed line, but as we said, those who've currently got one, in the 10%, the region we're talking about, Senator mentioned, just making sure we're still on the same page.
Okay, and can you guarantee that in this new world, we'll leave out pricing, can you guarantee, because we've talked about that, can you guarantee there'll be no decrease in capacity or capability of those voice services in comparison with today?
I don't understand what that question means.
Well, we're not sure where we're going, Minister, because you haven't responded to the implementation study, which would tell us something about what you're going to do, when you're going to do it,
This is a stream of
how
consciousness.
you're going to do it.
Would you like to identify your question and explain?
Can you guarantee that there'll be no decrease in the quality or capability of voice services currently enjoyed by those outside the fibre footprint when you finally tread your fibre footprint?
The copper in the ground is currently owned by Telstra. If there is no deal with Telstra, then it is an obligation Telstra will retain. So I can't guarantee you what will happen with a piece of copper that Telstra currently have.
Will Telstra be able to
place
retain the capacity to deliver? You're saying it's a responsibility they'll retain. Will in the government's new legislative world, presuming this government remains the government, will Telstra retain the capacity to deliver?
It owns the copper. If there is no deal with Telstra, business as usual for Telstra. That is a question that you might want to put to Telstra. I'd probably say to you I think the service will degrade because the universal service obligations you put in place are so weak and pathetic that you allowed Telstra to write them, and you regularly get responses, particularly from regional rural Australia, that fault times continue to increase. So the customer service obligations and the USO obligations you've placed on Telstra are frankly pathetic. That's why phone boxes are being ripped out of the ground, because you're letting them be ripped out of the ground, Senator Fisher. Every single phone box removed in South Australia is down to you. Down to you and your pathetic USO obligations. And the same will apply to the services. Sorry?
Split the legislation and allow that to be addressed.
We have a bill before the Parliament. You're voting against it.
No, but if you're so concerned...
You are stopping consumer reforms that will put fines on companies, will allow consumers and residents who don't want to lose their phone box to appeal and have it stopped.
No,
and you are stopping
be passed tomorrow.
Actually, you're wrong.
If you weren't using it as a bludgeon for the Telstra shareholders.
No, tragically, you haven't caught up with the play, because I think a spokesperson for Mr Smith contradicted that assertion in a newspaper article and said, no, we're opposed to the whole bill.
No.
That's what I think was in the newspapers. So your assertion is actually wrong.
Well, the whole bill, yes, we do.
No, they meant that they wouldn't support
so
either part.
You're interpreting what a spokesman for Mr Smith said.
No, I think it was very clear. They were actually deliberately going out to repudiate the suggestion that you'd vote for half the bill. Sorry, that was an interjection from Senator, but I do thank you, Senator McDonald, for... No, it was in the paper, Senator Minchin. I think you'll confirm. I'm sure you remember it. You may even have wrote it. Might have been your last act. But feel free to interject some more, Macca.
Yeah, I will. Thanks.
Senator Fisher?
Does the government rule out using the you talked about LTE, Minister, LTE
yes.
wireless. Does the government rule out using the spectrum earmarked for LTE for fixed wireless? For the fixed wireless network?
Look, we sell the spectrum for it to be used for whatever service ultimately the telcos want to use. If existing telcos wanted to use that particular technology, that would be entirely in their hands. Most of them suggest they're going to be using it for the new, call it 4G applications. It's not quite the right technical phrase.
Right.
Use 4G for simplicity. So most of them suggest they're going to use it for that. But there are some interesting ideas that I'm aware of that I can't discuss, which would use it for other than that. But they're commercial issues which I actually just can't discuss. But ultimately, we'll sell a piece of spectrum and people can decide what they think the market wants to buy.
Okay, so you're not ruling that out. If that were to happen, wouldn't that leave users outside the fibre footprint with less mobile choices than those inside the fibre footprint?
Sorry?
Wouldn't if spectrum marked for LTE is able to be used for fixed wireless, right?
Yeah.
If it's able to be taken up by fixed wireless, doesn't that mean that people outside the fibre footprint risk ending up with less mobile broadband choice in terms of providers than those inside the footprint?
There is a range of assumptions.
I know there are hypotheticals in there, but you said you can't rule it out. Well, okay, let me swing it around. In saying that it's open to commerce, whether that happens or not, is the government considering the prospect that there's a risk that people outside the fibre footprint might end up with little to no choice in their mobile service providers?
The current mobile service providers out there are competitive. They're not going to disappear under that scenario, Senator.
Okay, so you're saying there's no risk?
No,
I think there's no risk
there
at all.
there are just so many assumptions built into your question, Senator Fisher. Some of them come down to the laws
Tell
of
us
physics.
your implementation study.
Some of them come down to the laws of physics. But I think Mr Harris is right, and if there's anything else that we can add, we'll take it on notice and see if we can...
Mr Harris said no risk.
Well, then I don't think there'll be anything else that we can add, Senator.
Yeah, as I said, if there's anything further we can add that to that, we will. But your question is again based on 3 or 4 jumps of logic as well as assertions. But if there's anything more we can add, we'll happily take it on notice.
Well, I look forward to seeing the government's supposed logic. But what impact... You've talked about the other satellite providers, Minister.
No, I said there's some existing satellite providers in the sky.
Yeah, so what impact will the government launching its own satellites have on them?
If we can't reach a reasonable pricing outcome with them, there'll be competition.
Yeah, so how are you going to be sure that you're not crowding out an existing competitive market? We've got to ask these questions from all angles, Minister.
Oh, my goodness.
We
Look,
can't
the thing
see
about
your path
satellites...
yet. We're trying to help you navigate
The
it.
thing about satellite owners is they tend to behave a bit like mini monopolists because they own the slot in the sky, and slots in the sky are valuable because there is a limited amount of birds you can put into one slot that covers a certain area. So if we can't reach a reasonable accommodation, well, then we'll have competition, and that's competition.
All right. And that
would that be in the $43 billion?
Yeah, no, it's included.
So what's
bit of leading time, isn't there?
About 3 to 4 years.
What's it cost to set up a satellite?
Got less than 8.
What's it cost to set up a satellite?
About 250, I think.
250,000.
250 mil.
250 million.
Don't hold me to that. That's today's prices, and we're talking about.
Yeah. And that's you've accounted for that in the 28
that's
to 43.
Included. Yeah, no, it's included.
Okay.
So will existing satellite providers be able to transition to the new satellite?
Presumably the offerings that NBN Co would make would be attractive enough.
So in theory they can. Technically they can. Or they will be able to, you
Well,
say?
we're a wholesaler. We're not an ISP, so we have to find pricing and services attractive enough to bring ISPs across to want to sell our product.
Exactly.
How will households transition to your satellite services? What will they need at their fingertips?
Look, I'd have to... I'm not an expert in this area, but I'd have to take that on notice to make sure that I can give you the absolute technical explanation.
Well, they'll need some new equipment, wouldn't you think?
As I said, we talked about earlier whether NBN Co would consider actually providing equipment more for a quality service issue than anything else. But we're trying to decide that wouldn't necessarily make it a retailer anymore. We'd just be providing potentially. It's an option.
Okay, but they would need new equipment to receive the services, wouldn't they?
We're just saying to you that NBN would be providing, potentially under one of these options, new equipment.
All right.
Now, whether the satellite, the dish on the...
Because they need it.
Yeah, and if we change band, you potentially need a new satellite dish, and you would need potentially a new box in the house. So all of those issues are still to be considered as part of the discussions. None of those have been finalised.
Okay, and we talked earlier about the cost of... about the prospect of NBN Co paying to replace equipment that outlived its shelf life, but would, say for example, that satellite dishes needed repointing, would NBN Co foot the bill for that work or do that work?
I think if we change from, and I always mix this up, so maybe someone will help me out here, KU to KA, or is it KU to KU?
is the existing.
KU is existing, so if we were to move to another satellite and we're using KA rather than KU, you probably need a new dish. So if we're installing a new dish, you'd probably make sure it's pointed at the right spot.
You would?
It is possible to get satellite dishes now that have both KA and KU receivers on them, but that's a technology question and a cost issue.
All right. Thank you. The fixed wireless provider, the fixed wireless network provider will do both wholesale and retail, won't they?
Sorry?
The fixed wireless service provider will do both wholesale and retail, won't they?
The answer is it depends. The McKinsey study went down one particular path. There are other options that may allow for a wholesale option to be put forward in order to supply some retailers. So until the government makes a decision on the implementation study, the answer is it depends.
All right. Yes, it's another hypothetical, but if there is delivery of both wholesale and retail, that'll be delivery largely to the bush. So won't that leave the bush...
We're talking about the 4%.
Yes.
On the McKinsey analysis?
Yes, largely the bush.
Exclusively the bush almost.
If there is delivery of both wholesale and resale, Is that consistent with what the government talks about in terms of the benefits of structural separation elsewhere?
The McKinsey report is a recommendation, and we are considering the recommendations. But there are, as Mr Harris said, a range of other potential options.
I heard that bit.
The logic is pretty simple and straightforward, Senator. If there are providers out there who are currently providing broadband via mobile mechanisms, the McKinsey analysis is based on the presumption that you should ask them, can they provide it efficiently to meet the standard that the government has specified for NBN? And if the answer is they can't, then clearly NBN will develop its own product, and if the answer is they can, then again it will depend how competitive that product is versus NBN developing its own product.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, I think there is a very significant differences between the proposition for the quantity of service to be provided by the NBN and the quantity of service to be provided by Opel.
Oh, that's not what Opel said.
I think it's
Yes,
very
well,
clear in the numbers.
did they sue us? No.
Well, you know why, Minister, don't you?
Did they sue us? No.
You know why?
They failed.
Thank you, Chair.
I'll tell you what's really going on there later.
I should say, Senator Cormann, before you start, I have some answers for the things that you sought earlier.
You go for it.
Okay.
Did your jaw just drop?
You asked us about correspondence we'd received on possibility of overhead cables, and the answer is relatively small numbers of correspondence, currently running at about one a month.
One a month?
One a month, which is quite small.
It's more than none, but is it?
It's in terms of correspondence we received, Senator. It's not. It's. I wouldn't say.
You're right. One is more than none. He has got us. One is more than zero.
Right, because the minister, of course, said that there was none. But yeah,
I wouldn't say it's completely insignificant, but it's certainly not sufficient for us to develop a campaign letter. And I think most people understand.
Sure.
We don't think there's a campaign.
So
on
one
this issue.
on average a month.
One on average a month.
That's 12 a year.
While we're talking about this, I've also taken Senator Conroy's advice and checked out the ZNet website, and I commend to him that he does the same, because there's a lot of commentary there about how terrible the cables are and how they're not thin at all, and how when there's comments here about third world ugly stuff and other things. So you might want to have a look at the comments on ZNet.
What you need to do is actually have a look at the comparison with HFC, which is the point that Senator Minchin has made.
Indeed, and the people on Talkback at ZNet, which is where you sent me to, don't agree with you, Minister. Not all of them, anyway. But I appreciate, Mr. Harris, that you've provided that.
One of either you, Senator Cormann, or Senator Fisher asked about an ACMA question on notice. And while I didn't get the full detail in the exchange, people who are observing this have advised me that you were asking about question 2758, which they must have drawn that from your exchanges with ACMA.
Yep.
And if you were indeed asking about question 2758 and wanted to know why it had been delayed, the answer ultimately is, I'm trying to navigate this to get back.
This is a question about internet sites that have been
It's a question
banned.
about internet sites.
Yep.
That's correct. And the answer was ACMA provided an initial draft to the question on notice, which presumably they've advised you about. I'm not
That's
familiar
what I
with
was
what
told,
they said.
in March. Yep.
But that was held as a result by the department as a result of anticipation of revised, updated figures, which we anticipated receiving, I might say, from ACMA. We anticipated receiving updated figures. And so the delay was because we wanted to incorporate the more recent data into the response. So the date they gave us the data was imminently expected but wasn't available. We held it until the data was available to give you the most timely data.
Yeah, but every day more data becomes available, presumably as more websites get banned.
Well,
so
I don't think
every day it'll be out of date, wouldn't it?
I don't think, Senator, you could attribute that motive to this.
No, okay. I was going to go into some questions, but is there something...
Minister, a while back you said to me that someone had written in today's paper on behalf of Mr Smith that we had now decided not to split that bill and allow for...
No, not today. No, this was a little while ago.
Well, I'm just see nobody, no one on our side knows anything about this. So I'm curious as to your article.
I will see if my office can dig it up for you before the close of business. No, I don't believe I'm making it up.
Well, Mr. Smith's unaware of it, so I'm not quite sure.
Well, as I said, it might have been the last gasp of.
Well, Senator Minchin.
I will see if I can chase it up for you.
Okay, and if you won't, perhaps you'll apologise to me.
I will see if I can chase it up for you, and if I'm in error, I will apologise.
Okay, because, as I understand, that's still our policy. The issues you're complaining so loudly about, we've always thought it was a good idea.
As I said, I'm
holding a hammer to
I'll
the
see if my
head
office
of
can.
Telstra
I'm sure my office are listening at the moment, and I'm sure we'll see if we can find that piece for you.
That'd be good.
Now, Minister, if we could go back to your press release of the 6th of May 2010, so that's just a couple of weeks ago when you released the implementation study and confirmed, the headline says, confirms NBN Vision is achievable and affordable, where the assertion is made the government can expect a return on its equity investment sufficient to fully cover its cost of funds.
Yes.
Yes, you remember that bit?
I do.
Okay, well, come to my question then. Given that the implementation study indicates that the cost of equity will be 15 to 25% in year 1, 19 to 12% in year 9, do you confirm that NBN Co will achieve these rates of return so that taxpayers will fully recover the cost of the government's investment?
Over the 15 years, the McKinsey report argues that we return all the money to taxpayers plus the interest costs and a modest return.
So essentially you'll have to go, what? So what is going to be your cost
over the 15-year? That's just the McKinsey's report. So stop asking what my costs are. What I'm saying to you is the McKinsey report shows that over the 15-year period, the Commonwealth gets all its money back, pays its interest, and makes a modest return.
Well, actually, I'm just reading your quote now, and this is a quotation in quotation marks by Senator Conroy. 12 months ago, the government committed to investing in a $43 billion NBN, and the study confirms, and this is your quotation, that the company will generate sufficient earnings by the end of year 12, so that the government's recommended investment peaks at $26 billion. And of course, the comment is made that you expect a return on the equity investment sufficient to fully cover the cost of funds. Given the cost of funds is ranging around 9 to 12%, given the cost, so will NBN Co be earning 9 to 12% returns in year 7 to cover its equity costs? I mean, that's linking it directly to your quote.
What McKinsey's finds is that over the 15-year period, which includes the privatisation at the end of it, that the Commonwealth returns all of Commonwealth gets back all its money, the cost of the interest to borrow it, and a modest return. Now, if you want to try and then unpack that backwards to say, well, that means in this year it meant it earned this, and then this year it must have earned this, look, you're welcome to.
No, but you've made the comment that by the end of year 7 it will generate sufficient earnings. So, I mean, presumably then, presumably then it would have to earn a rate of return of about 9 to 12%.
Senator Cormann, you had the chance to, in detail, question the McKinsey's guys at a hearing of the committee.
I'm asking you about your comments now, Minister. I'm not asking.
I am making comments entirely consistent with the findings of the McKinsey's report.
Yeah, but you haven't endorsed the McKinsey report anyway.
No, my comments are entirely consistent with the McKinsey's report.
So essentially, if they're consistent, what you're saying is that you agree that there will have to be a rate of return of 9 to 12% by year 7 in order for you to be able to cover the cost of funds.
I think the expectation, Senator, in McKinsey, partially consistent with the discussion I was having earlier with Senator Minchin, is in the early years, equity will fully fund this, will have to fully fund this. After year 6, I think it is, in the McKinsey study, NBN will earn sufficient revenue to justify private sector debt. In other words, the risk profile will be addressed by the cash flows that are coming in at that point, sufficient to get it a bond rating and therefore raise debt on its own account. And as that money raised is used to repay government equity, NBN will arrive at a stable position of a 50-50 debt equity ratio, and at that point the rates of return that you're talking about will potentially emerge, and that's the privatisation scenario. So that is the logical sequence. I think I'm summarising McKinsey in an intensely superficial way, but that's the logical sequence of what McKinsey is saying the government could expect to do. Thus its advice early on, you'll have to fund this fully. At a later point, you'll be able to replace some of your equity with debt. That debt-equity ratio should be able to stabilise at 50-50, which will be a sufficient ratio for a private entity to take on the business in the long term. And by implication, the sorts of rates of return that you're talking about, that's the only basis on which private equity would take it on.
Okay, so the sorts of returns like 9 to 12% is the only basis on which private investors would take it on. But how can the government generate sufficient earnings to cover the cost of funds? If the cost of funds is to be 15 to 25% in the early years, 15 to 25% in year one, and then 9 to 12% by year 9. I mean, how can you fully cover the cost of funds if you don't meet returns at that level?
Well, clearly,
you had the chance to ask this sort of detailed question. You had the chance to ask this sort of detailed question. The end result of the McKinsey's analysis, and you're now trying to pick an individual year out of it.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. That's exactly what you're doing. You're saying, if you've got minus returns in the first few years, you must get incredibly positive. It's a maths question.
Minister, you've used the study to justify, and the headline is that the NBN so-called vision is achievable and affordable. So you've signed on to some of those conclusions. You've made the point that the government can expect a return on its equity investment sufficient to fully cover the cost of funds. So you've got to be able to justify what rate of return you will be looking for in order to achieve that objective, surely.
Perhaps
yes.
I can further help, and we might ask Mr Hazlett for some advice on this issue. Senator, I think the source of the numbers that you're utilising, well, it may well be the source, is page 369 of the implementation study, which is referring to project rates of return over a period. And you're suggesting, I think, that the sort of costs of funds involved are in this 15 to 20% range. And in fact, this is showing the government rate of return as being in that 6% range. So I think the McKinsey study is quite consistent with where you are, except you're attributing a commercial rate of return expectation to government, and that's not correct.
Well, I'm sort of just trying to understand what rate of return is going to be required in order to cover the cost of funds. And if I compare the cost of funds that are assessed in the implementation study with what is being said in terms of the expected rate of return, the two don't seem to be matching up. And that is where I've got a problem.
Perhaps I can ask Mr Hazlett to further discuss this.
Isn't the implementation study saying that a 6% rate of return ain't commercial?
No, it's not saying that. The discussion you had earlier on the internal rates of return is a bit around the wrong way. The internal rate of return is the result of a set of cost assessments, a set of revenue assessments, and the computation is what's the rate of return that results from this set of revenues against this set of costs, which is why you've got the range in there. It was never a sort of cost of fund computation, but you can take that figure if you want to and compare it with the cost of funds as a potential comparator, but there are probably better bases for doing that than the internal rate of return. So the internal rate of return is just a good way of looking at
so what is the best basis?
A set of projects, for example. That's where it's at its most objective. This project gets this internal rate of return, that project gets that internal rate of return. Which is the better project? The answer is the one with the higher internal rate of return, everything else being equal. It's not actually a cost of funds computation. But it can be used for that purpose and often is used by people for that purpose, but it isn't actually a cost of funds issue.
Okay, well,
I might ask Mr Hazlett just to further elaborate on what I was saying.
So what would be a better... Okay, well, let's listen for Mr...
Mark Hazlett, Assistant Secretary, NBN Implementation Division. The cost of funds that are set out in the implementation study are an indication of what typically private sector investors seek at early stages of a project, and that's the the sort of the shaded area shown in Exhibit 8.2.
That's 15 to 25.
Yes. And as you will see, that it declines over time as perceived risks of projects are removed or managed, and greater certainty arises.
Just for the record, that gets to what, 9 to 15? About.
Yes. Yeah, somewhere around.
Sorry, but did you just say that the cost of funds is what would be expected by private investors versus what might be expected by government?
If you were seeking equity investment by the private sector, that is the typical range that would be sought.
15 to 25 to 9 to 12.
Yeah, at an early 15 to 25 at an early stage of the project, and 9 to 12 at an established stage of the project.
Okay. So, but when we talk about the NBN being commercially viable, is that a proposition that is put forward on the basis of what the government's prescribed expectation of a return would be, or what a commercially viable assessment of the cost of funds would be?
The observation in the report is that if the government is to accept the recommendation and provide equity funding to the tune of $26 billion as set out in the report, that money would, the government would raise that money through its normal government security program or Aussie infrastructure bonds, and the cost of those are estimated to be broadly equivalent to the government bond rate.
Yep.
So that if the project generates an IRR in the range of 6 to 7%, that is in excess of what the government bond rate is.
Yeah. But I mean,
so it exceeds its government, so the return exceeds the government's cost of funds.
But how will you ever be able to attract private investment in the NBN unless you can offer commercial private investor rates of returns?
In calculating the IRR, the implementation study has a terminal value applied, which involves an EBITDA multiple at time of privatisation. So the EBITDA multiple used at that time reflects what the market is prepared to pay, commensurate with that level of return.
So if I can sort of try and understand what you're saying, cost of funds is what private investors would look for. So that is like 15.
That's a private equity cost of funds.
Private equity cost of funds, and then you've got the borrowing cost of funds separately. But if you want to attract private investment, then the 15 to 25% or the 9 to 12% in the later stages, that's what you would have to be looking at as a rate of return.
And that is reflected in the study in terms of the privatisation multiple that is applied.
So for it to be viable, as commercially viable as a private investment, you'd have to go well beyond the 6.3 rate of return. So that's pretty well what we've come to now.
Exactly. You have made a number of assumptions there which aren't necessarily valid.
At the last, I think, Senator, you're not correct. And it goes to my earlier.
Mr. Hazlitt's not correct.
Just at the last
leap.
Senator
Everything was
Clemens'
on
commentary. It goes to my earlier.
Then he went to a
answer.
commentary which was incorrect.
And perhaps if I could turn my earlier answer around and you can see what I'm saying, at that stable debt equity ratio of 50-50. And we're talking a model here, okay, but I'm going to take the model and say it's a reliable number. But at that stable debt equity ratio of 50-50, a potential private investor will say, what am I earning if I purchase this 50-50 debt equity ratio business? What am I going to earn? And the price the private investor is prepared to pay will need to reflect that rate of return, which is the relatively stable rate, the 9 to 12 rate rather than the 15 to 20 rate that they might have to pay or they might expect to be able to earn at the high risk point early on in the business's life. So 15 plus years into the existence of the NBN with a stable 50-50 debt equity ratio, what McKinsey is saying is private equity would expect to earn 9 to 12%, and that will be reflected in the price they're prepared to pay for the asset when it is privatised. That's I think the computation.
So you'll have to sell it for less in
just
order
at the end
for the
there when you
investor
said it
to
has
get...
to earn this, it doesn't have to earn it because the price...
So you'd have to sell it for less. So
as you appreciate, when you buy an asset, even when you buy a bond, for example, you might pay less than the face value of the bond and you get a higher yield as a result of that. So
but what you're saying there is that what you're saying there is that you'll have to sell it for less than what you're putting in.
No.
So
you won't
that
have
the
to.
investor
No,
can get a higher return.
McKinsey doesn't say that.
No, I'm not asking what McKinsey's saying. But the logical conclusion...
It's not what I'm saying either.
What you've just said.
No, you're not going to get away with verballing him. He's been very clear and concise.
It's not what I'm saying, and it's not what McKinsey is saying. I was just trying to use an example of you appreciate what yield actually means.
Yeah,
and
sure.
that's another way of thinking about this.
I know exactly what yield means, and I know how you can change the value of a commercial asset in order to generate the yield that somebody is.
But McKinsey's model doesn't say that. McKinsey's model says the government will earn sufficient to get its money back, and by the end of the project life, which is, they use 25 years?
And interest cost and a modest return.
They will say you will earn that modest return over the period.
And that terminal value is taken into account in calculating the IRR.
So you're taking into account how much you might be able to sell it off in assessing whether overall...
That's right, it's a complete circle. It's in a 25-year phase. We run the model out, run the model out over the whole 25 years and say, we expect, looking at what private equity would want at that time, which is of course 25 years away, but nevertheless, best logic you can apply at the current circumstances, it says the government will earn a reasonable rate of return from what we would expect private equity to pay for that business with that stable debt-equity ratio at that point.
But just to conclude on that point, so the rate of return must be more, must be above the internal rate of return before privatisation, because otherwise investors would go for government bonds, wouldn't they? Why would they invest in the NBN?
The business might. Sorry, I should take the minister's warning. Hypothetical. But there are circumstances in which you could envisage that could be a very, very attractive business.
If we finish with the hypotheticals, I think you've actually you've asked some very good questions, and I think you've got some very good answers. So I'd like to.
I certainly got some more answers than earlier today, but
I just.
But I think it's fair to conclude. I think it's fair to conclude, Minister, that the NBN will have to generate more than 6.3% in returns. I think clearly it is fair to assume that the NBN will have to achieve a rate of return beyond 6.3%.
I refer to an article in The Australian called Telstra Split Hits a Wall by Nicola Berkovic on March the 10th, 2010.
March the 10th?
March the 10th this year. Telstra Split Hits a Wall. The Coalition has previously resolved to delay the vote until the release of an implementation study into the NBN, but yesterday it agreed to vote against it regardless of the outcome of the implementation study. This is despite a view previously expressed by some national senators that the breakup of Telstra would deliver better outcomes for rural and regional Australians, and it goes on for a few more bits. A quote from me saying, the government will always have an open mind to amendments that it believes will improve the bill.
Minister, continue.
I'm trying to provide some information to Senator Minchin and Senator McDonald. And no, if I could just complete the answer for fullness, Senator McDonald. The opposition has indicated it's willing to consider supporting consumer safeguards included in the bill if the government separated out the provisions forcing the breakup of Telstra. And the last sentence reads, but Mr Smith said it would not be prepared to do so until after the NBN implementation study is released and considered.
Yeah, well, if I can give you a more recent quote from Mr Smith, on 6th of May, IT Wire, we have also made very clear that on the consumer and competition aspects of the legislation, we are very happy to debate those, we're very open-minded, and we're very keen to have that debate, Mr Smith said, quote unquote.
So, as I said, I was quoting from an article which made it clear.
Thank you for your
apology. I wasn't apologising, I was actually accurate on the article that I was referring to. Completely accurate. My recollection was actually better than yours in this case.
Mr Chair, Madam Chair...
You may have a new position by now, which is inconsistent with this position, but my memory was completely accurate.
Madam Chair, I just have one. I have one small question for Mr.
But I'll
Harris.
wait for Senator McDonald's apology any time he likes.
No, Senator McDonald,
no, I've accepted yours.
I wasn't giving one. I was completely correct.
Mr Harris should be aware that the Department of Finance and Deregulation, in relation to public capital expenditure, there's a series of usual principles that the department applies, which you'll be familiar with. Have you taken the step to obtain the net present value of the NBN using the data and assumptions contained in the implementation study, and based on that usual calculation of the weighted average cost of capital in accordance with those principles that I'm talking about?
I will have to check that for you, Senator. I honestly don't know. I'm not sure what I'm familiar with net present value. I'm just not sure what I'm valuing at this point.
Well, of NBN as it announced.
The business has an asset value at the moment because it's so new. The asset value would equate roughly to that. I'm not sure. Are you asking really about NPV over the modelled life in the implementation study? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I'm asking that using the data and assumptions
of the implementation study.
So that's how all the assumptions that it's made. What would be the net present value based on the weighted average cost of capital?
Okay, we should take that on notice. I think that's a follow-on to the description
well,
I was
really,
giving Senator Cormann.
If I mean, cut to the chase, this goes to Professor Paul Kerrin's criticism of the implementation study and its methodology for determining the commercial viability of the enterprise, in which he criticises the use of a discount rate based on the long-term bond rate and says under proper government guidelines that should be the weighted average cost of capital, not the long-term bond rate. So I don't know if at any stage today you have given or intending to give a response to Professor Kerrin's criticism.
We did consider Professor Kerrin's views, but no one's asked us.
As I said, I was happily going to debate Morgan. Kerrin offered the opportunity earlier. Senator McDonald declined. Happy to explain why.
We've already done that, Minister, as you've been told, and it's been taken on notice by your department.
Happy to have spent some time rebutting.
Well, I think if you
Kerrin.
take it on notice, we'd be interested in your response to that.
Happy to.
We have already considered. Now I know what you're talking about, but we'll provide you the answer on notice.
In the last few minutes, have we got any more questions?
He's just tried to reverse engineer something, that's all. He's not comparing apples with apples.
If I could,
Mr Harris is trying to make a statement.
If I could, Chair, just before you go on, in order to save one of many questions on notice, I think Ms Cullen has worked out the answer to Senator Cormann's questions earlier on what we're staffing issues for the NBN and the $20-odd million that you asked about. So perhaps we can give them to you orally now and save one question on notice. Hopefully.
Provided that we are able to utilise the remaining 6 minutes or 7 minutes to ask some questions.
Well, I'm sure you can put them on notice.
No, I wish to ask them.
No, sorry, we're just trying to help the committee, but we'll leave it on notice.
Can you table it? Like, do we have to?
We'll leave it on notice. No, it's only one more.
If you could table it, that would be great.
Sorry, I won't interfere any further.
The broadband guarantee is about satellite services, rural and regional Australians with base ADSL services. Can you guarantee that they won't be paying more?
I can't respond other than with the Minister's comments earlier about hypothetical questions. I don't have any reason to believe that the government will abandon its commitment for the broadband guarantee project. Program
but that guarantee applies to satellite, not to rural and regional Australians with base ADSL services, does it?
Well, the broadband guarantee program is the government's primary program for assisting people out there. Other than that, they are in the commercial marketplace, whereas I advised you earlier, those prices are set by retailers, not by the government.
All right, so they're at the mercy of commerce. Thank you. Mr Quinlivan. At the
put you up to this?
Mr Quinlivan, you've heard the Minister confirm in the context of the lack of a cost-benefit analysis that there are no international comparators. At other hearings we've talked about a cost-benefit analysis being premised on looking at international comparisons, looking at where it's been done and what happened as a result of it. Can you confirm that you have indicated that a cost-benefit analysis would be at best challenging to have done on the government's NBN?
Well, I think the evidence I gave at the committee that you're referring to was more or less verbatim what was said earlier, and I offered to provide references to the OECD and other studies that have been quoted in this context, so we can do that. McKinsey's advice on the cost-benefit analysis was that there weren't a range of suitable international comparators, and therefore,
so even if they were asked to do one, they couldn't do one.
And therefore, it would be a difficult exercise technically.
Okay, so it would be at best challenging. Difficult technically, at best challenging, wouldn't it?
Well, there's just not enough.
Don't try and put words in Mr Quinlivan's mouth, Senator Fisher.
He was about to utter them himself, I had hoped, Minister, but okay. Minister, when did you have a discussion with Mr Quigley today about certain scenarios? You said over lunch.
No, well, I wouldn't describe what we had as over lunch. I was scoffing a sandwich and he was heading for the airport to go to his meetings.
Yeah, you used the word lunch. When was that?
No, well, it was in the lunch break. What actually happened would hardly be considered by lunch in most humane circles.
What time was that, Minister? He had to go at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it was almost, as I said, I grabbed my sandwich, it was on my desk as he was packing up his stuff from my office and he was heading out the door. It was like that was the lunch. My discussions with Mr Quigley on an individual basis are...
All right, thank you.
Discussions.
The questions on notice, Mr Harris, that I had asked you to get back to the committee on after afternoon tea. It's after afternoon tea now and just before dinner. So I think you were going to appraise the committee as to the number of questions that had gone to the Minister's office and then been returned.
Yes, Senator, and I did attempt earlier to provide this answer. About half an hour ago when I responded to Senator Cormann. I also said I had the answer to your question. And the answer to your question is... No, sorry, there was an exchange and so I stood down because I didn't want to... But I will continue whilst we're here. And the answer is 7 of the 20 questions came back from the Minister's office for redrafting. Which is, you asked me, so there were 20 questions. I think I earlier read into the record, which I don't have in front of me again now, the dates on which those answers were supplied. Yes. And you asked me, I believe, how many of them were delayed between the Minister's office and us for redrafting, and the answer is 7 questions.
Yes, my question was how many went to the Minister's office and then came back to you?
7.
And the answer is 7, thank you. My further question was you had indicated they came back to you either for correction or minor editing. You gave an example of where events had surpassed the currency of the briefing.
Yes.
And I also asked you on notice to indicate the nature of the corrections or minor editing in each of those now 7 cases.
I believe the Minister said we would not take that on notice.
I don't believe... Well, I asked that it be taken on notice. Your answer to it we're open to now.
Okay, well, my understanding is, and subject to correction by the Minister interfering, I believe he said we would not be taking that on notice because it was inconsistent with the normal expectation that we don't provide commentary to the committee on the exchanges that occur in the creation of government documentation.
That must have been mumbled into the mic.
That's my version of what the Minister was saying. I think he just basically said we don't normally do this.
You speak his language, do you?
Yeah. Can you take on notice a further attempt to categorise those 7 answers in terms of the nature of the correction and or minor editing that was required by the Minister's office prior to those answers being provided to the committee?
No, you don't get to ask what is supplied to the Minister's office, what came back and then what was supplied again. It's just like that's outside the bounds of Senate estimates. It's very simple. It's a long-standing tradition. Senator MacDonald has been a minister, Senator Minchin has been a minister, and they would attest that that is a long-standing convention.
We didn't take them back to re-alter the answers, though, Minister.
I think update is the appropriate word, Macca.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the officers of the department for appearing for an extended period of time this evening. We appreciate it. That being said, that concludes the examination of this portfolio.
Thank you, guys.
And
thank you.